Morning, everybody. Welcome back to Fulbeck in Lincolnshire for the fifth and final round of the 2024 Kart Championship. We are in, can't really say sunny Lincolnshire because it just started to rain. And the rain that wasn't forecast has arrived.
It's turning up. Oh, hang on, it is.
My name is Joe Bradley. I'm with you all day. Alongside me today, and a big thank you to Gaz Bury, who was alongside me yesterday for the heats, but alongside me today is my ever-faithful assistant, Nick Damon. Nick, I know you were here yesterday. And
I've been moonlighting. I was producer, then I was your cameraman.
You were.
And now I'm your co-commentator.
Yeah, you were.
Oddly, I only get paid once for those
You
three
were
jobs.
my wobbly cameraman last night.
I like the artistically moving.
Yeah. We've got Lester Forbes on the camera down at the hook hairpin. We've got Frank
McKinney.
I didn't actually know Frank's surname there. I've just known him as Frank.
Frank the American.
Frank McKinney, Frank the American, on the stanchion, on the scaffolding up at the arena section, just
He's
before
the
the arena
brave cameraman.
section.
Yes.
Got a great view for everybody going into the left-hander at elbow, and we've got Paul Bateman on the pictures today. He will be bringing us the colourful. He'll be creating art, won't he? It's an important one, this, Nick. Round 5 of 5. No dropped scores, which I like because it makes things easier to work out. Well, I'm not going to work it out. Gaz Bury's going to work it out going towards the final this afternoon. We are going to be able to provisionally crown champions. There's a lot of officialdom needs to be done before they become official results, but we will talk about provisional champions going into this evening. We should be done dusted by mid to late afternoon. So we will have our 2024 Kart Championship champions.
I know, and
exciting.
It is. It's very exciting because there's going to be big trophies handed out. People can put that on their CV forever. So
absolutely,
they'll be applying for jobs in 2050 and going, name something interesting about you. I was the Cadet champion at the Kart Championship in 2024.
Yeah,
it lives with you forever.
Good grounding for life.
If they were older, they could get it tattooed on themselves.
We've got the mighty Bambino Superheat 1. That's going to kick things off, and it would be remiss of me not to say we are missing a driver that's been at the forefront of this championship, Felix Tandy. He was third at round 1. He took the win at round 2, and Felix had a very nasty accident that ended up with an injury, a broken collarbone, I think it was, on Friday. So Felix, I'm pretty sure you'll be watching. You'll be up. Hopefully your mum and dad have prepared a lovely breakfast for you. A recuperative
breakfast of champions.
Yes, lots of protein and calcium in there.
Yes, milk.
And I know you'd like to be here, but get well soon, and we'll see you in the Winter Series. We're about to release the mighty Bambinos, Nick. We will release them from the collecting area there. They'll make their way around, and they will form up on a grid for a standing start, which I'm a big fan of. There's no engine revs rising, though, for these. These are our electric motored karts. We've got some drivers who are moonlighting in the petrol engine versions of the Bambino as well, but more of that later. One of those drivers, Henry Hales, has had an absolutely splendid weekend so far. He took a win in Heat 1, he took a win in Heat 2, and therefore sits on the pole position. He's been shadowed and sometimes overtaken by Ralph Martin, current championship leader going into this round, I should say. Ralph Martin is alongside him on the grid. So that rivalry continues into today. We've got 2 super heats, then going into the final. The grid that I'm about to read out was formed from the results of yesterday's heats. So 2 heats yesterday, forming the grid for the super heats. The super heats and how you finish will form the grid for the all-important final coming up this afternoon. So Henry Hales, as I said, Ralph Martin alongside. Second row of the grid is Heath Smith and Oliver Woodhall. Third row is Jack Swan and Jensen James Williams, and then we've got Jack Harper and Junior Wright on row 4. Nico Mohan and Maximilian Mikalski are on row 5. Row 6 is Freddie Dye and Freddie Purnell. Frank Pearson and Alfie Hennell are on row 7. Row 8 is Arthur Thompson and Etienne Gardner. Summer and Ollie Upton, the team Upton, share row 9. They are starting together. Oliver Yap and Hadley Jarvis are on row 10. And then rounding off a 22 kart field is Arthur Bath and Christian Doshi.
So it's interesting you describe that they're moonlighting if they're doing the from the petrol side of things. Surely, is it not the other way around? Are not the petrol people
moonlighting into the electrics. You going to fit me down?
No. You can now hear Joe Bradley eating a sausage and bacon sandwich.
Mm-hmm.
So, Joe, how was yesterday?
It was very exciting, Nick.
Was it? Go
Yeah.
on, go on, you can swallow
The
it.
cafe didn't open until 10 minutes ago. It's in a brioche bun as well. There should be a law. I'm going to campaign
I tell you what, you've got
for
a
a
minute.
law
You've got a minute.
against
You've got a minute
brioche
before
buns.
there is the cart. Tell me why nothing should be served a brioche bun.
Hang on, I mean,
You're eating your brioche bun, aren't you? You're literally proving yourself a liar with every mouthful. Swallow? Yep. Okay.
It's not a religion. I just prefer it not to be. I prefer it not sausage and bacon in a cake. I don't get that.
I love the way you say cake.
Cake from the north.
From the north, I've got the cake.
I'm from the north.
Why hasn't he got them going?
Start delayed.
Start delayed?
Yeah, start delayed.
Why is the start delayed?
I wish he told us. Wouldn't have to fill. I could have had my sandwich.
Why?
I could have had my sandwich. We don't ask why.
We don't ask why.
Dan's not ready.
Dan
ready. Ashton's not ready. No. He's still recovering from having a hairpin here named after him.
An hairpin?
An hairpin.
Hairpin? Like an Airbnb?
Or is it your turn to have a bite of your sandwich?
No.
Your sausage and bacon in a cake.
I'm just trying to. I'm arguing with Facebook at the moment.
The championship coming into this round for the mighty Bambinos.
It's in a cake, you're right.
It is. It's ridiculous. Ralph Martin leads going into this. We're going to try and work out the points going towards the final. Again, I emphasise, we're just the commentators. We're not the officials. We're not the official timing and scoring. They're behind us. Tony is on the keyboard working out timings and making things right and getting the meeting running smoothly. But it's Ralph Martin who led this championship with a relatively healthy lead. I know there's 200 maximum score of 200 points available for this, for any of our Kart Championship rounds. So it has kind of left the whole championship wide open, potentially and technically speaking. Mathematical chances of people taking the championship from way down the order. However, the reality of that is all the competitors that are in contention are here and are racing for points as well. So it's going to be all the way to the checkered flag this afternoon before we have any idea who our champions are going to be. But Ralph Martin came into this fifth and final round in the lead of the championship from Heath Smith. 772 points for Ralph, 721 points for Heath Smith. Henry Hales, who had a great day yesterday, 2 heat wins, he's in third on 720. Felix Tandy, unfortunately, not here, as I explained. He came into this round fourth with a third and a first in rounds 1 and 2. Junior Wright's fifth, Jack Harper sixth, Oliver Woodall, Maximilian Mikalski, Jensen James Williams, Frank Pease, and actually top 10 in the championship. So it is still wide open. However, it's going to be a very strong showing, I think, from Henry Hills, who's got Ralph Martin, who is just chipping away. And if my calculations are right, Nick, if Ralph Martin continues to finish on the tail of Henry, then Ralph Martin's going to probably be in a position to take the championship. And it will be the first ever MSUK Electric Kart Championship, which is quite a thing. We had the E-Plate last weekend, and it was Felix Tandy who absolutely dominated at PFI. It was the E-Plate ran by the MSUK, ran by the Kart Championship. They turned up at PFI for that one-off meeting, and it was Felix Tandy, Junior Wright and Heath Smith. They were your top three last weekend. And I'm not going to rub it in and mention that Felix was looking forward to running the E. He gets a chance to do that in the Winter Series, though. He will. Green flag at the back of the grid, so the red lights will go on, and they've gone off, and off into the lead has gone number 67, Henry Hills, and Ralph Martin slots in behind as they go into the first chicane.
Yeah, and those who are used to Fulbeck, hang on a second, why are they going around the chicane on the first lap? Well, that was a decision made because of some issues with the just blanking it off during the race. Some people have been jumping it, getting away with it, so they decided, nope, we're going to have it absolutely barriered off firmly, and they're going to do the chicane every single time. And the chaos we expected, in fairness, not really happened that often. We've been quite sensible doing that chicane right off the start, Joe.
Andrew Dixon, who we have a chat to, he's one of our junior Rotax drivers, he would disagree with you. He got caught out. He explains what happened yesterday, and I think it was his second heat. But he will explain. They're already at Ashton's hairpin there. That's the right-hander. If you weren't with us yesterday, we'll take you through the corner names as we continue watching Henry Hills and Ralph Martin do what they did yesterday, and that's just eke out a bit of a lead, these two. These two will be glued together into the arena section, which is the left-right, and then a right, and then out of the arena section and through the left-hander there. That is Beavers, so named after the series founder and organiser Darren Beavers. This is the first chicane, imaginatively named, as it's the first chicane on the lap, and then out of the I thought so, out of the first chicane and heading down to the hairpin, and we've got them side by side into the hook, which is a very, very fast hairpin. It goes through 180 degrees, but it's not really a massive braking area. It's very fast and can catch people out, and then through that slight kink there and into the second chicane, and then out of here we'll have them still following each other, attached bumper to bumper, and this left-hander, the elbow, which leads back towards the Ashton's hairpin. And that's how we're going to refer to the track locations, the corners here at Fulbeck. Been racing here since 1959. It was an American air base back in those days, and they started racing go-karts, karts around the hangars on the property, and it evolved into one of the most well-used tracks in the country here. I remember racing here in the 90s. Wasn't my first race though, Nick. It was well into my karting journey, as they say. These two, though, they've been the class of the mighty Bambino field, and Henry Hills. You get a feeling, Nick, that Henry Hills, with Ralph Martin glued to him, knows exactly where he needs to protect that line, and we've seen that happen so many times, haven't we?
Yeah, I think certainly in these lower powered karts, there's less opportunity for overtaking here at Fulbeck. We've seen a few power based dives by the junior Primos and the junior Rotax. With these lower powered karts, it is quite hard to get past, actually, because you're running at constant speed. There's not really any huge braking apart from into the chicane to pretty one line. And if you run a middle line, as you saw Henry doing there, you're pretty much going to be able to prevent an overtaking if you don't make a mistake. Now, I have a controversial thing to say to you, Joe. I like brioche buns. I think a brioche bun bacon sandwich is a marvellous thing. Comment.
It's the sweet and sour thing that I've never been fond of. My wife will tell you that.
Right,
I'm not a sweet and sour.
Are you sweet
sauce.
or she sour? Which one?
Well,
sorry, Sam.
Can be. I'm not sure whether I think it's still early yet, Nick, to see any kind of move. I mean, we're half a minute away from half distance. Remember, yesterday's heat times were 7 minutes and 1 lap. Proving me a liar already, as pulling alongside Henry Hills went Ralph Martin. I thought Ralph
But in these slower cars, you haven't got the speed to then try and go for a bit of an outbreak or anything. You end up, you go outside, and then you're running a longer distance. You just fall back naturally.
It's the speed differential in the corners. It's not that massively slower through the corner as it is on the straight. And that, you haven't got a massive outbreaking. You've got to keep smooth. You've got to, these youngsters sort of immediately get to grips with the way that they have to drive these karts, being very smooth.
Shall we take a terrible risk and drop back to some of the other karts?
I was beginning to
Let's
allude
have a look at
to
the next one. Oh, no, he's gone side by side. But I think let's pick up the next two.
Yeah, we've got Henry Hills, Ralph Martin in second, Oliver Woodall, Jack Swan and Heath Smith. That's the three there that are battling for third, fourth and fifth. Beyond fifth place, Jensen James Williams, Freddie Purnell, Freddie Dye, Jack Harper, Maximilian Mikalski rounds off your top 10. The team Upton have split up. Ollie Upton up to 15th, Summer Upton in 18th. So Ollie just moving ahead of his sister down the order. But these three have now become two as we begin to drop Heath Smith slightly off the back of that number 76. That's Jax Wong, who continues to follow Heath's Oliver Woodall. Woodall on the orange cart, Jax Wong on that blue and black cart. And then Heath Smith, he's got that orangey red livery on his nose cone, hasn't he? It's quite a bright colour to pick up.
Always helps. But yeah, so it's interesting. Obviously, this is the fifth round. Most of these drivers have done, the entire series. And interestingly, the racecraft was pretty good from day one. But they have got that. You can see the learning, you can see the savviness improving. But they have also really branched into different speeds. And things to remember really about these mighty Bambinos. And we had a conversation with one of the drivers, with one of the parents of the C50 Bambino, the petrol-powered car versions of this machine, is that, of course, there is no advantage to be had mechanically. There is no engine advantage. The motors are governed to a situation where they are all producing exactly the same amount of power. The gearing is fixed, the tyres are fixed. Yes, there are some subtle bits you can do with the setup, but it's not stuff that's going to make a huge amount of difference. It's down to the driving of the kart, and that's where you're seeing these differences. As kids as young as 6 and as old as 8 are getting to grips with the idea of racing, Joe.
Yeah, there's less variables, and we've heard quite a few parents who have drifted across to the electric motored karts find there is less. There are fewer elements. There are fewer elements to kind of disappear in your head. There's even less variables to contend with. There's we don't have to. I have no idea where your head's going. There are less things to be caught out by. And we were talking to we've got slow
problem with
car
the
there, number 24.
I think actually it was Arthur letting them pass. I think
so. We talked with Dad yesterday. We'll not name names, but he was telling us that in the C50s, he continued doing what he was doing, and then his kid went from running in near the front to running midfield and towards the back, and he was wondering why. And it took a while, and yeah, there's the challenge of, let's call it, tinkering. There's the challenge of tuning and getting things right. But when you've got people out there taking the air pressure with a barometer to get your jetting right, I mean, that is Formula One-esque style preparation, isn't it?
And this is turning right little scrap.
It is turning a massive scrap.
Is that Jack's Wong?
Heath Smith.
Heath Smith coming out from the backside, yeah.
Yeah, these two, Jack Swong, Oliver Woodall, were pulling away from the orange and yellow liveried cart of Heath Smith. However, Heath now right on the tail of those two. He's caught them up, and if anything, he was looking like he was having a challenge.
Up the inside now, going through the hook. Or actually hooking out the back straight for the second chicane. See, sometimes there isn't that chance to really just yang on the brakes and try and get on the inside. It's a pretty single line through that chicane. There's not, the second line is the crashing line.
There they go. Just look how smooth they've got to be, though. The moment he moves offline, which Heath Smith did there, and he's dropped back a couple of karts lengths, then he's got to really, really focus on keeping that momentum through the corner, and then he'll start dragging them back. And again, it's like we've seen this in other forms of motorsport where 2 karts are quicker than 1 and 3 karts are quicker than 1 and 2.
Didn't the Spice Girls write a song about that?
When 2 become 1. Here we go. Heath Smith again alongside.
Oh, he's got one of them.
Into the first chicane.
Well, visually he's got one of them.
Yeah, it looks like he has, but Jack Swan will have momentum. No, not quite able to hang on to that.
And the front 2 having a go over it as well now.
Yeah, he's made it happen.
We're on the last lap. Let's pick up the leaders again. We're on the last lap.
So we've had a change for 4th.
We haven't had a change to the lead, though.
No, they're still the same. Henry Hills and Ralph Martin. They've been like that for the whole 8 minutes. And now we see Ralph Martin, the number 32, Ralph Martin, beginning to realise that he's got very little. The opportunities to have a go are reducing rapidly. Every time he goes through a corner, it's 1 corner less to have a go. And Henry Hills, we saw how Henry coped with this pressure yesterday. He did it so well yesterday, and he's doing it again. He's just getting on with the job. He slides a little bit wide. That's allowed Ralph Martin through. He slid wide in the arena, and Ralph Martin gets the lead on the inside, and that was all about Henry Hills sliding wide. And for the first time this weekend, we've got a different winner. We've got a different winner in the form of championship leader Ralph Martin.
Well done.
And look at that. So Henry Hills second, Heath Smith.
Just the end of the move there.
That's the end of the move. Yeah, he slid wide, didn't he? You saw him just slide wide off the camera shot, and that allowed Ralph Martin through.
It's an argument going on after the finish there.
Into the lead. Behind him, though, Nick, we had a change for 3rd as Heath Smith eventually got past Oliver Woodhull. We had to move forward to take in the lead battle. We just missed Heath Smith overtaking Oliver Woodhull. So 3rd was Heath Smith, 4th was Oliver Woodall, 5th was Jack Swan, Freddie Purnell 6th, Jensen James Williams 7th, then we got Junior Wright 8th, 9th was Jack Harper, Freddie Dye was 10th, Maximilian Mikalski was 11th, Nico Mohan was 12th, Frank Pearson was 13th, first of the Uptons was 14th, that's Ollie, Etienne Gardner was 15th, Alfie Hennell 16th, Arthur Thompson 17th, Summer Upton was 18th, Christian Doshi was 19th, Hadley Jarvis 20th, Oliver Yap was 21st, and it was Arthur Bath who rounded off the 22 karts.
And pretty much a standard bit of mighty Bambino, effectively.
Well, I'm not sure who can really take anything away from Ralph Martin and Henry Hills. We saw them yesterday. Henry Hills took 2 heat wins. That was right at the penultimate corner, really, on the track that Ralph was able to get by Henry. Henry will learn from that, though. He will learn, and that purely came from sliding a little bit wide at the arena, and that just opened up the door, and Ralph was able to go through. We've got our Intermax Superheat number 1 coming up, and we should see a bright yellow and blue kart at the front of that with JJ Plowman for ST Racing on the pole position for that one, or this one I should say. Just going to get our Intermax. That's the championship standings, but for now let's have a look at the grid. JJ Plowman and Jensen Seal. Jensen here last weekend with another championship, getting in some practice for the Kart Championship and having a very good weekend. He's second on the grid going into this first superheat. Championship leader Max Gilman and Jensen Walker share row 2. Noah Jepson and Harvey Bacon share row 3. Then we've got Fraser Anderson and James Fabricius on row 4. Row 5 is Sandro Kemp and Jackson Hilton. And then on row 6, Zach Hunt, Hugo McCluskey. In only his first proper weekend, Hugo, moving up from Honda Cadets, finds himself starting this one in 12th. We've got True Performance Motorsports' Jack Moss in 13th, with Eli Rideout rounding off the 14-kart field. Here we go, Nick. We're getting ready, and if Dan Ashton is pleased with their approach to the line, we should get this underway. The red lights are on, and they are racing. Dan was happy with that, and JJ Plowman in that bright yellow and blue kart into the first chicane first. A little bit of scuffling at the back there. You see they're kind of slightly running over each other. You have to hold full brakes on relatively cold tyres coming into that first chicane, but they've all got through pretty much in order, to be honest, and without anyone losing a nose or getting themselves facing the wrong way, which you have seen into the second chicane for the first time. And as you say, JJ Plowman in the yellow and blue. That's Max Gilman up from the second
yellow
row.
And blue. Yeah. Yellow and blue,
no. That's Max Gilman in second.
That confused me.
That's
you're pointing at the screen.
Yeah,
and the cart moved. Okay, well, hang on, that's not on.
Max Gilman.
I wasn't here yesterday. I was there.
Max, you paid attention, I can see. Max Gilman from the second row of the grid up into second now. He'll be wanting to consolidate that championship approach. He led the championship coming in to this weekend. And really, Nick, all he has to do is follow JJ around and maximise the points all. I know that will not be at the forefront of his mind. He'll want to pass. He was only 22 ahead, and he's dropped 4 already, or 6 already. He's down to about 18 ahead, and that's, you need to be at least 50 ahead before you start the final in case you break down. Because then you'll be at the back. So ignoring DSQs and everything else, you need to have that sort of lead coming into the final. So no, he has to overtake. He has to maximise the points. He can't be behind a guy who's creeping ahead of him, and obviously he's in form like JJ Plowman is at this particular track. Well, JJ, remember, won the previous round at Rowra, round 4. He had a podium at round 2 at Gleneagor. So JJ right up there. He's in 3rd place in the championship. He's got a 52-point lead over JJ. So JJ is going to maximise his haul. We're in the middle of the pack at the moment, aren't we? We're running 5 carts running together. That's Harvey Bacon, Jebson, Walker, Fabricus and Shasta back Anderson, I think, there. Yeah, into the second chicane. This midfield battle is 5 carts, is that? Yes, it is. 5, yeah. The right scrap there, and it is the 1-2-2 of Jensen Walker up the inside. Nice one there. Up the inside there at the, what's that been called? Ashton's. First time we see them. But see, we got that little bit extra power from the Maxes, and they're able to do that sort of move, which is a problem for the Cadets and for the either version of Bambinos. Yeah, they're carrying speed into that one. This one's not over though, I think. That's allowed the blue cart of Noah Jebson. That's the 121, is it? That's the cart that's in 4th place. Noah Jebson, 22, Jensen Walker just dropping off the back. Oh, that's dropping off. Yeah, what happened there? Did he just go too wide? I think it was like a classic lack of concentration, to be honest. Let's find out by Paul showing it to us again. Yeah, he just come out of the hairpin. He put a wheel on the dirt, didn't he?
Yeah.
He ran out of curb.
He kept his foot in.
Oh.
And sometimes keeping your foot in isn't the answer.
He ran out of curb. The curb ran out, and then he's on the grass, and look how bumpy that was. So that was Jensen Walker, wasn't it? The number 122. That's going to put Jensen Walker way down. There was a few people overtook in there. So next time by, JJ Plowman will complete 4 laps underneath us. He's got Max Gilman right on his rear bumper. Nick, we need to check out the lead if we can.
Let's move forward to the lead, guys.
Heading towards the hook. Plowman leading by a tenth of a second. Max Gilman second. Third place, Jensen Seal. Noah Jepson, a very lonely fourth place now. James Fabricius in fifth. Harvey Bacon now sixth. Fraser Anderson seventh. Jensen Walker eighth. Sandro Kemp ninth. And running off the top 10 is Jackson Hilton. Yeah,
top 2 now nailed together. JJ Plowman got Gilman just having a think about how he's going to get past. He's got plenty of time. We're only not even halfway through this 8-minute race yet. 7 minutes in the heats, 8 minutes in the super heats, 12 minutes in the finals, isn't it?
Yeah.
You gradually get more and more
10
track time.
10
minutes in the finals, yeah. So you get more and more track time. And think more and more about how you're going to balance your tyres. Interesting day today. It's not too warm, so it's quite a pleasant day. However, it's overcast with constant mizzle. But we've yet to have, whilst it's been raining probably for most of the time we've been here, it's never rained anywhere enough to make the track wet.
No, it hasn't.
For the racing.
It's been very light rain, hardly showing on. I mean, we had droplets on our camera lenses yesterday. The forecast, I've got to say, is for no rain at all today. It's going to rain, but after we finish, it's going to rain towards 4 o'clock.
Looking at the clouds, and to me that says there's going to be an annoying shower at some point.
It'll be cruel if it rains for the final. Or the finals, which will start at about...
It'll be cruel on our cameramen.
Yeah, it'll be cruel on everybody because we've had no wet running, really. It's everybody's
Friday
got
was wet.
Friday was wet, was it?
Friday was wet, yeah.
Well, we haven't raced in the wet yet.
No.
3 minutes to go. Gilman has dropped back. That's the blue and white cart, the Thule Motorsport livery driver, down as a privateer, so I'm not sure he's here with Thule. The Thule Motorsport driver might be in the Kart Championship with just a little bit of assistance on the phone. I'm not quite sure the setup for Max. Going very well though, leading the championship, and at the moment having to trail behind JJ Plowman, the ST Racing driver, John Stewart's team. Had a very good day yesterday. JJ coming out on the pole position. He's running one of Nigel Horner's engines, the HRS engine, on that ST Racing JJ Plowman kart. Doing JJ the world of good here at Fulbeck. Plenty of punch out of these chicanes as we see there, using all of the curb on the inside. But Gilman looks threatening, doesn't he? It's not like JJ can relax.
No, I mean he's kind of following the leader a little bit. I mean he's dropped off now. I don't know whether he's dropped off because it's easier to be 4 cars lengths behind whilst you're thinking about it. But realistically, that's a bigger lead than it was last lap round. So I think JJ's pulled out potentially half a tenth or something like that last time round. Even though it was 0.27, it's gone that time. But it's and then again we have the situation where different cars, different drivers are fast with different parts of the track. Coming over the line now, and what was 0.27 seconds? We've got 400ths of a second. See, I can see 400ths of a second. You see,
Plowman is. You did see that, Nick. You did notice that. Plowman was 0.15. It went out to 0.27. It's now 0.31. However,
it's closer again.
I think that's disappeared as Gilman comes back at it.
Gilman has the advantage that he can judge his braking from the kart in front, so he can always brake a little bit later. Using those 3 or 4 kart lengths, maybe we can get a nose plate. Again, that acceleration out of chicane number 2, up through that left-hander at the elbow, that is where JJ looks really quick. And he pulls away again, and then visually he's further ahead again. But now he comes around this slightly slower period. Now, of course, as speed goes down, the gap goes down. However, it's the same amount of time. So that's gone from 0.31 to 0.31. They had exactly to 100th of a second the same time.
Look at the lap times. Fastest lap of the race, JJ Plowman, 47.05. Guess what? Max Gilman following across the line, 47.05. Exactly the same lap time, exactly the same gap of 0.31 of a second. I mean, that's how close these are.
This is close to the penultimate lap. It's close one way or the other.
Yeah,
they get round again.
Yeah, it could well be. Yeah.
What do they go across them? What's their absolute time?
They're lapping in 47, so I think they're going to get 2 more laps after this thing. They're going to get round in time. Or are they?
I don't know.
They've got to get through the arena section.
It's quite quick.
Even though you've got
a kind of that what looks like quite an aggressive chicane, it isn't. It's more of a switchback, and they can take it. So there's a lot of speed. They're going to make it very easily, actually, with about
Yeah.
5 seconds to spare. So 2 more to go. The rest of the field is strung out. So actually, interesting. This is about the most. This is, as I'm watching the cars go underneath, Huts go underneath. This is the actually closest battle on the track.
Yeah, Gilman, fastest lap of the race for him, 47.03. He will take fastest lap honours. There's no extra point for that, I think. But it's worth mentioning because Gilman now knows he's got 2 more laps. The massive digiboard that the drivers go underneath, plain for them to see, and they can monitor and know exactly where they are and how much of this race is left. That's why I mentioned the 2-minute board, because that's when people start to get a little bit urgent about the task in hand. Here they go then, coming out the arena through the left-hander at Beavers. Plowman. I'm not sure JJ has looked behind him once, which is commendable.
Oh, you can hear it, can't he?
You can. You can hear that. You can hear who's close to you.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I mean, he's managed to keep the gap. He was 100th of a second faster that time round. So these are probably the definition of evenly matched at the front of the field. So you fire up to the second chicane for the final time. A little bit of a look-at there. Going to try a slightly different line from Gilman. There's no point following rounds. If you're following rounds, you're just not going to achieve anything. So you've got to try something different. 169 at Gilman. He's got one. He could dive up the inside now. Not enough momentum. So he's now in the same position as Ralph Martin was in the last race. If there isn't error from JJ Plowman, he's not going to get past. There's no actual passing place here.
Yeah, and if
Plowman, the arena,
if Plowman contains it through the arena, which he does, so that is a very, very strong drive from both of these two youngsters. JJ Plowman and ST Racing take the win. Max Gilman will follow him across the line. We know Gilman wanted to get by. You could see that in the way that he raced there. So that will continue into the second superheat, no doubt. Gilman, remember, from the second row of the grid. We've got Jensen Seal in third. Noah Jepson hung on to that fourth place. James Fabricius in fifth. Jensen Walker sixth. That was the recovering Jensen Walker after that little off-track excursion. Harvey Bacon came seventh. Then we had Fraser Anderson, Sandro Kemp, Jackson Hilton, Hugo McCluskey was 11th, Zach Hunt, Eli Rideout, and Jack Moss rounds off the 14-cart field.
You see, you can have good racing without overtaking, so that was quite impressive.
That was good, yeah, because it threatened to break out, didn't it?
Yeah, I think Plowman. I'm not sure whether Plowman was absolutely at 101%. To be honest, I think he seemed to have a lot in it. He wasn't looking behind him, therefore he probably wasn't that bothered about things. But moving now on to the next heat, because it's like you just go to the next heat. I think this one's due to go off on the half hour, isn't it? So it'll go off in about a minute's time. Who is it next? Because you've got it's Micromax. It's the super heat. So after the heats yesterday, it's Alfie Mayer who was the person who took the 40 points for the qualifying the heats yesterday. Logan Rolfe would have got 38, is it? No, 36. So it's 4 points he's lost. So that is the order of the championship. Mayer, to be honest, is a long way ahead. He's 44 points. He's now 48 points ahead of Logan Rolfe. The thing is that a non-finish could still scupper him. Realistically, just carrying on going round, Alfie can, not cruise, check the wrong word because you guys are trying really hard, but can, I suppose you'd say, drive the championship rather than race the championship.
Let's have a look at the grid then. It's Zip versus Synergy at the front with Alfie Mayer and Logan Rolfe. Benedictus Masiokas is on the second row with Buddy Hugo. Lewis Kokori and LBJ Stubbs are on row 3. Then we've got Carter Jackson and Sebastian Crawford. First time here for Sebastian, here with Hunter Motorsport on the fourth row. Lewis Herbertson and Jack Mellon are next. We've then got Freddie Blackshaw and Jamie Walsh. Jamie, another ST Racing driver. Ronnie Faulkner and Zach Andrew are next up. And then on the 8th row, Ruben Sago and Jensen Darlow with Travis Giddings rounding off a 17-cart field. These guys raced really well yesterday. And we are about to see another lesson in racecraft from these youngsters. Let's see if they can please Dan Ashton and get things underway. They do
no,
indeed.
They have
not.
Oh,
no, he's not.
No, he got upset about that one.
Yeah.
And they all wave their hands. Oh, go around again. Haven't you all seen that flag? I don't know why I'm going to wave my hand, so we're going round again. It's yeah. Now they get a chance to do some very aggressive weaving, which will cheer them all up. They come through in formation. So, not quite sure what was the issue on that one, to be honest. Not sure what wasn't liked by Mr. Ashton.
They were out of sync. The outside line was ahead of the inside line.
So is that the inside line's fault, the outside line's fault as well? As we know he doesn't like them powering. There's only a short run really from the coming out of the exit of Beavers, but they're going to give it a go.
Who knows what goes on in the mind of Dan Ashton?
Well, that is
probably best to stay away from.
Well, you do probe the mind of Dan Ashton in the paddock walk.
I do. Look out for the paddock show coming up in the lunch break.
Seriously, look out for it.
Yeah, it's worth a watch, this one. We've got some great interviews. Dan Ashton's one of them, of course, being the race director here. Here we go then. Let's see if the race director is happy. They accelerated.
Yeah, he's gone for it.
Yeah.
And it's, look left, look right. Mare comes across the front of the field. Takes
it's a zip 1-2, Nick.
And some little bit of oversteer on the X. I think that was from the second place driver who was that now the 12 in second.
Masiokas in 12.
Got away with it though. And then behind him it is Logan Rolfe in third. We come up to chicane number 2 for the first time in the Micromax Superheat number 1.
Masiokas, another great start from the second row and down the inside into the second chicane has gone Logan Rolfe.
That was great.
That was quite audacious, wasn't it? It came from nothing.
I think Masiokas was either Masiokas over brake because he wasn't quite sure what was going on, because he did lose a bit of time as well, or he was just shocked. But
yeah, that was textbook outbreak there from Logan Rolfe, who gets back to that second place. That was where he started from on the grid, and Masiokas beat him off the line. It was a zip 1-2 around 2/3 of the lap. However, it'll cross the line. Zip Synergy, Zip Kart, that's your first three. Alfie Mare, Logan Rolfe and Benedictus Masiokas. Behind them, Lewis Cocotti, Buddy Hugo, Carter Jackson, LBJ Stubbs, Sebastian Crawford through in 8th, and Lewis Herbertson, Jack Mellon rounding off the top 10.
Clearly, Hugo was doing a kind of a scrap it through there. They went side by side for the first chicane, which isn't actually possible, and both can come out again. But, that's the second up the inside we've seen at the chicane there. That was Hugo taking Cocotti. So, I'm not sure people are getting offline. They're just not quite, they've got their brains in gear for an early morning start.
It's a very wide line into that second chicane. And
not that wide, though.
It's
kind of... Cocotti made a mistake there.
Yeah.
You see as he came in, the rear went, and he was not where he wanted to be. I think he was so busy being worried about where Buddy Hugo was that he just didn't quite go with his actual own braking point.
Remember as
Change for the lead.
Change for the lead as Logan Rolfe down the inside into the chicane. And remember, the tyres are just beginning to come on now. And Logan Rolfe, and back down the inside has gone Alfie Mare. These two swapping places between corners. First chicane we saw Logan Rolfe take the lead. Now Alfie Mare I'll have that back, thank you very much. So this one's not over, is it?
No, Rolfe knows that he needs to finish ahead of Mare if he's going to put any pressure on him for this championship. You know, you're in the last round. It's not the last round. You don't win the championship the last round, but you do lose it. I think that's, you've won it by your performance in the previous 4 rounds.
That's
the
very
fifth
true,
round
Nick.
is where you can lose it.
That's a good philosophical approach to championship racing.
Well, especially with no drop scores.
With no drop scores, absolutely.
When you've got a drop score, actually, you can win or lose it every single round.
Here we go then, Logan Rolfe again, same move.
Confident on the brakes. Now, how's he going to stop it from being over and under?
I think he's got a bit of a gap here.
Yeah,
Alfie Mare is not going to be able to get him back this time. Alfie Mare was very composed the last time this happened to him, and now we saw Alfie gesticulate to his teammate behind him, Masiokas behind him. He would go, Nick.
Popping out. It's got just more confidence on the brakes. It's interesting that Mare didn't try and block that, because he probably knew it was coming. And they come round through the arena section again. Actually, it's Masiokas now who appears to have got his brain back in gear again after being surprised at the second chicane on the first lap. They are now a breakaway of 3. As you can see the field behind them. They're not. Once again, the actual action here.
Bit of a nudge.
Oh no!
Bit of a nudge there, and that was inadvertent. There we saw Logan Rolfe's head jerk backwards.
Masiokas, brilliant. Got a bit of with that 1 to 3. That's bad news for Rolfe into third. Masiokas now has a bit of a Rolfe. He's done it before there, not this time. Masiokas looking the whole time on his behind over his right shoulder to make sure it wasn't going to happen. And now Mare has a chance to make a break, helped by his teammate perhaps.
Yeah, perhaps. Masiokas, though, he'll want the win as well, though, so he can't rely on his teammate. They may be both zip kart drivers, but Masiokas wants this win as much. And as we went in there, just missed the little nudge there. I'm not sure how the officials will see that. There might be this...
Well, the nose doesn't come down. I think it'd be fine, to be honest. I think they'll let one go.
No, not necessarily.
Okay,
Nick.
now Rolf now, he's got that braking position absolutely perfect going to chicane 1. Now Masioka's member is in a very, very tight battle with
Masiokas is out.
Oh no, what's happened?
Masiokas pulls off.
That's a chain, isn't it?
Yeah, the curbs here.
Who did we see do that?
Louis
Large. The Championship.
Louis Large. A couple of years ago. Masiokas knows he's third in the championship, and he knows he will score the least amount of points for this heat.
Well, it's worse than that. He's going to start way back in the final.
That's right. Yeah, it's going to have a knock-on effect. So Masiokas there loses what we think is a chase.
I guarantee that has lost him any chance of second place in the championship.
Yeah, I think
that's
so.
A double points whammy. He's going to lose some points in the super heats, and he's going to start too far back. So unless a similar fate befalls Logan Rolfe, unfortunately that is Benedict's championship down, and I bet he's absolutely gutted, because what he's done is we've seen this before at Fulbeck. He's gone over the curbs, and it's just happened to land slightly wrongly. It's come up and it's crushed a bit of the chain, and the chain's broken, and that's it. Without the chain, they're going nowhere.
We have chain protectors, so it just kind of bounces it off. It snaps it. So that has meant Alfie Mayer and Logan Rolfe are now circulating together as two. Behind these two in the lead is Buddy Hugo in third, Lewis Kokotti in fourth, Carter Jackson now fifth, Albie J. Stubbs sixth, Sebastian Crawford, Jack Mellon, Lewis Herbertson, Freddie Blackshaw now in the top 10. Everybody moves one up the order, and if anything, Alfie Mayer pulling out a bit of a gap now in there is the 2 minute
I think third and fourth might be getting a bit closer behind them. Let's drop back to the third and fourth battle. It's for a while, and that is Buddy Hugo and Lewis Kokotti. Now they had a bit of a scrap early on in the race, in which it was very much honours to Buddy Hugo, but Kokotti now back in the groove, looking to get a bit of revenge.
Now Kokotti, remember, Nick, you mentioned there, Masiokas dropping out the third. Kokotti is the driver in fourth in the championship. He is about 60 odd points behind him in fourth place, but he's gonna gain points back and claw that back towards that third place in the championship.
Yeah, he may well get anything up to 20 gained back in the superheat overall scoring, but he's got to get past Hugo, because he needs to maximise it. You know, if your opponent's had a problem, you've got to maximise that moment, and to maximise it, he needs to get past that 11 kart of Buddy Hugo in the white and the blue, Cuddy in the 18 in the orange and the grey. They go down to the first chicane. They've got a couple more laps after this one, so I think they're on their third last lap. So 3 more to go, I think, including this one.
Looks over his shoulder. Kokotti's still there. You can see the bright orange livery of that cart of Lewis Kokotti heading down towards the second chicane. Kokotti is a privateer as they head towards the elbow, and if anything, Nick, Buddy Hugo looks like he's built up a cushion.
He has. He's built. You just saw it flashing out of frame there. You saw first and second, and Mayer nicely ahead now of Logan Rolfe. So he's just began to drift that one slightly further. This third and fourth, they're nailed together, but Kokotti's going to need to make a move. This penultimate lap's about to start.
Yeah, 2 more laps then. And here's a move then, down the inside, side by side, and a spin
it's
there.
all gone wrong there.
Spin for Kokotti. He made the move on the brakes down the inside.
No, young man, no.
And he just lost the back end, I think, as Buddy Hugo was having none of it.
Stop gesticulating, get your head back in the game. That was not his fault. He's on the line. You've tried to come in the line that isn't there. So, congratulations for going for it, but at no point there did Buddy Hugo do anything wrong.
No, it's tough out there, as they say, and that's ended in tears.
Well, not too much. He's dropped back about 4 places. He's not in the same sort of situation as Benedict's Masiokas. And I applaud him for giving it a go into the first chicane with not the big sort of overlap we've seen that Logan Rolfe's had and Alfie Mayer. We're back with our front 2 for the final lap. Kokotti's down to 8th, I think, which is not rewarding for his efforts, but you've got to go for it, and that's great. But if it doesn't work, you've got to accept it didn't work because you went for it, not because you were taken out.
Alfie Mayer on the final lap then, into and out of the second chicane. He's pulled a bit of a gap now, the biggest gap we've seen, almost 3/4 of a second to Logan Rolfe in second place, as he goes through Ashton's for the final time in his first super heat for the Micromax class into the arena section. And a bit of that'll look on paper like a bit of a commanding win, and it was in the latter stages of the race. Alfie Mayer has pulled out all the stops and takes the win by almost 9/10 of a second. So Alfie Mayer takes the win. Rogan Rolfe is second. Buddy Hugo third. Carter Jackson fourth. Sebastian Crawford from 7th to 5th on the last lap there, and that's a great move from Seb Crawford. He'll be delighted with 5th place there. LBJ Stubbs is 6th. Jack Millen 7th. Then we've got Lewis Kirkcaldy, a recovering 8th place for him. Lewis Herbertson 9th. Freddie Blackshaw in the top 10 there. And then we've got Ruben Sagu, Ronnie Faulkner, Jamie Walsh, Zach Andrew, Jensen Darlow, Travis Giddings, and Benedictus Masiokas will be classified in 17th. But he did go out on lap 5, or was it lap 6, with what we suspect was a broken chain, because we've seen that so many times at Fulbeck.
Yeah, rough curbs, and then landing down hard on them from the angles you try and ride them. Sometimes you just get the wrong angle and your luck is out. So already in the collecting area. I'm going to turn your sound on again. You take an inordinate amount of time to eat a bacon sandwich. It's like he's still going. We've been on air now for the best part of 45 minutes. He's still. It must be cold by now, isn't it? He's eating a cold brioche bun. No, that's the broken cart on the side of the road. So Joe's eating a cold brioche bun thing, and still eating it 45 minutes later. Hang on, here's a word for the defence.
My life has come to this.
What? Well,
eating a cold brioche bun on a Sunday morning.
Well, I just realised I'm commentating on you eating a bun. Oh, you want to read that out, do you? It's the C50 Bambino. I want me to do it. Okay, C50 Bambino's all right. Okay, after the Super Heats yesterday, we had Noah Wilco, who is
Wicklow.
Sorry, I've gone back and I've returned myself to someone else. So Wicklow took the lead, took the overall 2 Super Heats. He'll start on pole. Ollie West will be second. Henry Hales will be third. Will Wainwright, who we speak to in the Paddock show, is starting in 4th. Arthur Bowers on 5th. Logan Hodges will start 6th, and it's Hendrix Falal in 7th. Cameron Simon, who we also talked to, well, we went Bambino crazy, didn't we? Cameron Simon, who is in the Paddock show as well.
Yeah, we did.
Jesse Bailey is in 9th. Benjamin Sivar is in 10th. Nico Wojlowski is in 11th. Jack Swan, he's starting 12th, and it's John Stevens in 13th. 14th is Rafe Owen. That's an interesting open name. First name, isn't it? Rafe. Wow. I thought it was Rafe you were saying, but it's Rafe.
Where's that? Yeah, Rafe Owen. You thought I was saying like Ralph.
Right, Rafe, yes.
Ralph,
I thought very posh.
Like
Let's say Rafe. Hi, Rafe. How are you?
Rafe Fine. No, it's Rafe.
Rafe, but isn't a Rafe like a spirit of some sort?
I don't know.
Not a drink spirit, but like a ghosty spirit.
Do you want to Google that?
I'm just thinking, wow, it's a bit.
I do have
Freddie Purnell's in 15th, Brady Atkins 16th, Max St-Hilaire, which absolutely, Max St-Hilaire is a secret agent from the 60s, isn't he? he's got his own series of films. I'm Max St-Hilaire, you know. It's absolutely. He's there with Jason King, isn't he? In Department S.
He's Max St-Hilaire as well, Nick.
I don't care, but he's fantastic. Oh, hang on, I get this one wrong, didn't I? 18 is Santo Amico.
Not Santo.
Santo
Amico. You've got to say it like a northerner. Santo Amico.
And 19th is
Italian, I think.
Riley Ashton Wilkins.
Interesting factoid. Henry Hales is being coached by Harry Wainwright, who is no relation to Will Wainwright, who is beside on the grid.
No, I don't.
But Harry Wainwright is a former champion in another series. Remember? He was the lad who moved up the seniors way before.
He's the big guy. He's a massive big guy, yeah.
Well, he's not massive, but and then he had to move into the 177.
No, he's massive for a karter.
Yeah, he is. For a junior karter.
And now he's coaching now, is he? Oh, cool.
Yeah, because he went off and went to college and stuff, and stopped karting and went to college, and he's. I've seen him on Facebook and stuff. He's been working for some race teams as spannering and stuff. Good lad. So Henry Hill's being taught and coached and doing very well. Noah Wicklow is moving up into Micromax very, very soon. In fact, he can do that now. So we are seeing the vestiges of the Noah Wicklow Bambino journey here. And I tell you what, I know my race of the month have been Bambinos for the last few months, and I stand by my conviction, because these youngsters could teach even the pro drivers how to race, because the way that these youngsters show intelligence and the way that they make room for one another in a racing situation is just phenomenal. And to consider, just remind everybody, they are between 6 and 8 years old. 6 and 8 years old. Green flag. Red lights will come on, red lights will go off. They have gone off now, and we are racing. And it looked like Ollie West got the jump on Noah Wicklow there, but no, that was just the camera angle. It's Wicklow in the red and black cart into the first chicane first.
Now, whilst we've been talking about Noah Wicklow, it seems the entirety of the season, his championship lead was only 8 points coming into this meeting. Now, he's picked up 4 more by being the fastest in the ordinary heats. He now has a lead of 12 over the man in second, Jolly West. But that's a very close championship after 4 1/3 rounds.
It's great, and that's how close it's going to be. 4 of them into the second chicane. And that looks like Henry Hales, who's dropped to 4th. Will Wainwright up into 3rd, and Will Wainwright about to go to 2nd here. Now, Will is only 6 on that yellow cart. He's only 6. Noah Wicklow is 8. So, it's a massive age gap there between 6 and 8. You only have to, meet your own grandkids and kids.
It's a third of a life.
Yeah, and the way that, the kids develop. And Will is just showing a massively natural talent for racing, as all of these youngsters are. It really is fabulous. Across the line then to complete lap 1.
Yeah, it's a nice open start there for Wicklow in the background. Carmen Simon's made up a couple of places I can see in the let's say JPS. I think I'm JPS. Liveried machine. We have a look at that as well during the Paddock walk.
He hasn't got his centre helmet on, has he?
Or is it somebody else, the black car?
It's somebody else. It's half a
different black car. Oh, right.
Calman is down in 9th.
Calman obviously would have the helmet. Otherwise you'd be crying, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I would.
I'm still concerned about your obsession about it. Look at I think it's overrated.
Well, you didn't live it, did you, mate? You're too young. You didn't live it. You didn't live it through karting, Formula Ford 2000. You didn't live that.
I prefer Martin Brundle.
You didn't live it. Anyway, back to the Bambinos.
Even so.
Look at this. Now, these 3 there, 2nd, 3rd and 4th, Ollie West, Henry Hales, but that's not the order actually. Ollie West, Will Wainwright, Henry Hales. Hales in the blue cart, Will Wainwright on the yellow cart. The green helmet there is Ollie West. I think these 3 are concerned about each other, and that's allowing Wicklow a bit of a cushion. But who's this coming behind?
That's going to be going to be Hodgetts, isn't it?
Is it Hodgetts or
and
Bowers?
There's Hodgetts and Bowers. Bowers in the black cart we decided, didn't we? So it's Hodgetts from Bowers. Bowers nips out and then tries to sweep around. He's got 5th place up the inside there of the hook. So he's now over his shoulder. Now you have got past him, it's fine. And they now move on to the second chicane. Wainwright kind of gently eased out Henry Hales there as Henry's going around the outside. And Wainwright now looking for an inside run as they sweep through the elbow. He's got it. Well, that's a good bit of momentum there, and he's lost it again.
Coming back at him, Ollie West.
And they push both of them out wide, and that's going to push a chance for Hales. And Hales bit of Wainwright. But more importantly, now got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cart train, Joe.
And Wainwright down the inside into the arena. Hales has gone wide, and that's allowed Arthur Bowers on the inside. But Hales will hang on to that ID line through Beavers and will take that position back. So across the line, there'll be no change there in the order. It's Wicklow, West, Wainwright, Hales, Bowers, Hodgetts, Fallat, Shivar just on the tail of that.
That gave West a bit of breathing space for a few corners, but he couldn't even use that to gain on Wicklow. Wicklow's got 0.6 per second, which in Bambino racing is about an hour and a half as a lead.
6 cart train for 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th. Tremendous.
Henrik Fallat right on the back of that train, but has just come
Look
towards
at that. That's tremendous, isn't it?
It's like you see the 9:15 from Paddington arrive, wasn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Wicklow's got a gap of about 6/10. There is been no approach on any position change from 2nd down to 7th. They're quite happy to follow in one another's wheel tracks. And if the momentum takes them through, and as I say that, from the back, that was Hodgetts.
Having a go, but I think Hodgetts defended him off and up the inside, the 57 of Henry Hales. No, he hopped out and then backed out. So he decided, I haven't got momentum, haven't got the braking advantage to get past the bright yellow Wainwright cart. Now he's up the inside. Wainwright says no, and does a Michael Schumacher and Rubens Barrichello in Hungary, but it doesn't work. And through goes
Henry Hales. So Hales have got a change for those carts behind as Arthur Bowers now on the tail of Wainwright, and before we know it, we could have another change about to take place. This is all playing very much into the hands of Noah Wicklow, who has been able to extend that lead. We've got second place Ollie West now has Henry Hales glued to his rear bumper. Will Wainwright's trying to get back on terms with the two carts ahead of him.
Yeah, it's okay. He was a little bit quicker through the first part of the move. They went wide, but now it's attempt by Hales to get past West, make it 2 in 1 laps. Not going to happen. The bright green helmet of West now at the inside, and they've fanned out 4 wide coming into the first chicane.
That's Bowers ahead of Wainwright, and he's taken Hodgetts with him. So Will Wainwright losing 2 spots there. He's now under pressure from Hendrik Fallat. If he's not careful, that yellow liveried cart dropping down the order for some strange reason, just finding himself out of sync with the momentum of this train.
Yeah. So we've now got Wainwright. Yeah, absolutely. He's a nightmare at this moment. He was looking pretty convincing yesterday, but today he's just been bumped and bored back down to, what is he now? 6th, I think he is. As the other carts go through. Yeah, still Wicklow's got that lead now. He's got up to over a second.
2-minute board, 2-minute bell, as I like to call it. So time beginning to run out for these drivers to improve on where they are. Wicklow has a gap of about a second, which is kind of unheard of in Bambino C50 racing. Behind him, though, it's about to kick off, isn't it?
Double fanning. They move across into the first chicane, thinking about it.
Out of the first chicane, Ollie West has got Henry Hales, who will look down the inside, but behind them, we've got... They're just having a look, aren't they?
I think they think they get it, and then they pull out. The momentum they thought they had disappears over very quickly, and they go, "Oh, I'm not going to do it." And they plug in again.
They just haven't got that
back into the safety of the draft.
They haven't got the excess speed to actually get alongside. You feel like you are, you go for it, but I haven't actually. Into the elbow, then the left-hander. This has been a passing move in some of our other classes, not so much in the Bambinos, because that's a really fast hairpin. That in a Bambino, that is. They're on the treaded tyre, remember, so they're not as grippy as the slick-tyred Cadet carts that these kids will move on to. As Wicklow.
One set of tyres for the entire season.
And one set of tyres for the entire season. That is so cost-effective. Here we go then. Hales has another look. Slipstreaming from Logan Hodgetts on the tail of Arthur Bowers, but not improving on any kind of position. And it will be the 1 lap to go board, Nick. We are on the penultimate lap here. Wicklow.
Are we?
Is he being caught?
Yeah.
Is he being caught by Ollie West?
He's half a second he lost last time.
He absolutely is.
They must have made a little minor error we didn't see off camera.
Well, I actually think it's more to do with the carts behind just circulating together and punching a hole through the air. Here they go, out of the second chicane. It's absolutely nothing in it now. It was a half a second last time by. Fastest laps, personal bests, and a fastest lap to Henry Hales in 3rd place last time by. Out of Ashton's and towards the arena then, and Wicklow's pulled another cushion.
I love the way they move themselves into the corner. They steer with their bodies as well as everything else, leaning in. It's certainly Ollie West quite agitated in the cockpit, but he's now got to try and find a way of A, gaining on Wicklow, and B, not being surprised, and they're way more to the right-hand side of the circuit than normal. They block each other off. That's not the great line for the... and that's going to cost Wicklow a bit of time, because he wasn't on a great line for the... But
everybody was on that line, Nick. Everybody was defending from people behind him.
And that's up the inside into 3rd place goes Bowers. He may have immediately lost it again, actually.
Hales has come back at him. He's done the switch back. Let's see how it... No, Bowers has made it stick, and coming with Bowers is Logan Hodgetts. I think Hodgetts has passed Hales as well.
But West now having a real think about how he's going to get past Wicklow. Wicklo's gone super defensive, isn't he? So he's saying, you're not coming at the inside of me at the elbow. Now, the point is, can he carry enough to get round? Will the cutback work? West is trying it. He's gone wide. He's going to be side by side. They come into the arena section for the final time. He's tried the over and over. I think Wicklow's got the line. Wicklow's also got a little bit more momentum. Oh, just before a touch there, and that's going to be probably it. I don't think, unless Wicklow makes a mistake, which he hasn't. So right at the end, after a very relaxing...
Whoa, what happened there?
What's happened? He's gone.
He's got a problem.
Oh, he's driven them both off the track. No, I think his chain's gone. Is his chain gone?
That is a tragedy.
Wicklow's chain has gone.
That's a tragedy for Noah Wicklow. At the final turn,
what happened?
The final corner, coming out of the arena, Wicklow slowed down. Ollie West came back at him, and Wicklow, moving out of the way, took Henry Hales and Logan Hodgetts off to his right.
And he's not finished either.
No, there he is. He just comes out of the arena. He turns into Beavers, and his car just stops. His car just stops. He steers to the right. He takes Henry Hales and Hodgetts with him. They went onto the grass. That allowed Will Wainwright through and into third place behind Arthur Bowers in second.
No.
So that was quite phenomenal there.
The mistake, unfortunately, that he made after it broke down, he should have stuck to the left, and he probably would have he would have rolled over the line.
Yeah, he can't really. He didn't even get anywhere near the line, Nick.
No, that's because he was on the grass.
Yeah, but
it's like the stickiness of the grass is more than the tarmac.
He was looking to see what was going on because his engine had just absolutely stopped, hadn't he? Yeah, just stopped driving. So let's have a rundown then of how they finished. Ollie West then takes the win. Arthur Bowers is second, Will Wainwright third, Henry Hales fourth, Logan Hodgetts fifth, Hendricks Fallat and Jess Bailey sixth and seventh. Then we got Calman Simon. Benjamin Shivart finishes ninth, Nico Veselovsky 10th, and then we had Jack Swong, John Stevens, Freddie Purnell, Brady Atkin, Ray Thorne, Max Centelaire, Santo Amico, Riley Aston Wilkins, and the dejected Noah Wicklow.
And that might well be where the championship was lost. He only had an 8-point lead, which had gone to 12. There's 60 points up for grabs for this part of the superheats. He will not get he will lose more than 12 points to Ollie West in the superheats, and he'll be starting a long way behind him in the final. Obviously, as long as Ollie West completes the second superheat.
It's just a tragedy.
It's very bad. Yeah, it's unlucky, and I think there's always learning experiences to be had. But he drove really well, and then it went a bit wrong, and we've seen it now twice, haven't we? Twice we've seen that a bit wrong.
What is happening there? That's two absolute tragic ends for two drivers. I mean,
it's Fulbeck, isn't it?
It's Fulbeck. Yeah, you're right. It's Fulbeck. Wow. Right then, where are we, Nick? Because I'm as dejected for Noah Wicklow as anyone.
Well, he's a fantastic racer, and he'll bounce back, and you'll see him in the next heat bounced back, and he'll be determined to win that, maximise the points, and try and get to a situation where perhaps he'll be on parity with Ollie going into the final, and just have to try and get through the field.
Incredible. We move swiftly on as we do in the Kart Championship, and it's the Junior Primo category next. It really has been the Daniel Hartley show all season long. He took a win at round 1, a win at round 2 at Glanigors, a win at round 3 at One Law, and he took the win in the final. And it's Daniel who took 2 heat wins yesterday to maximise that points haul. There was a calculation that I saw, Nick, that if Daniel had sat today out,
he still would have won.
He would have still won because he would have taken the minimum amount of points.
Minimum points is
so
not
he would have
zero.
still scored.
Yeah, minimum points is not 0.
However, in true racers style, Daniel out because he wants to take this championship in fine style. And he wants to win them all. He's another driver that you will see us chat to in the Paddock show, and he's quite a determined young man. He's kind of got one speed, and that's just head down. Let's go for the win. He's on the pole position with his rival Bella Fairclough. These two had great racing yesterday, and we hope to see exactly that sort of racing today. Second row of the grid is Tyler Davis and Maya Simpson, who had a great day yesterday in her heats, as did Tyler Davis. All these drivers at the front of the grid having good days. Jake Anders was right there. He was up the order. He starts 5th. Ellis Daly alongside. We had Alex Lynn making great progress from the back of the grid into the top 10 on, I think he finished 10th in Heat 1, 11th in Heat 2. Eddie Stewart had a bit of a mixed day yesterday. He will be happy with 8th, I'm pretty sure. Lewis Gilbert and Oscar Pitt are on row 5. Then we've got Ethan Bath, Thomas Butcher, Laurie McVeigh, Ronnie Legg, Alex Forsyth, Oscar Shervitz, Jack Johnson, Joseph Mills, Ewan Stevenson, Alfie Forrester, Riley Mason-Lewis, Sophie Caldwell, Jensen Cook and Zach Kane. We are getting them underway or not?
And the answer is not. They all go. They managed to have a bumping and boring through the first chicane, even though it's a full start.
Yeah, they were just a little bit too quick onto the grid there, I think, for Dan Ashton's liking. So he sends them round again, and it will be Daniel Hartley and Bella Fairclough that will lead them round. So great view from Leicester up on the hill there, giving us a great overview of this kind of old school airfield circuit here at Fulbeck, isn't it? They've been racing here since 1959. And it is one of those airfield circuits where you go up one side of the runway and down the other side.
Of the runway,
yeah.
Basically, exactly like Silverstone used to be.
We went around the
service roads, and the runway
went around the perimeter road, didn't it?
And the runway was still in the middle of it.
Yeah, there was two.
The Wellington Straight is, I think, where the runway was.
Yeah, I think so.
Which was never used in the original version, two versions of Silverstone.
So here we go then, out of Beavers and towards those red lights. And he likes it this time because Dan Ashton tells them to get underway, and Hartley will lead into the first chicane. And he will lead out of it, and look who's right on his bumper, Bella Fairclough. The rest of the field make their way through without incident. We've got quite a kerfuffle there into the hook, though, Nick.
Is that your definition without incident? Where they're all running over each other, everyone is running over each other's bumpers.
Well, I was looking at the chicane. I wasn't looking at them going into the hook, to be honest. I thought, oh, well done, everybody. And then I looked at them going into the hook.
Having a row, like a game of slaps.
So Hartley in the lead. Fairclough hanging on to his bumper, though, into the arena for the first time. Daniel will want to get his head down. You'll see from our chat in the Paddock show. He's just all about gets his head down, and he's been coached and run by Ben Hingley, who's delighted with Daniel's progress. We'll see him in the junior category, I would think, going into the winter series perhaps of the Kart Championship. That kicks off at the end of September. Behind these two at the front, though, that is quite a battle there. Tyler Davis hanging on to third place under immense amount of pressure.
Yeah, Jake Anderson actually the rest of that field, but he's now been joined by the bright blue of Ellis Dealey, and behind him was Maya Simpson. I think that's still the order. Yeah, this is Maya down there in 7th.
Yeah, that's Maya on the Tony Kart.
Yeah, Maya third overall in the championship coming into this weekend. Alfie Forrester, who is in 2nd, who I don't see. Is Alfie Forrester not here? Yeah, Forrester's not even here. Oh, I see. He's down in 16th. Forrester's having one of those bad weekends at the moment, so hopefully he can pull himself through. He's down in 16th. It makes it a bit easier for Hartley with the big lead he had anyway. They found out Simpson looks got the inside around the hook. What can happen?
Yeah, she's looking racy, isn't she, Maya? She's definitely looking for a way forward. If the karts had mirrors, these mirrors would have been full of Maya on his inside there. This is a bit of a train, isn't it? 5 karts for 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th.
No, 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th.
Is that 3rd, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, of course, Bella Fairclough is on the tail of Daniel Hartley. That's a 3rd place battle.
Just stringing out. If he does string out on that little short shoot, which you haven't given a name to, by the way, at all. You haven't given a name to the straight between Ashton.
Do we have to? Well, by the time they come out of Ashton's and heading towards the arena,
we could call it the Sir Lewis Hamilton straight. By the time we said Sir Lewis Hamilton,
too short.
It's too short. So it has to be like something short, like it's like 10.
Exactly.
Down the bottom of the circuit again, and we now fire back towards chicane number 2. And as you can see, the car running through in order. Fairness to Tyler Davis, putting a little bit of gap in 3rd, Joe.
Just up ahead of these fastest lap of the race for Daniel Hartley, who is getting his head down, getting onto it. 45.7 is the fastest lap now. It'll be 4 laps completed, just coming out of the left-hander at Beavers now and crossing the line. The gap was 0.7 of a second. It's down to half a second as fastest lap of the race to Bella Fairclough this time by a 45.49. So Bella's not done. Her tyre's beginning to come in. And Hartley, who was pulling away from that, not so much now. Meanwhile, we can concentrate on this, because anything could happen to this lot.
Yeah, it's kind of a frenetic start. I think they've had 2 or 3 races. They've realised the chance to make up places is at the start with people in different levels of type of preparation and preparedness. And then it settled in this middle phase where everyone's kind of going through, well, things are fine. And then
that is deliberate, though, you know.
Yeah.
You set your tyre pressure for your tyres to come on
and
in
then
a particular...
then you get the end when some have got it right and some have got it wrong.
Yeah.
If you let me finish the whole sentence, Joe.
All right, is that what you were going to say? Right.
I know you want to correct me at every possible chance.
Well, it's becoming a habit. It's one of those habits you need to kick, but you just can't. These are beginning to sort of level out, aren't they? There's no one between the number 53 of Jake Anders, Ellis Daly behind, and then Maya Simpson. Not looking like anybody's prepared to make that move. They've just clicked by the half distance, and these drivers happy to sit there. The gap keeps ebbing and flowing between the leaders. I'm just keeping an eye on that. Now fastest lap to Daniel Hartley. Daniel Hartley in first, Bella Fairclough in second, trading fastest laps every time by. Another fastest lap for Hartley, 45.13, and the gap back out to 9/10. So that's the gap for the lead. Meanwhile, in third place there, Tyler Davis, Alex Lynn, Jake Anders, Ellis Daly, and Maya Simpson.
Yeah, unfortunately, Mike Erskine often replaced Eddie Stewart's had a bad race. He got to retire after a lap. He's going pretty
well, Eddie,
5 laps down.
Eddie is going to pop in.
I know, they're only three tenths down, so
yeah, he's going to pop in for the junior race.
But they come back together again, haven't they?
They have. We thought they might. However, that's Alex Lynn.
Is that a lapped kart ahead of?
I think that's Alex Lynn who's got ahead of Tyler Davis there.
Oh, right.
As they come underneath us. Alex Lynn now up to third.
Yep.
It's a personal best lap time for Bella Fairclough, so she's still pushing on. The fastest lap of the race for 45.13 to Daniel Hartley, 45.28 to Bella Fairclough there. So she's still pushing. Alex Lynn now third, Tyler Davis fourth, Jake Anders fifth, Ellis Daly, Maya Simpson, Lewis Gilbert, Ethan Bath, and then rounding off the top 10, Oscar Shervitz.
Yeah, so good move there by Alex. He's been picking this when he goes looking down bottom of the Never look at the timing screen. That's the rule you should do. The timing screen should be beamed into our brains. We haven't got to look at it. But looking up, and not only has he got past Tyler Davis, but he's absolutely able to gap him as well. So Davis now perhaps looking at the more of a cork in a bottle when the person's about to express himself forward, and he's now behind him. He's got Jake Andrews with the bright blue helmet.
Well, Alex
had those cars.
Alex had massive pace yesterday, Nick. He qualified 24th in time qualifying, and he came through into 10th for Heat 1 and up to 11th for Heat 2.
Right, so he's moving forward with some pace. Obviously a bad time qualifying session on Saturday morning. So he basically is always using these two heats for to try and get a better position to start at the final. Perhaps be a little bit close to Hartley and Fairclough. They've got a few, right? They're just gapping quite easily. Looks like Davis may fall to Anders. Got this one and two more, I think. Might even get three more.
Yeah, we've seen Jake Anders, the pace from Jake Anders in the past as well. He's looking very racy indeed, isn't he?
Hartley's giving it a bit of a kick this lap. He's now got 1.2 seconds to lead over Fairclough. He pops
there he
out.
goes.
There we go. Anders there. You make it stick. No, nice over and under. Davis protecting going into the second one.
Here we go then. Can he come back at him? Tyler Davis has lost 2 places very recently. We're inside the final 30 minutes. 30 seconds.
Oh, but 30 minutes, like about to
yeah,
say,
back to
Mugello.
Back to endurance racing there. Meanwhile, at the front, the gap has just clicked by. Just under 1.4 seconds is the gap between Hartley and Fairclough. As this battle for second, third, fourth, fifth and sixth continues. Alex Lynn now comfortable in third. Jake Anders a little bit less comfortable in fourth because Tyler Davis is not finished. And then behind them, Ellis Daly's been able to keep Maya Simpson behind. The battle of the orange helmets, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
They were together yesterday as well.
Lynn's made good his third place. In Hartley, Fairclough.
Maya Simpson down the inside of Ashton's, Nick. Sorry to put in there.
Fun.
But that came out of absolutely nowhere. She certainly lulled me into a sense of security. She also did that to Ellis Daly, and now she catches him napping going into Ashton's. And by the time they come out the arena and through Beavers, she's pulled a cushion into the first chicane. That's Alex Lynn in third. Jake Anders, Tyler Davies still relatively close, but then Maya Simpson has been able to get ahead of Ellis Daly and now is solid in that 6th spot. Getting towards the flag though, we've got Daniel Hartley, who continues to put fastest laps in, 45.03 for Daniel. Bella Fairclough now 2 seconds behind in second place. The checkered flag being readied, and Daniel Hartley crosses the line in fine style, heading towards a championship. Bella Fairclough, his nearest rival, 3.5 seconds behind in second, and then in third Alex Lynn, fourth Jake Anders, fifth Tyler Davis, Maya Simpson was sixth, Ellis Daly seventh, Lewis Gilbert eighth, Ethan Bath ninth, and then rounding off the top 10 was Laurie McVeigh. The rest of the finishers there on the timing screen, and with Oscar Zevich dropping down the order, not quite sure what Oscar's problem was, though. We might have lost him as we did. Alfie Forrester went out on lap 4 and Eddie Stewart went out at the very start on lap 2.
I just got a text from, it just says Gaynor. And she's given me some very good, she's helped us out with something.
Excellent.
Which we sorted out. She's also said she can hear lots of beeping in the background. There's
That's
nothing
the
we can do
timing.
about that. We are in the same room. So for both, thank you for the thing you pointed out, by the way. I have sorted that now, I think, so that should be okay. Unfortunately, every time a cart goes across the start-finish line, it beeps, and it's kind of an audible sign that the transponder has been registered. And because we are sitting where we're sitting, about 3 metres from them, unfortunately, those beeps will bleed over the sound. So sorry, unfortunately, those bleeps will be with us all day. There's nothing we can do about that. It's just where we are and just how they have to have bleeps at the time to make sure it's working. A final comment, you'll like this, Joe, is love watching you, especially when you argue like a married couple. That never happens.
I know.
That never happens.
The only thing missing was the ceremony.
Yeah, well, that's just, don't forget, I've seen you get married. You haven't seen me get married.
You danced at my wedding, didn't you, mate?
I did, a very sweaty
Very
wedding.
sweaty wedding.
I was a disco diva.
Well, you were the only one sweaty at my wedding. The wedding wasn't exactly sweaty.
Well, it depends how fast. It was when you take it seriously or not. Oh, I've got replay going on. Hang on. Exciting.
Oh, Paul, that was what Paul meant. That's Maya Davis's move down the inside on Ellis Daly.
Holding replays for the gaps.
Paul was talking to me with his eyes. I found that quite disconcerting.
Disconcerting or sexy?
Yes, that's what I mean. That was why I was disconcerted.
Right, you suddenly found yourself transported to Paul's eyes.
Right then. We've got Honda Cadets coming next. So if you thought that that little midfield battle there for third down over was a bit interesting.
Sorry, are you just trying to tell us the weather's awful? Oh, all right, Frank. Can you stop telling us the weather's awful and instead show us the collecting area?
That is... Well, there's no rain forecast, I can assure you.
Well, yeah, but
I'll check my app.
We're in Lincolnshire. Doesn't mean a blind bit of nothing.
I know. Are you about to say something, Nick?
No, you were doing the grid.
Oh, I was about to do
the weather. I influenced your grid.
All right,
so anyway, so we have Honda Cadets.
I was about to do the weather. I'm just getting the weather forecast up. I know Frank is saying it's horrible and the clouds look ominous. However,
they're not hitting us.
We have not got any rain above us until
14,
it's coming. It's getting closer.
Oh, no.
It's getting closer. Right in amongst the finals, we're going to have a few showers, I think.
No.
Yeah. So that's coming later this afternoon. Meanwhile, we've got the Honda Cadet 200s out. Ricky Junior McIntosh was very, very hard to beat, and he will start on pole position with Ralphie Branscombe alongside. Second row is Archie Loveridge and Kevin Ivanov. Third row is Archie Cannon and Ed Spain. We've got current champion and championship leader Ryan White on the number 1 in 7th, with Jaden Patel-Scott doing a cracking job there and inside the top 10 in 8th place there. Be delighted with that. Jane Prakash and Jacob Latherby are on row 5. Row 6 is Ronnie Smart and Riley Blakemore. Dino Rowlands and Ella Dixon are on row 7. Row 8 is Noah Clark and Daniel Barton. And then we've got row 9, Jerry Differsey and Sophie Morris. Finley Thursfield and Jack Wax are on row 10. Row 11 is Ollie Knox with Harley Bradbury Stretton. And then we've got Stanley Gill, Noah Clark, James Pearson, and it's Reggie Differsey that round off this exceptional 26-card grid for the Honda 200s.
Yeah, Jaden Patel-Scott we spoke to, I think, at the second round or third round at Warden Law. When he was like his 5th race ever. And he was right at the back. You know, just goes to show the natural talent the lad's got. He's now moving up into the top 10.
Yeah,
I expect that.
He's progressed all season, hasn't he?
That'll be a meteoric rise, and he'll be at the front in the next couple of races.
Yeah, I think so. maybe
Got to
see
learn.
him moving. Well, he has. I mean, he was talking about being a novice and he was just enjoying it, wasn't he?
Yeah.
He was loving it, wasn't
Hopefully
he?
he's still enjoying it.
Loving this.
Hopefully he's still enjoying it now. It's getting more competitive. Because sometimes that could ruin it, can't it?
Yes, absolutely. So we clear the grid. It's a standing start. The engine revs will rise for this standing start. That is Dan Ashton's horn that you can hear in the background.
Yes, Dan's feeling quite horny at the moment.
That's a clearing the grid horn for Dan. He'll then put up the 5-second board when then he will be in charge of the lights. And the engine revs rise, the lights go on, they go out, and we are racing. And
good start from the 73. I was watching it.
That's Archie Loveridge from row 2 into the first chicane and out of the first chicane. Everybody through, dare I say it? Yes, they are.
They are. Branscom's in second in that pink helmet. Ignore the names on the side at the moment. It's slightly first lap. Oh, that's a 58. Having a right nightmare there at the start of the entire event.
Oh, and a lot of curb being used by the leader. I'm just going to confirm
was Daniel Barton there.
Ricky McIntosh Jr. or Ricky Jr. McIntosh as we've got there.
I'm not sure if it is. I think some of the early ones got just missed being caught by the timing beams, but they have been sorted out officially. It'll all settle itself down and they come across the line in about 10 seconds' time. But it's a beautiful break for the lead. And so it's Branscombe in second in the pink helmet. And he's looking over his shoulder.
It's number 50. That's why I was puzzled by the number. Kevin Ivanov into the lead. Out of the first chicane he led. And he leads Ralphie Branscombe from Archie Loveridge, Paul Mann, Ricky Jr. McIntosh down in fourth with Archie Cannon and Ryan White in fifth and sixth.
And that second and third, it's tried to change, but it didn't happen. Up the inside went Loveridge, but Branscombe just held on and then came back again. Wait, they're taking too much curb. That's too much curb. In fact, but in saying that, I think actually what happened was that Branscombe got nudged.
That's Archie Loveridge.
Loveridge got nudged by Ricky Jr. McIntosh going over the curb. That made it look worse than it was.
Yeah, Ricky McIntosh there getting ahead for just a moment, and then Loveridge coming back at him. That's sorted itself out. This is allowing Ivanov to pull a bit of a gap here. He's pulled 6/10 already. Branscombe's got 3/10 before that battle for third.
Ryan White, our championship leader, currently scored in fifth. Ivanov leading. He's in a three-way tie for third place on 699 points coming into this round with Archie Cannon and Archie Loveridge. So he's up against the Archies. Sugar.
Only people of a certain age know that what.
I just wanted a round of applause for that one. I'm sorry, but
yeah. There's only you applauding, Nick.
Yeah, sometimes I'm too pleased with myself, in fairness.
Yeah. Here we go into Ashton's. That's the second place kart, the pink helmeted Ralphie Branscombe, putting his head down behind the wheel, trying to edge a little bit more speed. Behind him, though, it's Archie Loveridge in the orange and white kart, and then the number 73, that's Ricky Jr. McIntosh. I'm not sure what's happening there.
So what we don't have, interestingly, at the front of this field is either Ryan White or Ed Spain. And Ryan White and Ed Spain are the comprehensive leaders of the championship.
Oh, ahead of McIntosh has gone Loveridge back again.
He's waving him. Is he waving him through or telling him not to go through?
Well, Loveridge is kind of having a conversation with Ricky Jr. McIntosh, and he's kind of like just I think he's saying to him, "Stop fighting and let's catch them. Now that I'm ahead of you, let's catch them."
I think he was making a point there because the previous time it had actually cost both of them time up
Ryan
the inside
White.
of White. So this is saying what I'm saying. White now into fourth place, but they say White and Spain, who are now fourth and seventh, or maybe fourth and sixth, they are the leaders. Ryan White has a 34-point lead coming into this. Ed Spain was 34 further points ahead of the third place man, but both of them have not really shown so far this weekend.
And Ryan White there, that was a lovely opportunist move on the number 33 of Ricky Jr. McIntosh. McIntosh started on the pole. He's dropped down another place now as Ryan White moves up to fourth. He's still on the tail. And there is... He's come back at him, hasn't he?
Yeah, but that never works because White will have the pace into... the second chicane.
They're almost side by side through the second chicane.
But that loses.
Ricky Jr. McIntosh has lost 2 places now to Archie Cannon and Ed Spain. Archie Cannon and Ed Spain could see what was going to happen there when Ricky Jr. McIntosh tried to go around the outside.
Breakdown. Some of the fronts. Some of them just stopped.
Is that
one of the
Branscombe?
leaders? It's one of the leaders in the yellow, so it may be Ivanov. It may be Ivanov has stopped, or red flag. That's why. Well, maybe it's why, but there is a red flag. Oh no, it's not. It's technical. Sorry, it's not technical. Sorry, I've completely apologised. I've completely overreacted because I saw a red, but that was for a technical defect. They're carrying on going. Who broke down? It was Ivanov. Ivanov just broke down. Thought I saw a red flag.
I'm just going to leave you with that one, mate, because you completely confused me.
Right, what happened was in the corner of my eye, there's a red flashing board. It's not. It's
I
a
didn't
technical
know where I
defect.
was there.
Look, that's a technical defect thing, right? So I overreacted, having seen Ivanov break down. But the key point about this, everyone's fine. It's all going, but Ivanov broke down from the lead. There we are. Carry on, Joe. You're the commentator.
Okay. So if you just
deep breath,
if you just cleanse everything that Nick has just said for the last 2 minutes, and then crack on with this race, because I'm totally confused by that whole thing. So
Ivanov broke down.
Ivanov has broken down. Ivanov out of this race after a commanding lead. That's left Archie Loveridge in the not so commanding lead ahead of Ralphie Branscombe. Ryan White in third place, or is he? Yes, he is. He's about to go to second though, as he goes down the inside of Branscombe on the O plate. Branscombe tries to come back, but Ryan White's going to consolidate that championship position if he can finish this race in second place, just behind Archie Loveridge.
Yeah, it's
out of the second chicane now.
It's a good performance from White. He's come back from deep in the field, which he hasn't had to normally do. He's won 3 of the rounds, remember, with a 4th place in the other one, which was the third round, sorry. But just not had the greatest form here. Probably what actually happened, he probably had a really bad initial qualifying session back yesterday morning, which has meant he's been working his way through the field the whole time. But
he had a poor first heat. He had an issue in the first heat.
Yeah, so he
ended up down the order.
So basically now he's showing the pace we've seen all season. Just takes a bit longer to turn up, and he's in second.
He's with Project One this weekend, according to the entry list. So it's currently Zipcart, Project One, first and second, and Archie Cannon.
Yeah, but also in our story so far of Broken Hearts, Kevin Ivanov gets added to that list because he was in a 3-way tie for third, and that's out the window now with a non-score or a bottom score effectively in this one.
Yeah,
and therefore a poor start in the final. So Ivanov's another person who's fallen under mechanical hard luck here at Fulbeck.
It's that kind of day, isn't it? It's quite rare to see that. Change of lead there in the arena. We've got Ryan White, the current Kart Championship champion, leading this Honda 200 battle.
Yeah, it's a great
towards the flag into the final minute.
Yeah, he's come through the field really, really well. I mean, I should never have doubted him, should I really?
Well, he's played a very canny race, actually. He's picked these moments very carefully. It's not over yet, though. Archie Loveridge wants that back. Archie Cannon now ahead of Branscombe, as is Ed Spain up to 4th, Branscombe down to 5th. Ricky Junior McIntosh continues in 6th. Just outside that 6, Riley Blakemore, Ronnie Smart,
lead change.
Patel Scott and Jacob Letherby. That's a lead change
of
considerable order.
Ryan's gone to 4th round that corner, first
Incredible.
to 4th. He must have made a mistake. You can't go to first to 4th just through cornering, surely. He must have been.
Well, he's back up to second almost.
Third.
Back up to third. Branscombe in 4th.
Oh,
so let's see how they cross the line.
That's really disappointing because Ryan White didn't manage to be in second. Didn't manage to be in second place. Oh, he has now. He's now been in all 4 positions in the last 4 corners.
Well, look who it was that took that position from him, Ed Spain, on the number 72. That's the blue cart, the Synergy cart of Ed Spain. These two at the front of the championship order as well.
Archie Cannon's
Conversation's still going on.
Archie Cannon's away. So thank you very much. I'll take that one.
Yeah, that's because the squabbling that's gone on.
I'm loving this one. The cadets obviously had this kind of absolute kind of sign language going on,
There's almost a conversation side by side. Here they come, out of Ashtonson, down towards the arena.
More hand-waving.
Agreements going on, contracts being signed there during this race of let's not fight each other and let's catch the leader. They've got 1 lap to do this. Ryan White's chasing Archie Cannon. That's the second place cart there. Behind him, though, Ed Spain, Ralphie Branscombe, Archie Loveridge, Ricky Junior McIntosh.
Oh, is Ryan going to be able to pick? Cannon got himself a lead.
They're catching him.
Yeah, Cannon didn't really carry much momentum. I think he just over-curbed the first chicane and just lost a bit of momentum. He's still got a couple of kart lengths. His biggest hope, really, is Ed Spain's dropped down I think it may have dropped to fourth, actually.
Well, Ed will not want to sit there. Ed will try and get by Ryan White. So Ryan White, if he,
there he goes.
Unless he tries to get ahead of Archie Cannon, this is time's running out into Ashton's for the last time. We've got a movement there ahead of Branscombe as Archie Loveridge makes the move for fourth.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, first, second, and third stay the same. Into and out of the arena through Beavers, the left-hander, the last corner on the lap. There they are. It's going to finish like that, though, isn't it?
Yeah, great win by Cannon there. He's really done well. There's a lot of more gesticulating going on, more annoyance at the back of the grid. I think that's Ricky Junior McIntosh who's been talked to hand signal wise by every single driver. But it's Ryan White picks up a good second, Ed Spain a good third. So our two championship leaders came through from poor starting positions to get second and third. Archie Loveridge was fourth. It's Ralphie Branscombe in fifth, Ricky Junior McIntosh in sixth. Ronnie Blakemore, he's in seventh. Then it's Ronnie Scott. Jaden Patel Scott is in. Ronnie Smart. Then Jaden Patel Scott. It's Jayan Prakash in 10th. Ella Dixon's 11th. Jacob Letherby is 12th. Ollie Knox is 13th. David Barton is 14th. Dino Rollins is 15th. Then it's Jack Wykes, Noah Clare, Jerry Dafferty, Harley Bradbury, Finley Thursfield, and James Pearson. And the unlucky man in that entire race was Kevin Ivanov, who was leading by a chunky amount and then broke down. It's our third hard luck story in, 5 races?
Incredible.
I've got another hard luck story behind me.
Yeah, we're going to find out. Because, Nick, I'm going to let you go and have a lie down after the red flag debacle of the last one. That totally confused everybody.
Calling me eye.
Including me. I didn't have a clue what he was talking about. We're joined by Eddie Stewart, who's going to give me a hand on calling this next Superheat. It'll be Junior Rotax next. Before we talk about that, though, Eddie Stewart, number 45 in the Junior Primo class. I talked to you this morning, mate, and you weren't very sure whether you'd had a good weekend. I think that Superheat's kind of put the lid on it, hasn't it? You're having a bit of a rotter.
Yeah, quite an unlucky weekend. Started off in practice with a wheel falling off, then continuing pretty well with fastest and second fastest in all the practice sessions. Then when we get to qualifying, get held up in sort of a pack. Can't really back down, can't get a toe. That lost out in there. Then in first heat, front bumper came off and I couldn't turn right because it was clipping my left wheel. Then in Super Heat 2, what happened in Super Heat 2? I'm not entirely sure. But this Super
You've
Heat...
blanked it from your memory already.
Yeah, I'd like to. I don't want to remember this.
Yeah, exactly.
It's just,
let's
move on.
Put this one away, move on.
Yeah. Super Heat 1.
Yeah, this morning.
This session. I got quite an unfair hit from behind. And back bumper came loose. I was dragging along the floor. So I had no rear end, and then I got a technical defect flag.
Right.
So I had to come in after that. And we're hoping for a better Super Heat 2.
All right, because you're going to start, which I thought was you're starting an 8th in the top 10 after all of that drama that you've just described there. Starting 8th for the heat, for the Super Heat. It's you've got to, I suppose, just keep pushing on, haven't you?
Yeah, we got away quite lightly out of yesterday, considering what we had. But I think after an unlucky start to today, we'll be a bit lower down.
Yeah, okay. I mean, but you've just got to put it, like you've just said there, let's put it away and just think about the next one, isn't it? That's what we do in motorsport, isn't it?
Yeah.
Right, what we're going to do now then, we're going to call this Junior Rotax Heat, aren't we? Kasper Tomilewski, he won this championship last year. He's leading the championship. We're going to give them 2 rolling laps. Thanks for that, Dan. So 2 rolling laps for these juniors. And I'm not sure that's because of the weather. We've had a bit of rain spat on the track, Ed, but that hasn't affected the track condition, has it?
No. Well,
you didn't notice,
I only got 1 lap, so...
Yeah, true. Sorry, I'm rubbing it in there, mate, aren't I? Let's have a look at the grid then for the Junior Rotax. After 2 heats yesterday, Tomilewski and Popical, the 2 KMS drivers, sharing the front row with ST Racing's Charlie Very, sharing row 2 with Oliver Pravish from Bradley Shepherd Racing. Row 3 is Braith Murdoch and James Kell. Then we've got Emily Cooper. Look out for the Paddock show. We have a great interview with Emily Cooper, the Emily Cooper, on row 4 with Callum Ghosh. Andrew Dixon, we also talked to him in the Paddock show. He's on a recovery drive after a bit of a bad show yesterday. He's on row 5 with Lewis Sumner. Then we've got Gregor Reed, Lewis Holt. Row 7 is Harry Hurst Grover and Riley Morgan. Max Horlow and Aston Brown share row 8. Row 9 is Aidan McDonald, Elliot Foster. Joshua Jarvis and Leighton Kelly are next on row 10. And then rounding off a 22 kart field is Molly Pugh and Archie Doherty. Seems a tough driver to beat is Tomaszewski, Ed. He's we've seen how yesterday Marcel Popical, who starts alongside him, actually beat him in one of the heats. It was a bit of a KMS domination yesterday. And then Charlie Very on that yellow and blue kart. He was trying to spoil their party. I mean, Charlie won the last round at Rowra. When you get into a bit of a rhythm like Tomaszewski is, I suppose that's going to make you hard to beat because you've got so much confidence.
Yeah, you've got so much confidence with your car and your teammates, especially the ones alongside you, that you almost feel like you can go faster and more brake a bit later, and your teammates aren't going to try and overtake you and cut you off, rather than some drivers and their teammates would do that.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, we've seen that. Here we go then, Ed. We're about to get things underway. We're into Beavers. Let's see if they please Dan Ashton with their starting pace. They do indeed. We get things underway and down towards the first chicane. It's a bit of a crowded first chicane, that, Eddie. What's it like? It looks chaotic from here.
I've only got through there cleanly once.
Really?
Yeah, 2 other times I had a nose cone and been punted off, but relatively clean, and they all look pretty clean through there.
Oh,
and that's an overtake.
Yeah, who is that? I'm trying to see the numbers as they...
KMS have lost out massively.
That's Oliver Pravicius.
And Popical around the inside.
Yeah, Popical trying down the inside. Charlie Very getting involved with I think is that a three-way KMS? 1, 2, 3 now. We'll find out. That's Tomaszewski in third. Charlie Very fourth. I think that is...
Oliver Fabricius.
It's Popical. Fabricius did get into the lead at Ashton's, but Popical got it back. So we've got KMS 1, 2 and 3 with Popical, Fabricius, Tomaszewski, Charlie Very, James Kelbrith, Murdoch, Emily Cooper. Up to 7th, Andrew Dixon continuing on his recovery drive as well. So 4 karts is that? 4 kart, might as well call that 6, Ed. 6 kart train there for the top places.
There is. Marcel seems to have pulled out a small gap as Tomaszewski goes down the inside on Fabricius. And he's through, and it's still a 1-2-3 for KMS, but Charlie Very looks fast on the back of Fabricius.
Yeah, a little bit of an inadvertent nudge there. That's not deliberate there, that nudge we saw there, Ed, is it?
No.
Sometimes you just can't help it.
Yeah, you can't help but give a little nudge. If you're carrying more speed in the toe, you just do it.
Down towards the hook, and then they'll turn around and come back towards us. Here they come, back towards the paddock area. Popical, bit of a commanding lead that he's got. I say that, Ed, there's about 2 or 3 karts lengths, but that is a commanding lead at this level, isn't it?
It is, yes. And if anything, Kasper Tomaszewski has pulled, well, he did pull a small gap to Fabricius.
Yeah, beginning to string out a little bit now, aren't they?
They aren't as close as they were the previous lap, but the race is getting on.
Out of Beavers and towards the first chicane. Into and out of the first chicane and on towards the hook. Popical and Tomaszewski, Fabricius, Charlie Very, James Kelbrith, Murdoch, Andrew Dixon ahead now of Emily Cooper. Emily back down to 8th. And now Tomaszewski comes back at him, Ed.
Tomaszewski has caught up, and they've both gapped Fabricius. And is Tomaszewski going to have a look into...
Oh, we've got an incident.
That's a big crash.
Yeah, what's
bit
that?
Bit of debris.
What's that come off?
Is that a chain guard?
I couldn't tell what that was, but we had one of the karts go around. I'm going to check. As they come through the final turn, we've got Popical, Tomaszewski, Very, Kell. That was Oliver Fabricius who spun coming out of Ashton's.
He was looking fast. Is that damage for Charlie Very? He was sideways almost through there.
Where's he gone? Where's Very gone?
Very still there. Looks like he has damage.
Ah, yes, Very is there. So was that...
That's another one. Big crash. There's two off.
Oh, and I think that's two. Is that 2-1-4, Braith Murdoch? It looks like Braith Murdoch, another KMS driver, and his hands go in the air. I'm not quite sure what happened, Ed, there. It was complete.
Battenberg flag.
Right, Ed, I'll leave you to explain what that means.
The Battenberg is basically a safety car without the car. You have to slow down to pace that isn't your racing pace and stay in a single file line until the lights go out again for green.
Are you allowed to close up?
Yeah, you're allowed to close up to the car in front.
Right, so the leader becomes a safety car?
Yeah, the leader becomes a safety car.
Effectively, and then controls the pace?
Yeah.
And is it a similar pace to like a pace lap?
Yeah, it is, yeah.
Right. How effective is weaving like that? So they've slowed the pace down. Drivers immediately become worried about tyre temp. Is it really that important, Eddie?
Yeah, it's very important, tyre temperature. So you see they're all almost side to side trying to warm the tyres up. Because if they're not warm, you're going to get a bad start into turn 1, especially when you're not using the chicane. It's tyre warmth is really key for the first lap.
So we've got the Battenberg flag because it looks a bit like a Battenberg cake. That's why we affectionately call that. I know it's got an official. Do you know what the official name is for that flag in the Burberg?
Battenberg? No?
No, it's got an official name and I can't remember it. Everybody calls it the Battenberg. You say the Battenberg and everybody knows what we mean. We mean we're under what we consider in other forms of car racing as a virtual safety car, where the leader will slow the pace, control the field, while we recover the carts that have gone off. We can make a check. Charlie Very, you were spot on, Eddie. Charlie Very has pulled in. He's gone into the pits, and that's going to cost him points for the final. He's been one of our front runners. This is now allowing Marcel Popperkull in the lead from Kasper Tomilewski in second to perhaps, and we're still under Battenberg.
Still under Battenberg conditions. Charlie Very is now going to drop down to 20 seconds because he's out of the race.
Yeah.
And Marcel Popperkull in 6th in the championship could catch up to him even more.
Well, he'll stay in 20th because these two guys are out as well. Braith Murdoch and Archie Doherty are out as well.
He'll lose a ton of points, as he did as well yesterday.
Yeah, he is. That's going to put him down the grid, isn't it, for the final?
Yeah.
Right then. Marcel Popperkull choosing not to weave around and keep heat into the tyres. I'm looking across to my right, which is the Start Gantry. The Battenberg still flies with just over a minute remaining.
They're going to run out of time.
Well, I think, we'll go green, Ed. We've gone green. I thought we had. Just tell by the body language of Dan Ashton. Popperkull into the first chicane.
From Popperkull, from Tomilewski. They look clean through there. They are, but that pack that was behind those two KMS drivers have closed up massively. So that's worked a delight for James Kell and Andrew Dixon.
Yeah, that's worked out massively, hasn't it? So it's KMS and X-Kart. That's the Kart Championship rivalry that we have, the inter-team rivalry in Junior Rotax. It always seems to be these two teams at the front of this Junior Rotax pack. And if anything, Ed, Popperkull looking, I'm not going to say comfortable, because you can never be comfortable with Tomilewski behind you.
Is Tomilewski doing a bit of team orders here and helping his teammate? Because he just needs to finish to win the championship. And Marcel can still make places in the championship if he wins.
Do you think he's thinking championship? There's no point in trying to move and risk this second place?
I think Tomilewski will, but he will want to win, I think.
Yeah.
Every driver wants to win.
Yeah, certainly at this karting level.
Yeah.
It's quite straightforward. It's a bit like football. Get the ball, keep the ball. In karting, it's get ahead, stay ahead. Here we go, Ed. We're into the last lap board, this time out of the arena and through Beavers. And Popperkull will take the last lap board now.
Tomilewski looks like he's closer to Popperkull than he was before the Battenberg. But yeah, again, he's still got James Kell there, so Tomilewski can't exactly relax. He's going to try to go on the inside of Popperkull. But look at James Kell, he's all over him. Yeah,
he's looking over his shoulder as well. He's aware that James Kell is there. James Kell slides a little bit wide into the second chicane, and he's got Andrew Dixon And Emily Cooper now right on the bumper of Andrew Dixon.
I think that will stand as it currently is from the front two.
Behind the front two, though, Eddie, there's all sorts of stuff kicking off there.
And that's an overtake.
Yeah, we've got an overtake. I'm not even going to guess who that is as we got the checkered flag, Ed.
Marcel Popical wins in junior Rotax for the second time this weekend. Kasper Tomalaski second again this weekend. James Kell, Andrew Dixon, Emily Cooper and Callum Gosh in sixth. Oliver Fabricus, Lewis Holt, Riley Morgan, Lewis Summoner and Aidan McDonald in top 11.
That rounds off the first round of super heats then, everybody. We are out next with our Mighties. Eddie, I really appreciate you popping up there and giving us a bit of insight again. Best of luck with the rest of your day, mate. Keep your head up. What are you doing after you finish the Kart Championship? What's your karting going to consist of?
We're not sure. We might do some stuff over the winter, and then we'll just do some stuff next year as well.
Well, you've got the Kart Championship Winter Series, haven't you?
Yes, we do.
Why wouldn't you? Let's have a look at the calendar for that. We have got Wilton Mill, Warden Law. Why wouldn't you want to come to the North East, eh? Especially in November, right on the North Sea. That's where you feel that fresh air in your lungs. And then we're going to Three Sisters in December. That's a nice little 3-round championship, that.
Yeah.
Are you? How old are you now, Ed?
I'm 12.
Ah, right. So you've still got at least a couple of seasons left in Primo, haven't you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Have you enjoyed the junior Primo class?
I haven't until now.
Put this weekend aside, overall, looking back at the championship, I know you still got 2 races to go, but how have you enjoyed being part of the Kart Championship?
Yeah, it's been good. It's been an enjoyable season. It's been close all year. We started off quite badly in Wilton Mill, a bit rusty going in because we hadn't been out all winter. But it's picked up towards the end now.
Yeah, you've always found somebody to race with, haven't you?
Yeah.
That's the thing in karting. You find someone to race. It's not always about being at the front. It's about some of the best races I ever had were for like 10th and 15th. As long as you've got somebody to battle with. Ed, thank you very much, mate. I wish you the very best. It can only get better this afternoon.
Yeah.
Because it can't get any worse, you know?
Yeah,
and you're starting 8, so...
Going all in, all out.
Absolutely, son. Absolutely. Thank you, Eddie Stewart. I'll
Thanks,
just take the headset off you. Thank you for bringing them up, Laura. And best of luck. You're very close, Laura, if you've got any cake down there.
Cake.
Yeah. They're just down underneath us, aren't
they? You know I love a bit of cake.
Yeah, we know you.
I enjoyed that rest when I went right down the other end of the track and back
again.
Yeah,
I know. You did. Look, I want to create the perception that you were lying down on a camper bed at the back of the box. I don't want the truth to come out that you were running around dealing with technicals.
400 yards of walking.
Yeah.
Paul and I have been discussing the wonderful world of RF reception.
Yeah,
it's great.
Yes,
it's great. It's.
We'll talk about this later.
It's brilliant.
We'll have our technical debrief.
Oh, it's fine. It's just you sit there going. I don't know. It's like the whole thing's on like a sort of frequency balance, trying to get the whole thing balanced rather than by whoa. It's like juggling. It's like you're juggling with 9 balls. And if anyone takes one of them away, something goes wrong. But it's a different
for no
time.
Discernible reason, though.
Exactly.
There's no technical reason. There's no the air's changed in texture or.
Perhaps they were designed by the same people who set up the Bambino carbs.
Yes. For no reason whatsoever.
Frank insists on showing us the weather looks awful. Frank, we know the weather looks awful.
Thanks, Frank. That's British summertime, I'll have you, everybody.
Yeah.
If you are watching anywhere else in the world than the UK, you will have a different coloured sky to this. But this is British summertime, the height of British summertime.
Marvellous. What's next? Oh, we've gone round again. Oh, we need to put the other thing on. Might E Bambino. Oh, you should read that. It's written down separately.
Let's have a look at the grid then. It's the same grid that we will see, what we saw earlier for Superheat 1, as the grid remains the same. Remember, the results from the Superheats form the grid for the final, the all-important final going forward. So we've got Henry Hills once again on the front row with Ralph Martin. I say that right, Ralph Martin.
Not Rafe Martin.
Not Rafe Martin, Ralph Martin. Second row is Heath Smith and Oliver Woodall. Third row, Jack Swan, Jensen James Williams. Row 4 is Jack Harper and Junior Wright. Then we've got Nico Mohan and Maximilian Mikalski. Row 6, Freddie Dye and Freddie Purnell. Row 7, Frank Pearson, Alfie Hennell. Arthur Thompson and Etienne Gardner are on row 8. Row 9 is Team Upton, Summer and Ollie Upton sharing row 9. Row 10, Oliver Yap and Hadley Jarvis. Arthur Bath and Christian Doshi round off the 22 kart electric field. Mighty Bambinos, I think, has been a success story, Nick, this year.
It has, yep.
It has been a mighty success story.
It has been a mighty success story. Very good.
See what I did there?
I was
Johnny
impressed by that,
Stinson and his crew.
Well, he's about to have a Mighty Cadet when he gets
hopefully,
homologated.
Yeah, and the biggest thing is the fact that the Paddock like them. It's all about your kid on the kart, your kid going round and round the track. Hey, look at this, Nick. Look at this. That is an abundance of cake. That's going to go over there for lunchtime. That is fabulous.
Take my cake away from me.
Did Laura make that herself?
No, it's from Costco. I recognise the plastic.
Laura made that herself. She's been baking in our caravan.
Baking all the way from wherever it was, yeah.
I'm licking cream off my fingers now.
No one wants to know about your hobbies.
Yeah. We're not having any, mate, we'd be high as a kite on that amount of sugar in there.
Can you imagine how it would change things?
Right, we've got the karts forming up on the grid. It'll be a standing start. There will be the lights controlled by Dan Ashton, and then he will release the lights and the field will head towards the first chicane in a crescendo of electric motor noise, which isn't as high revved. That's the clear the grid horn. Clear grid is the signal. We get all of our parents, mechanics, helpers and staff off the grid. When the grid is cleared, should see a green flag, or will Dan be happy with that? The 5-second board will go up. We'll then see the red lights appear. We have got a cleared grid just making their way under the gate. The 5-second board goes up, so we're about to go red. The red lights go on, the red lights go off, and we are racing. And these electric sounding karts fly off the grid, and that's Henry Hills.
Got ahead of Ralph Martin into the chicane for the first time.
Henry, we heard. We've got a spinner at the back. Oh, finding it very hard, yeah. Pirouetting.
That's the 47, I think that was.
Yeah, that is the 47, Arthur Thompson.
Oh, yes.
Some
of these numbers are hard to read, so it's difficult to know.
Yeah, lead battle, though, as ever. Normal service has been resumed with Henry Hills and Ralph Martin battling it out, duking it out at the front. That's Heath Smith in the yellow and orange nose cone in third now. And who is that in fourth? We'll confirm all this when they come underneath us, but that's a massively wide line, keeping that momentum nicely up on that with that electric motor spinning up. You're a bit of an expert on electric motors, Nick.
I am. I've raced electric motors since 1980.
You have, yeah. Not karts, though.
No.
RC.
Yeah.
And that's the same technology, fundamentally.
It is now, yeah. With the modern brushless motors, but with the electric speed controls, exactly the same concepts, yeah. Mm-hmm. Just a bit bigger batteries, bigger motors. In the RC world, we've got cars with motors way smaller than a coffee cup that are doing 90 miles an hour.
Yeah, incredible. That's actual speed.
In an 80 metre straight.
That's an actual speed.
0 to 70 in about a second.
Well, there's certainly work in the world of Bambino karting as we've got the leaders side by side through the kink towards the second chicane, and Henry Hills just sits there as calm as you want, as does Ralph Martin, who will continue to hound Henry behind them in that third place battle. Heath Smith is keeping the rest of the field behind him. Heath Smith on that orange and yellow nose cone. Behind him, Oliver Woodall. Queuing up, they are. Oliver Woodall, Jack Swan, Jensen James Williams, Jack Harper. I think that's Junior Wright in 8th place as well. Mm-hmm. But that's a lovely train of karts for 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th. 9th place driver, Junior Wright.
Top two away. Now, for those of you wondering how, we were talking before about the finickiness of the petrol-powered Bambinos, needing their two-stroke Bambinos, needing their jets. How is this guaranteed to be completely even? Well, basically, you've got electric motors. And electric motors have no frictional parts. A brushless motor has nothing that touches anything else. So it's all done by magnetic impulsing. So that doesn't wear out.
Change your lead.
And you get a change of lead. It's not going to last, though.
No, Henry Hill's coming back on him.
Effectively, you then have voltage coming in from the battery, which you then go through speed control, but you haven't got to give all the voltage to the battery. You can actually to the motor, so you can actually say, well, I'm only going to give this amount of voltage. So you always get the same amount of voltage from the battery because you aren't taking the maximum out of it. You limit the amount of wattage you can go through, so the engine's always getting the same amount of power, and every single engine is getting the same amount of power, and you can balance them all. And
that's a balance of performance, isn't it?
It's a complete evening because it's everyone has exactly the same motive power. Now, obviously, at that point, it's what the little lad or little lass can do with it, and also there are the usual setup parameters on a car. Tow. They don't think these have camber.
Tyre pressures.
I'm not sure these have camber, do they? I think
I'm not sure they
basic
do.
Front ends.
Fixed. Once again, we're side by side.
So it becomes a very even class because you are the main thing that always differentiates any sort of motorsport that isn't fully aero is just about the engines, isn't it?
Yeah,
engines
certainly.
and tyres, and you've got controlled tyres.
That's the main difference between the C50 petrol engine Bambinos and the electric Bambinos. The same drivers, though, at the front of the field. Henry Hills and Ralph Martin leading the way. Henry Hills pulling a bit of a cushion behind them. Heath Smith's got a bit of a cushion now before Freddie Purnell's made himself, gotten himself up to 4th. Jack Swong 5th. Oliver Woodall 6th. Jensen James Williams 7th. Jack Harper, Junior Wright, still in 9th. As the train of karts continue through.
Much more exciting behind the first two, where they're trying 7 or 8 different lines.
They
come into the first chicane. But this is what it's all about. Bambino karting should be just fun and should be, the kids should not really. It's like we were talking earlier with Mrs. B about hiding vegetables in a spaghetti.
In a brownie.
Yeah, what you're effectively doing.
Oh no, it was spaghetti she was talking about.
What you're effectively you're hiding their learning experience behind all the fun, and they're all learning every single lap.
That could become part of our Karting Live Kart Championship broadcast. Mrs. B recipes.
Mrs. Beaver's hiding vegetables.
Mrs. Beavy's recipes on hiding vegetables to keep your kids strong, get their vitamins.
Yeah, there we are. You see, I think that's got as much. That's
got to be a lunchtime.
It's got as much legs as the rest of the rubbish we talk about.
Absolutely. Here we go then. Inside of 3 minutes then for the second of the superheats. It's been the Henry Hills and Ralph Martin show. Behind them, though, some great racing from Heath Smith, Freddie Purnell, Jack Swong, Oliver Woodall. They cross the line now, completing 5 laps. Jack Harper in 7th, Jensen Jim Williams in 8th, 9th is Junior Wright, 10th Maximilian Mikalski, just outside the top 10, Nico Mohan, Freddie Dye, Alfie Hennell, Eddie and Gardner, Frank Pearson. The Uptons are together in 16th and 17th, absolutely nose to tail. Ollie Upton ahead of his sister Summer. Arthur Thompson in 18th, Christian Doshi, Hadley Jarvis, Oliver Yap, and Arthur Bath. Where is Arthur? Arthur coming through, is he? Or has he gone out? No, here he comes. Arthur Bath just crossing the line underneath us now to complete his 5th lap.
As soon as he gets about 60 miles further south, he's known as Arthur Bath.
Yes. Yes. I don't know where Arthur's from, actually. Might be Arthur Bath.
Might be Arthur
or
Bath.
Arthur Bath.
Who knows?
But I'm from the north, so it's Bath.
Well, about 4 corners ago, Ralph Martin was right on the rear bumper of Henry
He
Howard,
was,
but he's
yeah.
kind of lost it all during the run through from Ashton's and the arena section. I think he's getting. It looks like he's got fixed gearing, haven't they?
Yeah.
So he almost looks like he had more straight line speed.
Look at this for third, though. Side by side towards the first chicane. And a change for third as Heath Smith has to give in to Freddie Purnell. Purnell just sat there on the inside and duked it out into and out of the hook. And Freddie Purnell on the number 33 has waited and been patient. And with just over a minute, can he stay in that third place? Can he stay? Heath Smith coming back at him, and then behind Heath Smith, Jack Swong there in the blue cart with the white helmet. Just look at these youngsters battling it out towards changing positions in kind of like a very controlled style, though, haven't they? They don't do anything rash. It's very controlled, very calculated. And look at Purnell hanging on to that third place now in fine style, keeping Heath Smith behind him. Jack Swong looking for a way by as well. And then behind Jack Swong, Oliver Woodall, Jack Harper, Jensen Jim Williams and Junior Wright there. Oh, and there's they've come back together, Nick.
Yeah.
I think we had a change. I think we had a challenge from Ralph Martin. But Henry Hills, again, just being calm and collected.
He lost it on the last corner last time, didn't he?
I'm not sure what happened,
So he went a bit wide and then in came Ralph.
We were too busy watching that pack, weren't we?
And then they're back together. And it's another look around the outside. Ralph's going to try and go get. You can get enough speed to get the inside into.
We've not seen that. We've not seen the Bambinos do that, Nick, because it's very fast through there.
Got the braking. They haven't got a brake really, have they?
It will be the one lap to go board next time by as they're into the arena for the penultimate time. Into the right-hander, into the next right-hander, which is a sweeping right-hander, then into a sweeping left. Lovely finish to the lap here at Fulbeck. That's Beavers. And then across the line, 1 lap to go. So, time running out for Ralph Martin. Henry Hills. In that blue liveried cart, leads out of the first chicane. They've got Arthur Bath up ahead of them. Now, Arthur is usually heads up and has been in the past and kept well out of the way of the leaders. Out of the hook and towards the second chicane. Where's he going to do it, though, Nick? He's running out of places to go, isn't he?
Yeah, there's been an accident, an incident on the first chicane as well. That'll send some drivers down towards the bottom. Bath looking behind him. And he sticks the inside to... Oh, but it's caused the confusion.
That's caused massive confusion.
Oh, dear, oh, dear, oh, dear. That's just bad luck.
Henry Hills went around the outside of Arthur Bath, who just kept to his line.
Yep.
That had nothing to do with Arthur. And this has allowed Ralph Martin to get into the lead. And he will lead through Beavers for the last time and head towards the checkered flag. So the back markers did come into play as Henry Hills will be getting a bit of instruction on how to deal with back markers, no doubt, from Harry Wainwright. There it was, just ran out of road, didn't he?
Yeah, it's unlucky. That's just unlucky. That's one of those. It's no one's fault. It's just unlucky. Obviously Henry's going to be upset about that, but it's just bad luck. You know, I don't think you could blame Arthur for that, and you certainly couldn't really blame Henry for it either. I think it's one of those things. You know, I think he was a little bit unsighted. He went a little bit wide, and I think he also he had it up on the inside with Ralph Martin, and he just ran out of road. Just bad luck. Very, very bad. Sometimes, you know, it's no one's fault.
Yeah, I know.
Sometimes it's just bad luck.
I know. If only society would follow that line. Yeah. So Ralph Martin takes the win. Henry Hill second. Heath Smith is in third. Jack Swong fourth. Jack Harper fifth. Oliver Woodall dropped down to sixth there, I think. Junior Wright seventh, ahead of Freddie Purnell. Freddie Purnell, who was third, ended up in eighth, Nick. So while we watched the leaders there on that last couple of laps, all hell was breaking loose behind them.
A couple of guys spun on the last lap.
That's right, we did see that, yeah. So Jensen James Williams, 9th, Nico Mohan, 10th. Then we have Alfie Hennell, Freddie Dye, Frank Pearson, Etienne Gardner. Ollie Upton up into 15th, ahead of Christian Doshi, Arthur Thompson, Summer Upton 18th, Oliver Yap, Hadley Jarvis, Maximilian Mikalski, and Arthur Bath finishing in 22nd. Intermax next for their second superheat. Let's just remind ourselves of the grid for the Intermax superheat number 2. Jay Plowman for ST Racing, of course. He's been the driver to beat, hasn't he? And if we remind ourselves just how the first superheat went, it was JJ Plowman who took the win. And remember, Max Gilman. Now, Max Gilman, Heat 2 on Saturday, he didn't get away from the dummy grid because he'd flooded the engine. That's why Max has been coming back through the order. Now, Max starting this second superheat on the second row of the grid, so not too disadvantaged by that. Start at the back in Heat 2. JJ Plowman on the front row then, Jensen Sale alongside, Max Gilman and Jensen Walker. Keep an eye on Max Gilman because he made the jump from that second row and he got right onto the tail of JJ Plowman from the very start, from the very outset. Jensen Walker alongside on the second row, Noah Jepson and Harvey Bacon on row 3. Fraser Anderson and James Fabricus are on row 4. Row 5 is Sandro Kemp and Jackson Hilton. Zach Hunt and Hugo McCluskey on pretty much his first weekend on the Intermax. And then on row 7, we've got Jack Moss and Eli Rideout. They are your drivers on the grid for Intermax. The Intermax Championship looks like a fight between Max Gilman, Jensen Sale, JJ Plowman. And that's pretty much the drivers who we have at the front of the field. So it's a championship battle going on all day long to gather points towards the championship. And I'm not even going to hazard a guess.
Go on, hazard one.
Oh, no way, because there's still a lot of racing to go. We've got this superheat with a maximum of 60 points is the maximum haul that you can take from the superheats. And then we've got 100 points up for grabs in the final. So it's all important. And this is what these drivers have got to think about. They've got to think about, discretion being the better part of valour sometimes and just finishing in third rather than having to go for second and ending up last. Here we go then. JJ Plowman off towards the first chicane. The bright yellow and blue livery of ST Racing leads into another chicane. We've got an accident there though, Nick.
Yeah, that was trying to get going again, but it was hooked round with the cars at the back there, and I think then the second car was trying to avoid him. As they come in, about midway down, there we go. Oh, again, goes over the back. He went over the back, and I think it looked like he just touched the helmet of the other guy.
He got hit in the shoulder, didn't he? The cart went over the back of a cart, and I'm hoping I could not tell who that driver was. I think if he's your driver, you would probably be able to tell me who that was. But that could have been very naughty.
Hopefully he's okay. I mean, he may have got a bruise, but I'm sure they'll carry. I'm sure what will happen is he or she will get to the end of the race and it'll be fine, and then go, ow!
Yeah. Plowman, Gilman, Sale, Harvey Bacon, Jim Fabricius, Zach Hunt, Noah Jepson, Jackson Hilton, Hugo McCluskey up to 9th, Sandro Kemp, Jack Moss up to 11th. Everybody still continued, even after that little contretemps in the chicane. The rest of the field coming through. That blue cart there, we're just going to see who that is. We've got the number 127, Jackson Hilton.
That's the 121, that one. That's Noah Jepson.
Yeah, Noah Jepson in 7th. That's the 7th place cart there. And then the number 127, the novice plates. That's the black number plate with the white numbers. That denotes a novice driver. Fabricius ahead of Harvey Bacon for 4th now. The top 3 stay the same, though. The 3 leaders remain the same. JJ Plowman, Max Gilman, Jensen Sale. Jensen Sale, though, is the fastest kart on the track at the moment. Fastest lap of the race there, 47.72.
That's 161 coming up the inside, the 143. So that's right at the back. That's 13th and 12th changing positions.
Yeah, that's Fraser Anderson ahead of Jack Moss.
A little bit of a break there for Plowman. It's kind of all eased out, isn't it, in this particular Intermax race? There's kind of a little bit of a gap. 1, 2 and 3 have got a little bit of a gap, more of a bigger gap into Fabricus in 4th and Harvey Bacon in 5th. And we have what's commonly known as a procession. As I watch them go underneath me and underneath the timing tower. And they are all very evenly spread out, Joe.
We've got a bit of a stalemate being developing. I think Max Gilman there, fastest lap of the race so far, 47.43. He's only 400ths of a second slower than JJ Plowman. Sorry, faster than JJ Plowman. So he did pull a little bit of a gap back.
He's pulled a little bit more in the last couple. He's obviously decided at this point, 4 laps in, that he's really going to start going for it.
Well, on the 4th lap, tyres beginning to get where the drivers like them. So maximising there. 5 minutes remaining, so still plenty of time for Gilman, who came into this round leading the championship on 756 points. Jensen Sale in 2nd place. Jensen Sale's our 3rd place driver, 2nd in the championship on 732. And then JJ Plowman on 704. And there's no question there, with another fastest lap from Max Gilman, he's catching the leader.
Yeah, right behind him now. Not a chance to move at this point through the second chicane. But they'll come sweeping left-handed through the elbow, and then they come into Ashton's, where if you're closer, you can make a dive up the inside there. We've seen that a few times. Now round underneath Frank's podium, where he's filming from, he sweeps underneath him, and then he turns into this arena section, which isn't as dark as that. It's not subtly in shade.
Why is it dark like that?
It's just the camera.
Is it because it's pointing at the sky?
No, there'll be a lunchtime situation with that one.
Yeah. Can we change it?
I'll have a lunchtime situation with that.
Yeah. Okay.
I'll fiddle with it.
Oh, I see. It's aperture, is it? Oh, Gilman gets a little bit sideways off the exit curbing at the first chicane. That's going to disadvantage him slowly. or slightly, I should say, slowly. I don't know why I said that.
Well, it make him slowly,
yeah. That's what's probably going on in my head. He is catching JJ Plowman, and we are pretty much together now. That is very, very close. It will still take a mistake from Plowman for Gilman to get past. However, Gilman continues to get towards that rear bumper of the ST Racing driver. I know that Gilman's showing Thule Motorsport all over his kart and overalls. He's down as a privateer and getting into the slipstream now. Bit of a lonely race for Jensen Seal in third. Bit of a lonely race for James Fabricius in fourth. Harvey Bacon and Noah Jepson fifth and sixth. Still no change all the way down the order.
Well, I'm right on his tail now. Matt Gilman now, he's going to look, no, he was having to think about it going into the second chicane. So Gilman, certainly quick during that first part of the track. And now they sweep on towards Ashton's, not quite ready for the undercut. Yeah, I mean, he's got 3 or 4 laps to go. You can't go slightly. If you feel you've got the pace, do you take it now? Do you wait to the last lap?
Who's in ninth, Nick?
Sandro, Kemp.
Not Sandro.
Sandro. Sand, as in what you find in the beach.
Like I see it.
Like in the beach.
Yeah, Sandro.
Hello, Sandro.
That's who. That was
the lad
you were telling off, didn't you, last night?
Said, it's not you, it's the other one. I went, I'm the other one. I was being cameraman, so no one knew.
Yeah, absolutely. Here we go then, Gilman lining up with momentum out of the hook, down towards the second chicane. And this is as close as Gilman has been with 2 minutes remaining. It's that 2-minute bell again, Nick. That's the warning bell, isn't it? We get to 2 minutes and everybody starts changing their demeanour, changes, their body language on track changes, because time is running out to do anything about the cart ahead of you.
Yeah, Plowman just seems to be put a bit of a spurt on there. I know it's a visual acceleration. Right, he's going to come through Beavers now and down across the line. So we're going to cut across the line with 4 laps to go, I think. And off he goes, and the gap currently is 0.25 of a second.
Well, it was 0.1 the last time.
Yeah, he just seemed to get a little bit of a better drive out of Ashton's that last time round. Gilman has been quick round this section. There's controlled oversteer there from Plowman.
Yeah, you see that. That was beautiful. Beautiful there. It didn't slow him down as well. Just a little bit of oversteer, opposite lock all the way through the hook. And he just held on to it. Absolutely beautifully balanced kart there from ST Racing for JJ Plowman. But Max Gilman, he's still there. You know what? Plowman has showed a massive composure all weekend at the front of this field.
Well, I think he's eked another 1/10 of a second out, doesn't he? It was 0.25. My guess is it might be a little bit further now. Let's see if I'm right. And I am right. It's 0.32. So
he's very good through the arena. He's very good through the arena. He's Gilman over the course of the lap. Here we go.
Yeah,
Has he got
they're going to get
more oversteer?
They're going to get 2 more on this one as well.
Yeah, they are. Absolutely.
They're across the line, just a couple of seconds to go. But in fairness, Plowman is eking out, with the definition of eking, he is eking out 100th by 100th of a second that lead. He's
the first driver into the 46-second lap times, 46.94 for Plowman. So he has responded to the advances of Gilman. And Gilman now struggling to stay on terms, I would say.
Yeah,
he's not quite got the pace, has he?
Now, isn't it? It's going to go up another 10th or so, I would think.
No, 3.6.
0.400. So, well,
yeah.
It was a bit more, though. I was right at that part.
Yeah, you were. Slightly more.
So 2 laps to go. They cross the line with 7 seconds left of regulation 8-minute time. So they get to complete this lap and then one more, 8 minutes plus 1 lap, and that's not at the 8th minute. The lap you cross the line after the 8th minute. That's right, isn't it? You're laughing at. I haven't told you I was laughing at you yet earlier, have I yet?
I know. Here we go then, towards that last lap board.
Lunchtime debrief about what the stupid things we've done and we've noticed of each other.
Last lap board for these drivers coming up, and it's JJ Plowman showing such composure at the front of this field. Beautiful drive from both of these drivers. They are in championship contention. Max Gilman, he's got a solid second place behind Plowman, and if anything, Plowman's points haul back to Gilman will be only slight. And there's a look at that, beautifully controlled oversteer, mid to exit on the hook, down towards the second chicane for the last time. Then this will put JJ Plowman on pole position for the all-important final. And if he continues in this fin, unless Gilman and his team can find something in the handling or the engine in, may change the sprocket or whatever, but they are maximised at the front, optimised at the front, these two.
The good news for Gilmour is he follows Plowman home in the final. He will still
win the championship.
Yeah.
Checkered flag then for JJ Plowman, who takes the win from Max Gilman. Jensen Sale a lonely third, an equally lonely fourth for James Fabricius. Harvey Bacon fifth with George Jepson right there with him, absolutely on his tail in sixth. Jensen Walker seventh, Jackson Hilton eighth, Fraser Anderson ninth, Sandro Kemp is 10th, Hugo McCluskey is 11th, Eli Rideout 12th, and then it was Jack Moss and Zach Hunt rounding off the 14 kart field. We stay with the Rotax classes going forward, and it will be Micromax next. Nick will remind ourselves who won the Micromax first heat. This is of course the Alfie Mayer and Logan Rolfe show.
Ah, yes, of course.
And Alfie Mayer took the win for Zip Kart Factory team ahead of the Synergy Factory race team of Logan Rolfe. Buddy Hugo was third, Carter Jackson fourth, a very fine fifth for Under Motorsports Sebastian Crawford, and LBJ Stubbs sixth, Lewis Kokotti seventh. Freddie Blackshaw will be happy with an eighth, I think. He's here with his dad Will, who's got a lot of karting experience. See Freddie doing well in the final and this next super final, no doubt. Jack Mellon, Ruben Sagu, that was the top 10 for the first of our super heats. The grid for the second super heat is exactly the same as they started the first super heat, because it was all defined by the results of the heats. Before we have a look at the grid, just to remind everybody that the Kart Championship rounds off its season here this afternoon. However, 2024 isn't over, as we've got a 3-round winter series coming later on in the year. Kicks off at Wilton Mill on the 28th and 29th of September. We then go to Warden Law in November, middle of November, for the second round of the winter series at Warden Law, and then 7th and 8th of December, just a few weeks from Christmas, can't believe I'm even saying that, we go to Three Sisters in the northwest of England, and each and every one of those 3 rounds will be brought to you live and direct on Karting Live TV.
It will, and the December one will be brought to you by some very cold cameramen.
I don't know, November at Warden Law is not exactly going to be a tea party, is it?
Yeah, so what we will set up a competition for is who will get the most frostbite, and we'll give you a list of camera people.
It's just about the wrong clause.
Yeah, well, given the fact that the 3 out of 4 of our regular camera, 3 out of 5 of our regular cameramen have previous to having the wrong clothes.
Yes.
That would be Lester, currently, who had no clothes at the last event. Paul, who's often only wearing a leather jacket in subtropical temperatures. And Martin, who's not here yet, who wore his raincoat on the wrong side of his jacket and soaked himself. Anyway, so yeah, if you can suggest ways in which our cameraman can dress correctly, that'll be great. But yes, that kicks off at Wilton Mill in September the what?
20th, 29th.
20th, that's what, 9 days? 28th and 29th.
28th, 29th of September.
You swallowed that with your foreign accent. Like I said, that's 20th.
28th.
Saying it slowly now, I can understand it.
I'll speak slower for you, mate.
Could you speak Southern, please?
No, I've tried. It doesn't sound right.
Oh dear, I can't wait to tell you what thing you did earlier. I've never laughed so much in my life. And I don't want to say I'm not saying it on air because no one else will get it apart from you and I.
Okay. Okay, we love a private joke. Have we got anybody on the?
No, not really.
How rude.
Ian McCarthy had said hello, but he's one of our RSL people.
Yeah.
Hi, Ian.
Hello, Ian. Yeah, but he's been entertained.
Oh, we're not. Well, the woman who told us about the beeping was being entertained as well.
Yeah.
I see it's Gaynor. I assume it wasn't a full name.
Who's Gaynor supporting?
I don't know. She just very, very nicely WhatsApped me to say there was a problem.
How has Gaynor got your number?
It's on Karting Live TV.
Ah, that's it then.
Goes to my WhatsApp.
I see.
That's why I get so many abusive calls.
If you've got any complaints, what's up, Nick? What's up, Nick? Right then, the grid has been released.
I can change that number, by the way.
The grid has been. No,
so Joe's sitting there going,
tell us what you really think.
Never ever ask that. Never ask that.
Alfie, some people tell us.
That's true, actually. Yeah.
Alfie Mayer.
No uncertain terms.
Yeah, Alfie Mayer leads the field round then on the pole position with Logan Rolfe alongside. That little battle will continue. don't rule out Benedictus Masiokas, another Zipcart driver. He's in third. He'll be there or thereabouts. Buddy Hugo is fourth. Don't discount him as well. And you can never discount Lewis Kirkcaldy and LBJ Stubbs. They're on the third row. Fourth row is Carter Jackson and Seb Crawford. Lewis Herbertson and Jack Mellon are on row 5, with Freddie Blackshaw and Jamie Walsh sharing row 6. Ronnie Faulkner and Zach Andrew are on row 7. Row 8 is Ruben Sago and Jensen Darlow. And Travis Giddings rounds off what is a 17-cart field for Micromax. Rotax engine, exactly the same engine that we've just seen in the Intermax class. A little bit more restriction though, a little bit less power. Exactly the same chassis, the 950mm chassis with the same size tyres as well.
Very narrow tyres.
They are very narrow.
When looking at yesterday, they were talking about the tyres.
Yeah.
They're incredibly narrow these days.
Here they go then. About to get underway.
And they are underway, are they?
Well, I've still got a red light, and I haven't seen the full start flag being flown. So we have got the clock ticking.
Are we going? No, it's back on 8 again. It didn't get the flag. We have got the flags on the track.
Okay, so we have not started there. A little bit of confusion because we didn't have the full start flag fly. I'm easily confused though.
That is true.
These wooden stools here at Fulbeck, they've got to be formerly medieval tools of torture. Here we go. We are at the arena. Alfie Mare it is. Logan Rolfe alongside. It's Zipcart Factory Team versus Synergy Factory Race Team. It's an inter-team rivalry as well as an inter-driver rivalry. And then don't discount those two behind them as well, Benedictus Masiokas and Buddy Hugo. Here we go then. Are they going to please Dan? They have pleased Dan. And Dan Ashton releases the carts towards the first chicane. And that looked like Alfie Mare into and out of the first chicane and into the lead, heading down towards the hook. Oh, we've got carts off to the right. That's the number 53 of Lewis Herbertson, who ended up on the grass on the outside of the first chicane. He will continue at the back of the field, so a recovery drive from him will try and fathom out who it is. Is that Alfie Mare? It's certainly a Zipcart, and it is the number 15 of Alfie Mare that leads through the elbow for the first time and into Ashton's. It's a Zipcart 1-2, with Logan Rolfe being demoted to third very, very early on in this lap. And Masiokas on the number 12, it is, that will chase down his Zipcart teammate across the line for the first time.
So Alfie Mare continue where he left off in all the other races.
Yeah, he's not under pressure. Does that even make sense?
That does actually, yeah.
Yeah, he's not under pressure. He's got this is the part of the race, Nick, where everybody kind of plays it a little bit conservatively because you're waiting for your tyres to come on. And it'll take about 2.5 laps to 3, I think, is what we've seen here at Fulbeck, before the drivers are confident on the brakes and through the corner. I mean, we saw the Intermax race there with JJ Plowman, just beautiful oversteer drift, beautifully controlled, just letting the car breathe out of the exit curb. Beautiful to watch. And we're going to see these drivers do exactly the same very soon.
Yeah, Logan Rolfe visually has dropped off these top two, Mare and Masiokas, but my guess is that Rolfe will then ease back forward again. You've got Buddy Hugo, so it's kind of like the two by two, aren't they, team-wise? As they sweep round. Hugo, who came through the field in the first of the superheats quite well, but this time he started in fourth. But it was a Rolfe Mare show earlier, but Masiokas is in between. That's the kart there with the black helmet, and they are quite calm. And I think it's Rolfe now probably has decided, Joe, that let's just see what happens. Let's see if I can begin to kind of crawl back. Yeah,
I mean, 5 minutes 40 seconds. We're hardly into this second superheat, and we are just circulating, just waiting for. They're not losing sight. That's the thing. Logan Rolfe and Buddy Hugo, they're in fourth, and the carts behind. Lewis Kirkcaldy, LBJ Stubbs. Let's see if we can just have a look down the field. It's hard to judge where the action is going to be. Everybody beginning to string out, it seems. And if anything, Nick, we've got Kirkcaldy and LBJ Stubbs gaining ground on Buddy Hugo, so we may even end up with a 6-cart train at the front.
Yeah, it's an interestingly different race from the first one. The same protagonists, but very different story being played out in this series. Series 2, I suppose, of the story.
Episode 2 of the Superheats.
Well, it's Series 5, Episode 4, isn't it? It's the 5th race, and it's our fifth event and our 4th race. So let's hope they don't muck it up like they did with Game of Thrones, for the final.
There they go then. They're beginning to start mounting a challenge.
Rolf
and they're down the inside. Logan Rolfe. We've seen that happen, haven't we?
He wasn't letting that one go, was he?
He's done that in the first Superheat. We're coming up against back markers as well. Travis Giddings is the kart just ahead of the leader. And he stays out of the way. The number 11, Buddy Hugo, having to take a tight line there. But Masiokas is back into second, is he? Yes, he is. Turning into the second chicane.
I think, unfortunately, Rolfe did get unsighted by the back marker. And he's not happy about the back marker.
Yeah, well, I think...
And now he's saying Hugo not to try and overtake him because he got the place, got through, and then the back marker was in the wrong place, and that's Rolfe actually way worse than he was just one lap ago.
Yeah, so now they've got to do it all again. Logan Rolfe, having lost that momentum and time, sort of took him out of the rhythm that he'd been driving to.
Great news for Mayer, though, because Mayer picked up like 7/10 a second on Masiokas and over a second on Logan Rolfe during that confusion and overtaking.
Yeah, Mayer's delighted. This is going to make his championship even more solid. He came into this 5th and final round in the lead of the championship.
Freddie Blackshaw has broken down. You'll see that's the marshal running across, and there's his kart there, the 28 from 9th.
That's a shame. So Freddie Blackshaw going to drop from 9th down the order.
Well, no, actually, no, I misread the number. It's 26. It's actually Zach Andrews.
So
Zach
it's
Andrews
not Freddie Blackshaw.
From this distance, 8s and 6, especially on the side, with rubber from previous incidents on them, it can be quite difficult to tell the numbers, but there's 26. That was Zach Andrew, I'm afraid.
So it's not Freddie Blackshaw, it's Zach Andrew. Yeah, here we go. Out to complete 6 laps then, inside of 3 minutes. And Logan Rolfe just gaining a little bit of ground there on Masiokas ahead of him. Benedictus trying all he can to get back on terms with Alfie Mayer, and all the time bringing along Logan Rolfe and Buddy Hugo as well. So this is what we see, the ebb and flow of cadet racing, isn't it? And whether or not we've got time to see the battle for 2nd, 3rd and 4th there, catching Alfie Mayer for the lead, remains to be seen, I think. I think he's got this. It's only a second though, Nick, and it looks bigger than that. It is only a second on the timing screen. And there's no question, as we go through Beavers then, it'll be 7 laps completed, this time by 2 minutes on the clock. And Masiokas, Rolfe and Hugo continue to chase down Alfie Mayer, who's extended the lead out to 1.26 seconds. So Alfie Mayer is the fastest kart on the track at the moment. Logan Rolfe's got the fastest lap though, 50.17 for the number 32. And he's now back onto the bumper of Masiokas, and Masiokas knows that.
Yeah.
Masiokas knows he's there, and he will have to try and think about defensive driving or keep the pace up.
Yeah, I mean, this whole kind of ebb and flow between Masiokas and Rolfe has really let Alfie Mayer get away. He's got a really comfortable lead now, over a second and a half. But Rolfe gets past Masiokas there on the exit of Ashton, so he's now got himself, 1.5 minutes to really chase down Mayer, and that's very, very unlikely given the pace that Alfie has. Yeah,
Rolfe has been coming. This time he's made it stick. Masiokas will wake up to this though. And sometimes when you're overtaken, you can, even though you've been caught and overtaken, you can then find pace. And here he is coming back and down the inside, snatches that back off him.
Yeah, Masiokas loves that bit of the.
He's very good at that.
He's been defending and repassing at that area on several occasions. It's kind of his little signature protection move. Now he lost the second place over the next complex of corners through the elbow and then into Ashton's. And I think, again, interesting, Rolfe, I thought, might have tried a final dive there. Perhaps he's thinking, hang on a second, every time I go past him, he passes me again a lap later. So if I'm going to pass him, I'll do it on the last lap. Yeah. There are 2 more to go, because they will cross the line with a few seconds left. We're not seeing Alfie Mayer in this picture, because he's so far ahead. He's going to be pushing towards about 1.8 seconds ahead now. Yeah, across the line, gap's gone out to 1.66, to be exact. Meanwhile, the 3-car battle for 2nd, 3rd and 4th continues into their penultimate lap. Can Logan Rolfe challenge again out of the hook
and towards the second chicane. This is where Logan Rolfe might have a go, is it? He looks to the outside, he takes the wider line, takes a faster entry, but it's all got to be slowed down through the right and then the left. Into the elbow, that's the left-hander, and then into Ashton's. This is not really a passing place on a Micromax, as the drivers have proved. So time beginning to run out now for Logan Rolfe, as it will be the last lap board this time by. And they are in the arena. Very quickly will be coming through Beavers and out onto the start-finish straight.
Yeah, just one lap to go. I think Alfie thought he'd won that one. Oh no, got another lap to go. Hang on.
No, he was using his radiator flap.
I was joking. But second, third and fourth together, but it is Masiokas who's leading. I think Buddy Hugo's actually been in fourth the entirety of the race.
He has, yeah.
He's not had 1 second, not in fourth. Behind him is Albie J. Stubbs, Lewis Kirkcuddy and Carter Jackson. But now coming through that final chicane, the second chicane for the final time. It's our second, third and fourth battle.
So charging towards the flag, they are towards the latter stages of this lap here at Fulbeck. And it looks settled, unless anybody makes a massive mistake in the arena section. It's going to be a zip kart 1-2 with Alfie Mayer already out of the arena and through Beavers, heading towards the checkered flag to take a second superheat win. It's Alfie Mayer taking the flag, Benedictus Masiokas second, Logan Rolfe third, Buddy Hugo fourth, Albie J. Stubbs headed ahead of Lewis Kirkcuddy for fifth and sixth, Carter Jackson seventh, eighth was Seb Crawford, Freddie Blackshaw was ninth, Ruben Sagu 10th, and then we've got Jack Mellon, Jamie Walsh finishes behind Ronnie Faulkner, who took the position on the last lap there. So Ronnie Faulkner finishes 12th, 13th was Jamie Walsh. Then we've got Jensen Darlow, and then Travis Giddings, Zach Andrew, and Lewis Herbertson are our 17 carts. So we've got Coleman next.
Yeah, but also just in the championship way. I think Alfie Mayer, realistically, with that two good finishes in the super heats and the points you get from that, is pretty much now nailed on for a championship win without a DSQ in the main final. However, Logan Rolfe and Benedictus Masiokas for second place should be almost exactly tied, give or take a point either way. So, person finishing first. Again, these are unofficial from my brain, by the way, and therefore have no legal responsibility and not actionable, and obviously are subject to every other caveat in the world. But I reckon that the Rolfe Masiokas battle may well be whoever finishes ahead in the final will get second.
Nick, I'm going to leave you to give us a rundown. Yeah. That is the way it finished in the first superheat. Ollie West took the win. However, Noah Wicklow, he dominated that first heat, and remember he slowed down. It wasn't a chain.
Oh, no?
The engine just cut out. Carb trouble.
Carb
trouble. I'm going to get you the grid.
Thank you very much.
And then I'm going to dive into the pits.
Are you going to the pits, are you?
Yeah.
The local ones?
Yeah.
That's brave of you. The local pits are a little bit rancid, to put it mildly. Okay, let's have a look at the grid for the Coma C50 Billet. And it is Noah Wicklow, who was so unlucky in that first. He did the entire race up to the last lap when the engine just failed on him. It's Ollie West starting in second. Ollie and Noah are battling hard for the overall championship. Henry Hale starts third. Will Wainwright starts fourth. After the second superheat, we have our Paddock show, and that includes a chat with Will Wainwright. Arthur Bowers is fifth. Logan Hodgett starts sixth. Hendrik Fallot starts seventh. Calvin Simon, who we also have a chat with in the Paddock show, is in eighth. Then Jesse Bailey ninth. Benjamin Slivar in 10th. Nico Wisłowski in 11th. Jack Swong is 12th. John Stevens is 13th. Ray Owen is 14th. Freddie Purnell is 15th. Brady Atkins is 16th. Max St. Hilaire is 17th. Santo Amico is 18th. And Riley Aston Wilkins is running in 19th at the start. And they have released them for their rolling first lap. And this championship is really hard to call because of what's happened to Wicklow in that superheat. Despite the fact he kind of came into today with a 10-point lead over Ollie West, that is going to disappear, I would think, when they average out the result of the two heats, because even if he wins this one, a first and a last, he's going to start 7th, 6th, 7th, 8th and lose 10, 12 points. And then all West has to do is finish ahead of him for this Coma C50 championship. Incredibly bad luck, but it's all up for grabs, as they say. And there's a bit of action before we even started. There's the 99 and the 18, which looking at that's Riley Santamico, Riley Ashton Wilkins, Max St. Hilaire, Santo Amico, and the 33 of Felipe Purnell have had a bit of a coming together before we even started. Now the good thing is we've got a standing start, So they'll all just...
Is that the formation lap?
Yes,
We've had
the
an
formation.
incident.
No, that's the formation lap. That's just
Right.
the whole start of the whole thing. They're just forming up.
Even professional race drivers do that, so
We've all done it wrong in the
can't
past.
really
You can't
critique.
Argue. You can't argue that point, can you, really?
Whoops, just knocked Dan's TV.
Don't knock Dan's TV.
So this is... The C50 Bambinos have been my race of the month for some time, haven't
You've
they?
had one mighty Bambino, and two, it's like, honestly,
yeah, the Bambinos
I'm
have been...
ban you choosing the Bambinos this month.
I can't... Mate, it's subjective. It's my opinion.
I know. It is called Joe Bradley's race of the month.
And you can't go by the way that these Bambino drivers race. And let's just remind ourselves, they are 6 years old to 8 years old. When you get to the year of your 8th birthday, you can move into the cadet class. So these kids are, they haven't been walking very long. Let's just think about it. They haven't been walking and talking very long.
They run before they can walk. They
relatively speaking.
Yeah.
And here they are, the racecraft they show, the intelligence. And it's not just me who thinks this. Dan Ashton's a big advocate of how these Bambinos race. We're clearing the grid. That was the 5-minute warning. We've got a green flag at the back of the grid. It's a standing start. The engine revs will rise. We've got something happening to the left of the track. And we've got the karts moving off now. And it's Noah Wicklow looking across to Ollie West, who slots in behind him. Heading down to the first chicane. Wicklow will lead into through the right-hander, through the tight, massively tight left-hand bit. And then bursting out into our view and heading down towards the hook.
Well, whatever's wrong with Wicklow's machine has been sorted out. They all have spare engines, so there may have just been a case of putting that in. It may have been a case of finding there wasn't enough fuel.
Carb trouble.
Carb, oh God.
Yeah, it's not enough fuel, Nick. It was carb trouble.
Well, there's not enough fuel because the carb's not working.
The carb, well, no, there's plenty of fuel in the tank. It's just the carb's not using it. Here we go then. Henry Hills coming out of the second chicane, heading towards the elbow, and by the time they did that, he got into second place ahead of Ollie West. So we've got a race on our hands now as Henry Hales. We saw him out earlier in the electric engines karts, electric motor karts, and there's Ollie West coming back at him.
You're not having that.
I've never seen a move there all day, all weekend, into the arena.
Just got a bit of momentum, thought, well, I'll use that then. Well, because they haven't been told they can't do these things.
That's right.
They don't know.
Yeah,
they have no idea they can't do these things. Can't do it? No, really? No, you can't do it.
Absolutely.
Oh, I think I can.
Wicklow will be, I'm not going to say desperate because I'm not sure you can be desperate. Now, Noah is into his, I think he's 8 already, and Noah will be desperate. I'm going to use that term. He's going to be desperate to take the win. He's going to be keen to take the win. He's already been practicing on a Micromax in readiness for the next year where he moves up the class into the cadet classes. He's going to bring this sort of race. Look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 carts. 6-cart train of Bambinos. Out of Ashton's down towards the arena. Now, we saw Ollie West pull off an audacious move there. And who's that in third? Will Wainwright.
Will, yes.
Moving up into that bright yellow cart and into third place. Fabulous move.
As you say, just 6 years old, Will, compared to the 8-year-old.
Yes, that's right.
So,
yeah.
If you're 36 and 38, it's not a big difference. If you're 6 and 8, it's a huge difference.
Massive difference. Massive difference. We are 3 wide almost.
Obviously.
We're certainly 2 wide into the first chicane. Oof. And there's a move for the lead. And Ollie West down the inside of the chicane. But that's what I mean, Nick, about the way that drivers accommodate the other drivers at this stage.
And that was Arthur Bowers in the black car. He's gone up and through.
He's ahead of Henry Hills.
He's been before Henry Hills. He's going backwards for some reason at the moment. I'm sure it'll ebb and flow and start going forwards again.
The
top 3 are together, and in the lead now is Ollie West. He's got past Wicklow going through that set of chicanes. So Ollie West showing a real turn of aggression and speed. I think someone's told him, you know what, mate, you've got a chance of winning this overall now.
Yeah, very much. This is where, you did mention where the championship was potentially up for grabs with Wicklow having that fall out of the first superheat. Here we come, though. This is a battle for the championship now in full flow. Ollie West will lead across the line. 3 laps completed. It is Noah Wicklow, Will Wainwright, holding off Arthur Bowers, Henry Hills, Hendricks Fallat, Logan Hodgetts, Calman Simon 8th, 9th is Jess Bailey, And it's Benjamin Shivart rounding off the top 10 at the trail of that field there. And there's Bowers down the inside of Wainwright, Nick.
Bowers is another one who's got the hook absolutely hooked up. Him and we saw was it Benedict Masiokas in the previous race. They just seem to really enjoy that entry and spin round. He's made a few plays, but he's already lost the place coming into the chicane. In fact, he's lost 3 places at that point. Now behind Wainwright and Hales, and he's also behind Fallat as well.
I'm not even sure what happened there.
I don't know. It's probably best not to know. But right on the tail of the leader is Wicklow. He's got West in his sights. He's leaning forward, trying to reduce his. He's a big lad for an 8-year-old. He's not big. He's just big in comparison to the very small.
He's 8. Yeah, he's older
so he's leaning forward to try and reduce his profile into the wind as such. So every little helps on the air on these things. But he's got a free ride at the moment as far as the air is concerned. And if you want to hear,
dives down the inside or not?
No. And if you want to hear a 6-year-old describe what the slipstream is, then you need to tune into our Paddock show, where you will hear a 6-year-old describe the slipstream. And in fairness, did a damn good job of it.
He absolutely did. Will Wainwright explains what it's like following another Bambino, and that's Will on the bright yellow cart in 3rd place, just behind these two. We get a glimpse of them as they go almost side by side into the 2nd chicane. They sort themselves out to go through the chicane, and now they're side by side out of the chicane. Who's going to have the line through the elbow? It's side by side out of the elbow, using all the curb and more. Ollie West hung on to that ideal line, and they follow each other around side by side through Ashton's, having to sort themselves out. But it's not over yet, as Wicklow goes down the inside and pulls off the move that Ollie West did. And now they're side by side again, out of the arena, through Beavers.
That's West in the
Ollie
lead.
West stays in the lead, but that lead changed, 3 times there in the matter of 4 corners. They are still side by side towards the first chicane. Wicklow's got the line, though. Can Ollie West stay around the outside? No, he can't. He's got to slot in.
And he lost some time. He went wide there. He lost a bit of time at the same time coming through the second.
He was offline, wasn't he? That was the problem.
And now Wainwright's thinking about getting the inside. Now, I'm absolutely certain. No surprise at all. Arthur Bowers getting a position in the inside. He's trying it, but he's just nudged a little bit too hard on Hendricks Fallat. In fact, looks and going, what are you doing?
He hit the curb. He put his cart on the curb on the inside and then bounced into the cart on the outside. This is not over yet, though. Look at this.
Wainwright,
2 minutes. This is
thinking about it. No.
This is a potential race of the month that we're watching here.
No.
This is a potential race of the month that we're seeing here. As Noah Wicklow leads out of Ashton's, Ollie West, Will Wainwright, Henry Hills. They've dropped off Hendricks Fallat and Arthur Bowers, who came together at the hook last time by, into Beavers, the left-hander. There's the inside of 2 minutes remaining. Wicklow, Ollie West, cross the line. Ollie West looking down the inside into the chicane. Is he going to make a move?
Yes.
He absolutely has.
Wainwright as well.
Wainwright following him through, but didn't quite come off.
So basically, I think he just said, I'm going to do it, and Wicklow had no choice but to let him.
He had to. That's what I mean about racecraft. You can cost yourself time if you fight too hard and end up offline. So Wicklow, Ollie West had the line, so he knew he had to just let him through. Here comes Wainwright and Wicklow side by side in the chicane, and both they come together.
Wainwright's in the lead.
Wainwright takes the lead with Henry Hills through as well, and Wicklow and Ollie West.
Hard stare from Wicklow.
Absolutely side by side, and came together in the middle of the 2nd chicane. And with a minute on the clock, this has allowed Will Wainwright through and into the lead with a bit of a cushion to Henry Hills. Wicklow's now in 3rd, Ollie West 4th, and they have dropped back towards Hendricks Fallat. And who's that ahead of Arthur Bowers? It's Logan Hodgetts.
So Wainwright, perhaps this will be the reverse curse of the commentator, and in giving us an interview, gets a heat win, but he's got heavy pressure from Henry Hales.
He has. He's got one more lap after this one as well, Nick.
Championship-wise, this is quite important, I think, because obviously these two dropping back is going to drop points for both of them. Both Wicklow and West will drop overall points for the championship, but it may actually cost West more. You might not be on the top, on the front step, but it's a mathematical calculation to be made, which I'll be able to make sort of in my brain.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Nick, while
I'm still
your
thinking
brain
about
implodes
it.
there.
There's 4 carts together, 7 carts together. Is it 7? Yeah.
Yeah, you've got nothing to settle yet.
You can't have this one.
I'm going
to. He's got him.
Wicklow down the inside for 2nd. It's not over yet. We've got one more lap to go. Wicklow, yes, I know. You're pointing and saying nothing, Nick. I don't know what to say. Henry Hills through on Ollie West. Or not.
No,
Ollie West round the outside.
West got him back, yeah.
Yeah, Wainwright still leads, though. That's the thing I can tell you. Wainwright leads. One more lap to go. Wicklow now in 2nd. Ollie West 3rd. Henry Hills not that far behind. West on the rear bumper of Wicklow in second place. Wainwright stays on the ideal line through the chicane. Out of the chicane they will come. Wainwright, has he got momentum to stay ahead of Wicklow? Wicklow's got momentum and he's looking down the inside, but Wainwright has to make amends for it and goes round the outside of Wicklow. Ollie West down his inside. Wicklow leads, but Ollie West's coming. Wainwright down to second, or is it indeed third? Into the second chicane. Bumping and boring going on there. And I'm not sure what happened there, but we've got all sorts of consternation.
Wainwright's off.
All sorts of consternation there as Ollie West and Wainwright came together. That's allowed Wicklow well ahead now. Consolation for that retirement in the first superheat. They will head round to the flag. Wicklow leading through Beavers. That is second place. Ollie West. How will it finish as Wicklow takes the flag? Second superheat to Wicklow. Ollie West second, Arthur Bowers third, Henry Hills fourth, Logan Hodgetts fifth, Will Wainwright sixth, Hendrix Follett seventh, Benjamin Shivar eighth, and then we've got Calman Simon ninth, Nico Veslovsky 10th, Jesse Bailey next, John Stevens, Jack Swan, Freddie Purnell, Ray Thorne, Max Sendelaire, Brady Atkin, Riley Aston Wilkins, and Santo Amico rounding off the 19 kart field.
Well, there we go. It all happened that second. It all happened magically on the second hairpin. Chicane. But a great race. And Wicklow, who was in fourth, third, second and first. West was in fourth. Bowers was in seventh, sixth, fifth, fourth. Poor old Will Wainwright was leading as they crossed the line with one lap to go and ended up sixth. But,
that's a potential race of the month.
No, it's not.
If it didn't end very nicely. Right then, let's catch our breath. It is
what's next?
Junior Primo next. It's been the Daniel Hartley season. He's won all 4 rounds on paper, not necessarily on the road. We had Bella Fairclough took the checkered flag first at the first round of Wilton Mill. However, she took a penalty that left her in third place. Ellis Daly was second at Wilton Mill. Daniel Hartley then went on to Glanigors, where he took a win from Alfie Forrester in second and Maya Simpson in third. And then on to round 3 at Wardenlaw. Hartley again took the win, not necessarily on the road. That was Bella Fairclough who took the win on the road, and then a technicality had her disqualified with no points gained there for Bella. Second place was Taylor Dixon. Third place was Alfie Forrester, his second podium of the season. And then at the previous round at Rowrah, again, Daniel Hartley took the win. Second place was Taylor Dixon again. And in third place was Bella Fairclough. That has meant the championship is pretty much the property of Daniel Hartley now. He's took 2 wins in the heat yesterday. He took a super heat win earlier on. Bella Fairclough followed him home and kept on trying. Give her her dues. She never gave up with those 2 trading fastest laps all the way through that superheat. Behind them, though, was a cracking race for Alex Lynn coming up the order from yesterday. Jake Anders in fourth place. Tyler Davis, Maya Simpson, Ellis Daly, Ethan Bath, Laurie McPhail, Lewis Gilbert rounded off the top 10. So the grid is exactly the same as we had for the first superheat, which has Daniel Hartley and Bella Fairclough sharing the front row. Tyler Davis shares with Maya Simpson. Jake Anders and Ellis Daly shares with each other on row 3. Alex Lynn and Eddie Stewart. Eddie starting 8th. He's had a bit of a character-building weekend. You heard from Eddie, who helped us with our commentary for the Junior Rotax Superheat. First superheat, that is. Eddie starts in 8th. Lewis Gilbert and Oscar Pitt start on the 5th row. 6th row is Ethan Bath and Thomas Butcher. And then on row 7, Laurie McVeigh and Ronnie Legg. Alex Forsyth and Oscar Shervitz start on row 8. Row 9 is Jack Johnson and Joseph Mills. Ewan Stevenson and Alfie Forrester. Alfie second in the championship, and he hasn't had a very good weekend here at Fulbeck. Whether he still is in second place in the championship, I'm pretty sure he won't be.
No. He only had 5 points. So
yeah, he's on row 10 with Ewan Stevenson. Riley Mason, Lewis and Sophie Caldwell start on row 11, and then rounding off a 24 kart field is Jensen Cook and Zach Kane.
Just a couple of messages I missed earlier, which from Sarah Sullivan Racing number 20. Said, good morning. Big shout out to Ricky Junior McIntosh in Honda GX200. I think it's next up, isn't it, that one, isn't it?
Yeah, it is after
and
this
then
one.
you've got Jensen Silent Intermax we just had. And come on, teammates from Kian Sullivan. There we are. It's Kian Sullivan, not Sarah Sullivan. When's the Junior Rotax out? 2 heats.
The last step. Yeah, two more suit beats.
Okay. So, some severe warming up there from Bella. I think absolutely at 90 degrees from where it should have been. Going now down to take the start. Will Dan be happy with this start? That's the question.
So the two Daniels, Daniel Hartley on the pole, Dan Ashton on the start. And it's a false start flag. And I think that's because Hartley was slightly ahead of Fairclough coming across the line.
There we go.
They were a bit fast as well. They were a bit fast. He doesn't like it when they're too fast.
No, slow down. You move too fast. Got to make the moment last.
I'm not even going to warrant it.
Oh, you could have done. Just texting people.
I'm just checking. Yeah. So we're on the formation lap then, and it'll be down to Daniel Hartley and Bella Fairclough to form the grid up behind them. It's been a cracking year. I do like this idea for Junior Primo. This is a Junior Rotax class, exactly the same karts as we see in Junior Rotax. It splits the grid up, and this is for the 12 to 14-year-olds. At 14, you move into Junior Rotax proper, and the younger kids get a chance to have a race for themselves. You're not battling against a roughy-toughy 15-year-old boy or girl.
No. Nothing roughy tough with a 15-year-old girl or boy.
By the time these 13-year-olds get into the 14 and 15-year-old class, they'll be ready. We are racing, though, and it's Hartley leading into the first turn. Bella Fairclough slotting in behind the bright yellow bumpers. Easy to spot Bella Fairclough. She's looking very racy on the back end of Daniel Hartley.
A bit wide there.
And is that Maya Simpson up into third place? It's another false start, is it?
Yeah. No, I thought she'd gone a bit wide.
She'd gone a bit wide, yeah. She's just. Now then. They're very close to it telling off.
They are very. We'll park them up and talk to them. We'd love that bit.
Yes, we're very close to.
One more, and they'll be parked up and some finger wagging.
Yes. However, we have got a European Championship final this afternoon.
There's a lot of flexibility in this one. There's a lot of flexibility.
Yeah, Dan Ashton's not happy. And I think it's the speed, Nick. I think it's the speed as they come out of Beavers. Dan's a fickle. He's not fickle. He's spot on. I mean, one of the, if not the best race directors he is for the Kart Championship.
They're getting extra telling off. You see that? They're getting extra marshal-based telling off.
Yes. So they need to just calm down here.
Where's
the
our
tension's
commentator? 8th
rising.
place, Freddie. Okay, Eddie's in 8th.
Yeah, Eddie's in 8th. Here they come then out of the arena. This is where they need to keep it controlled. This is what Dan wants to see. He wants to see them control it out of this left-hander at Beavers. Here they come. Right, this looks better. Into the chicane for the first time, and Bella Fairclough slots into the rear bumper, inside the rear bumper.
It's all gone horribly wrong.
Yeah, we've got an M25 situation.
First time it's gone horribly wrong. It's gone slightly wrong before, but it hasn't gone horribly wrong before.
So the 33, that is Laurie McVeigh. The 41 is Lewis Gilbert, and I can't tell what number that cart is.
There's several carts sitting on other carts at the moment.
Yeah, we need to let's have a catch up with the leaders, though, and they've done exactly the same at the first. What we thought was a start with Daniel Hartley going off into the lead, Bella Fairclough and Maya Simpson, the two girls battling it out for second.
We have the Battenberg flag out. I got that right this time.
Yeah.
Is the Battenberg flag.
Battenberg, so that's where the lead driver will slow the pace down. Everybody forms up behind him. In this case, it is a him. It's Daniel Hartley, championship
Tyler Davis
leader.
Was the third person involved in that accident.
Was it really?
Yeah,
now, Tyler's one of our main front runners. He's right. He's latching onto the back of this field. Gives him a chance to catch up with this Battenberg being called. We've got Lewis Gilbert not showing, continuing. Lewis not continuing at all, it seems.
One of the carts had ridden up on the other one, so either the rider or the ridee may well have picked up some damage.
Now then, Laurie McVeer's continued. Still no sign of Lewis Gilbert.
Must admit, that sounded a bit rough. So what he said it's like knocked to his exhaust pipe.
Might do. That had a different engine though, didn't it, as it went by? So Daniel Hartley getting ready for a potential green. I'm not sure it will, you know. I think it'll stay Battenberg. 6 minutes of this race remaining.
There's a question I've got for you. Could the Battenberg only be released at the start-finish?
Yeah.
Oh, it's not. It just can't go in anywhere. It has to be start-finish.
No, it has to be start-finish,
okay.
yeah. So that as a driver, when you are leading the field round and controlling the pace, you are getting ready for that restart every time you pass. Even if you think it's not going to be, because you can still see carts being recovered, you've got to get ready for that going green. So a lot of weaving going on, keeping that tyre temperature up. Daniel Hartley's going to have to do it all again. Bella getting some heat into the tyres on that yellow cart of hers. Easy to spot is Bella. Maya Simpson, Ellis Daly, Eddie Stewart up to 5th, taking advantage of that incident. We stay Battenberg, it looks like. We're getting close, though. Yeah. And this is where Daniel will get ready to... And we are green.
There we go.
We are green. And Bella Fairclough with a great restart right on the tail of Daniel Hartley into the braking area for the first chicane. They all concertina together. And it's Hartley, Fairclough, Simpson, Daly, Stewart, Pitts. Great racing at the front of this junior primo class.
Yeah. So where are your tyres going to be at this, after running at reasonable speed for 3 laps?
They're not going to be far off. It's going to be, by the end of the lap, they'll be back where they were. But they didn't really maximise the heat into them at the start. The Battenberg came out very, very early. So we're still going to be, they're not going to be quite there yet, at least until into the next lap.
Well, Hartley doesn't care about that because he's already pulling out a several kart length lead. Fairclough behind and Simpson, so it's 2 lady racers in second and third. I would say the obvious orange helmet, but unfortunately Ellis Dilley also has a bright orange helmet.
That's right.
Completely unobvious. And the two of them have been nailed together all weekend.
It's been the battle of the orange helmets, and right now it's Maya Simpson who's winning that battle of the orange helmets. Eddie Stewart there, he'll be delighted after a bit of a character building week, but he's latched onto the back.
He's in 5th, wasn't he?
Yeah, he's on the back of Ellis Daly. And he's not losing sight. He's hanging on. If anything, Eddie looking very racy in that 5th spot.
That's your commentator.
Oh, down the inside.
Go on, Eddie.
Eddie, the number 45.
We're not allowed to have favourites, are we?
No, we've got to be partisan. You're not allowed that. And Eddie's gotten by Ellis Daly. We heard his tale of woe. And
I didn't hear it because I was running down the
other end. Of course you were. You were having to lie down on your camper bed.
That was right, yes.
The gap from Hartley to Fairclough has gone out almost 0.7 of a second after 5 laps. Not 5 racing laps, but lap 5 have been completed.
Second and third is where it's all at, and that's Bella versus Maya.
If anything, Maya looking a bit racy, isn't she? She's right on the bumper of Bella.
With the Tony Kart livery in all its Tony Kart glory with the green and white stripes. You used to see nothing but these sort of Tony Karts. Now they've been seen by the teams, haven't they? Teams using different chassis, and
teams tend to go for their own
colours,
livery and sticker kits, as they are affectionately known in karting.
But what are the chassis underneath those?
A Tony is an OTK.
Sorry, a Tony is an OTK as well.
Sorry,
a Tony is an OTK as well, isn't it?
I can't hear you.
A Tony is an OTK. Why can't you hear me?
Yeah, I can't hear you because I've got you turned down because you're too loud.
Ah, right, okay. Well, that's obviously not. I'm turning me up. If you can't hear me,
when the engines go by, I can't hear you, which is great.
No.
Now I can. What did you just do there?
Press the button.
All right.
Now you can hear me, can you?
Yes. Don't want to hear you, but I can now. I'd tinnitus for 2 days.
So the Tony Kart is. I thought Tony made their own karts. They're not OTKs.
OTK. Tony Kart's OTK.
Tony Kart is OTK.
Yeah. Yeah, they're the works.
Right, okay.
Works to Tony Kart. Then you've got
the Lando
Norris, the
Alonso,
the Carlos Sainz is the newest one.
All right, hang on. So who actually makes a different chassis then?
You've got you've got CRG.
CRG, right.
Nathan Chaffers is here with people.
And do those
Birrell.
Right, and who's running?
Saudi.
Right, and who's running? Which team's running those then?
I'm not sure. I can tell you who's running them in the NKC. And Nathan Chafer's team he's the CRG distributor. You've got Ryan Taylor Truman, who's winning 177s. He's on a Saudi cart.
Right.
You've got Jensen Watts. He's on a Birrell Art.
So just those of you who are fans of the Kart Championship, people you don't know in a different championship are running different carts. But, I started this, but whilst we've been talking about it, Daniel Hartley has just disappeared in the distance, isn't he?
What we don't get is information relating to
chassis
or engines.
That'd be great, wouldn't it?
That would be fantastic. Yes, that would be fantastic. We've got team, and there he's coming back at Eddie Stewart. Yeah, Ellis Daly coming back at Eddie Stewart.
No.
Oh, and he's been given right. Okay,
our
that's
leader.
Interesting. So our leader, Daniel Hartley, has been given a 5-second penalty for breaking formation. So 5 seconds will put him in 9th place.
When? During the Battenberg?
No, it must be at the start.
But, okay, interesting. All right, sounds interesting. Okay, so we've got Eddie Stewart there still. He's just dropping off the back of Dealey. This is our leader, and now there's a new target for Hartley, and that's to get as far ahead as he can. He's got a 5-second penalty, unfortunately, because he's lost a few laps. There's only this lap and 2 more. So he's got 2 more laps to go absolutely as fast as he can. I don't know whether they can tell him he's got a penalty. He can find out.
No, there's not really any pits to Kart Communications. He's just got to. They may be able to give him a signal.
He dropped to 7th at the moment. So that's would be a big points loss. And it doesn't matter overall in the championship, but.
No, it's. I'm not sure it's going to affect this championship because he could have mathematically sat out today.
And he is scoring points for this.
Yeah.
Fairclough now will inherit the win.
Yeah, fastest lap of 45 seconds dead for Daniel Hartley. He has up to 5th place now
on the last
with
lap.
That 5-second penalty.
Last lap. Oh, nudged out there, the 65. I think it was 65, could be any number. It was 85. 85 Oscar Pitt was right nudged out there, I think, by Alex Lynn, who's, as you know, has been trying
it was Jake Anders.
Because Lynn's trying to get through the field from a bad qualifying.
Can Eddie Stewart get by Ellis Daly on this final lap as Bella Fairclough and Eddie Stewart through for that, what will effectively keep him ahead of Daniel Hartley. Now. Hartley takes the flag.
Doesn't win, doesn't
and
know that.
Let's see, there's Bella Fairclough who will finish in 1st place. Bella Fairclough finishes ahead of
4th place for Hartley.
I'm about to work that out. Eddie Stewart finishes 3rd.
No, he doesn't.
Eddie's
4th.
So Daniel Hartley finishes in 3rd place.
No.
Eddie Stewart finishes 4th.
You're right. Sorry,
5 seconds.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. That
well done.
totally
Sorry.
Confused me.
I can't.
Right. So Hartley finishes behind Bella Fairclough and Maya Simpson. Eddie Stewart finishes in 4th place. Just misses out on that 3rd, didn't he? Ellis Daly finishes in 5th. Alex Lynn 6th. Jake Anders 7th. Ethan Bath 8th. Oscar Pitt 9th. And then Ronnie Legg rounds off the top 10. The rest of your finishers are there on the timing board, Nick. Controversy, drama, intrigue.
Yeah, I'd like to know which bit of braking formation it was, to be honest. Because he Battenberg the first 2 starts. Sorry, he waved off the first 2 starts.
I'm going to shoot the messenger. Can you find out what that meant? Okay. We don't know. Okay.
Oh, well, that's interesting, isn't it? Added another flavour at the end of the race there.
We've got the Honda Cadets out next.
It's the penultimate superheat of the entirety of the Kart Championship.
The what, sorry?
It's the penultimate superheat.
Oh, yes, yeah, absolutely. That was a convoluted way of saying the second to last superheat.
What, the word penultimate?
Yes.
You mean the correct word for it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can you remember who won the first superheat?
No, because I was Archie Cannon, was it? Was Ryan White second? Did Ed Spain come third?
Archie Cannon took the win in the first superheat. Ryan White second. He really did his championship a lot of favours, didn't he? Ryan White came into this round. Remember, he won rounds 1 and 2. Was 4th at round 3 at Wardenlaw. 2nd at Rowra in round 4, and came into the final round. Archie Cannon third in the championship. He had a second place at Gleneagore and a third place podium at Rowra. And Archie took a fine superheat win there. So Archie Cannon, Ryan White, Ed Spain, Archie Loveridge, Ralphie Branscombe, Ricky Junior McIntosh, remember, ended up dropping down to 6th. And Ricky Junior McIntosh will start on the pole position.
Ricky Junior McIntosh, of course, heavily supported by...
Yes.
Cian Sullivan.
Thank you, Cian. So Ricky will start on the pole with Ralphie Branscombe alongside. This was a cracking race the first time in the first Super 8, I should say. It's a standing start, so these drivers will make their way around onto the grid. Second row of the grid is Archie Loveridge and Kevin Ivanov, who you remember, Nick, led that first Super Heat, but then had a retirement through, we think, a chain, didn't we?
No, he just came to a halt.
He came to a halt, did he? Right, okay.
Ashton's.
Right. Third row of the grid, Archie Cannon and Ed Spain. So Archie Cannon from 5th place to 1st place in that first Super Heat. Fourth row is Ryan White and Jaden Patel Scott. Jane Prakash and Jacob Letherby share row 5. Row 6 is Ronnie Smart and Riley Blakemore. Dino Rowlands and Ella Dixon are on row 7. Row 8 is Noah Clark and Daniel Barton. We've then got Jerry Dufficy and Sophie Morris on row 9. Row 10 is Finley Thursfield and Jack Wykes. Ollie Knox and Harley Bradbury Stretton are next. Then Stanley Gill, Noah Clare, and running off a 26 kart Honda Cadet field is James Pearson and Reggie Dufficy. So, if the heats from yesterday and the super heat from earlier are anything to go by, did you just nick my pen there?
No.
No, it was Gaz.
Gaz stole your pen.
If the previous races for this class, in fact, the previous races of the whole season are anything to go by, there's going to be a cracker.
Yep.
It's been really, really tight. And any one of those first 3, potentially 4 rows of karts could end up being at the front, as Archie Cannon proved.
Dan likes his air horn, doesn't he?
He loves it, doesn't he?
He loves a bit of air horn action.
Yeah. The clear grid horn has sounded. We are clearing the grid.
Sorry,
it'll be the...
It's just not...
How old are you?
9.
It'll be the 5-second board next. This is a kids' championship, remember? 5th and final round then. Second super heat. For the Honda Cadets 200, the engine revs rise, the red light goes out, and everybody's shuffling in their seats to get more traction and more power down.
Off the track and virtually got the timing beam.
Oh, my goodness. He didn't hit the timing beam, did he?
No, he missed it.
Oh, that's good. That would have been a bit of a panic, wouldn't it? Into and out of the first chicane, then it's Ricky Junior McIntosh, I think, looking at the number there, Nick.
Yeah,
as Ralphie Branscombe in second place, into and out of the hook.
Yeah, Ralphie is one of our favourite drivers, because that bright pink helmet means we can work out exactly who it is wherever he is.
Yeah, Ralphie's easy to spot.
Yeah, it's the black helmeted cadet that's coming towards us.
I think that's Ricky.
Just waiting to get a number on it.
33, yeah.
So
it's as the grid started, remarkably.
Is Ivanov in third? I think Ivanov might have dropped down one, I think. Ivanov's in fourth, I think. No.
Here they come into the arena. The left and right sweep, and then keep it turning right all the way through there and out of the left-hander at Beavers. And across the line, McIntosh, Branscombe, Ivanov, Loveridge, Cannon, Spain, White, Jane Patel Scott, Riley Blakemore, Jacob Letherby. That's as they started. They are in grid order on lap 1. Incredible.
Not sure how much longer it'll stay that way. There's the top 3 nailed together as they go into the second chicane for the second time. G and McIntosh, they're all taking the ideal line at the moment rather than the let's see if I can get past you line. But moving as they do, and it looks like Ivanov, who had such pace in that first heat, which amounted to nothing when he just ground to a halt exactly here, is now looking to actually score some points, because his chance of qualifying well for the final is gone. He's got 1 DNF, so he's probably going to qualify in the middle of the pack.
Ivanov is on a white liveried cart.
He's changed his car. He wasn't white liveried yesterday. Not yesterday. He wasn't white liveried
earlier today. Yeah.
So there's been a kind of a whole change of plastics for some reason.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll have to get Gaz Bury onto that. Let's see what he can find out. Look at this. 1, 2, 3, 4. A small gap, and then the 5th place kart there of Archie Cannon. Winner of the first superheat, remember. This is anybody's, isn't it? Plenty of time on the clock for these drivers to sort themselves out.
Yeah, Ryan White's a little bit of a way back at the moment. He's about 2.5 seconds, and he came through to the whole field previously. So I'm kind of wondering where he is. He's actually off this first batch of karts here, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And that next kart you see desperately trying to catch up. That is Ryan White, your championship leader. Round through Beavers. A bit of curve there, unnecessary, I think, some way. Head down. Let's get an extra 1.01 of a mile an hour if I can. He gets hunted right down, does Ricky Junior McIntosh, when he comes into the first chicane. Everyone constantly is behind him.
And there's a move for 5th place.
There's a move for second. As Ivanov thinks about it, he thought about going up in the inside of the second chicane, decided against it, so Branscombe holds in second. Branscombe's the easy one to spot. That pink helmet makes Branscombe the most obvious person in this field.
That was Ed Spain, by the way, Nick, for 4th. 5th.
So Spain
ahead of Archie
5th.
Cannon.
Yeah, Spain one of the two main championship protagonists, with Ryan White. White having a bit of a quiet one at the moment, but doesn't say won't come back and say be right there and about thereabouts.
So the first 6 are in a train of karts through Beavers. I get the feeling that they're playing a bit of a waiting game here. Into the chicane, 4.5 minutes remaining, so we're not even at half distance yet. And it's all about to kick off as Branscombe pulls alongside Ricky Junior McIntosh, and Ivanov's gone with him. McIntosh from 1st to 3rd at the hook as Branscombe goes through.
Yeah, I'm not sure whether did he just lose momentum coming out of the
chicane, yeah.
Chicane, yeah.
Into the second chicane already. Branscombe with that pink helmet, easy to spot, as you said, Nick. But Ivanov glued to his rear bumper now. Slots back in. There's a move for 3rd as the number 33 of Ricky Junior McIntosh gets that 3rd place back. He'd lost that momentarily, didn't he? And now he gets it back.
Loveridge is in 4th. Loveridge now come up the inside of him. So Loveridge and Ricky Junior McIntosh, McIntosh really fighting himself out. Watching brief from Spain and Cannon, and then White kart behind them. It's the kind of cut adrift Ryan White.
There's a move for 3rd. Loveridge into 3rd ahead of McIntosh, who's now got his hands full.
Up the inside goes Spain there. Spain's going to pick up another point.
And Archie Cannon's gone with him.
Yeah.
McIntosh down to 6th place, would you believe?
Spain now informing the aforementioned Archie Cannon to work together.
There's Ivanov.
Ivanov's got the lead.
Ivanov into the lead. And now he taps his helmet. Now that I've got the lead, everybody, let's everybody follow me. And
I'm the most important, everybody.
Yeah, brilliant. Brilliant. Never ceases to amaze. 3 minutes remaining then. We knew it wasn't done. We knew they were sort of lulling us into a sense of security that everything was all right. But we've had changes all the way down this top 6. Train of karts, everybody tapping their helmet. Let's work with it. Let's work together. Catch Kevin Ivanov out. And it was a cruel bit of luck that took him out of that first superheat.
We had a run, didn't we? A run of cruel luck in those first few heats this morning.
Yeah, incredible.
Now, the last few heats, touch wood. We've had at least the instance and accidents have been caused by the drivers themselves and not by mechanical faults, which is just random. But Ivanov, last time he got into the lead a few hours ago, oh, no, more moves there. That's Spain picking up another position. I think Spain moves into 3rd.
Oh, and Spain has took Archie Cannon with him.
I think Cannon's decided that if I stick with Ed, I'm going to do all right. So
Ed Spain now in 3rd.
Big gain on his main championship rival Ryan White, still in 7th. White is still 2 seconds off the back of this one. This group of 6, sorry.
Ivanov, Branscombe, Spain, Cannon, Loveridge, McIntosh, White, Blakemore, Clark. Jaden Patel-Scott is rounding off the top 10. But it's still all to play for as McIntosh down the inside of Archie Loveridge. And he's made it happen. He's into 5th.
McIntosh has been in every one of the positions from 1 to 6 during this race. Some of them more than once. But it's this kind of train has been ebbing and flowing. Now, the question is, can Ed Spain make up any more positions? Because this is a chance for him to close that points gap on current leader Ryan White. And certainly, but the person who's had the pace is Kevin Ivanov. He had it in the first heat, came to Nout because of bad luck. He's got it again. Now, in the final, he's going to be way down the middle of the pack, even with a win. And winning the last puts you in the middle.
That's right. He might be around about row 3 or 4. He's pulled out a bit of a gap, perhaps the biggest gap we've seen, to be honest.
Yeah, I think he's out. He got it. But now what's happening is that Branscom's under heavy pressure for second place from Ed Spain, who has managed to gap Archie Cannon, give himself a bit of breathing room. So 49 seconds to go. So they're going to get this one and two more as they cross the. Just checking the laps on. Yeah, this one and two more. Branscombe. He's had quite a quiet time in second for the past few laps. Was it a rest?
He's going to have to be very wary, though, because Ed Spain is coming. These three have worked together. They haven't been challenging. They've had a bit of a gap, so they haven't been tripping over one another, and that's allowed them to eke out a bit of a gap. I think they're going to get two more laps out of this.
They're going to get two more now. Interesting, Ryan White is making, for some reason, he's making no impression on this group at all.
No, he hasn't. He came through the order, didn't he, earlier?
Yeah, no problem at all. And he's just drifted off. Now, I don't know whether... Oh, and there's a kind of an aggressive move there. Between fourth and fifth Cannon and Ricky Junior McIntosh having a bit of a think about it. Ed Spain now needs to decide whether he can make second place or the lead in these next two laps. And interesting, Ivanov's lead disappeared over the last couple of corners as well. So Ivanov had a nice bit of breathing. Branscombe's coming back at him.
Well, Ed Spain was the quickest kart on the track last time by. 50.91 gives him the fastest lap. We've got one more lap of racing, and this, Nick, two groups of three karts is down the inside for fourth place. Has gone Ricky McIntosh Jr.
Ed Spain was thinking about doing an over and under on Branscombe. They're right together. So this last lap, it's all about these top three. Turning now right down to the final time into chicane number one. Following in a stitch. I think Ivanov's probably going to get away with this one, mainly because second and third are going to be so concerned with each other. Right, looking for the exit. The best.
Look at this, but you know what? That's
Branscombe knew. Branscombe knew where his move was going to be. Blocked him before he even started. They've got enough gap not to worry about fourth place.
Branscombe knew he had to defend that second place there. This has allowed Ivanov a little bit of a breather into the second chicane for the last time then. And out of there, heading down towards the left-hander at elbow.
Yeah, Spain. I think Spain made a bit of an error there because he decided to try thinking about the outside of the chicane. What he should have done is try to maximise his run out of the chicane to give himself a chance either into or out of Ashton's.
The battle for fourth is not over yet. We're going to keep concentrating on this top three, but the battle for fourth as out of Beavers for the last time and across the line to take the checkered flag recovery drive for the final for Kevin Ivanov. Branscombe second, Ed Spain third, and it was Archie Loveridge who came through in fourth ahead of Archie Cannon. Ricky Junior McIntosh finishes sixth. Ryan White was seventh. Riley Blake was eighth. Ninth was Noah Clark. And the driver rounding off the top 10 was Jaden Patel Scott. There's the rest of your finishers down the order to 26 karts. Took part in the Honda Cadet 200 Superheats. And that concludes the Superheats for this class. We've got one more Superheat left. We've then got a lunch break of about a half an hour. And we are right on schedule, dare I say it, Nick.
I'm
not going to say
anything.
It's like saying it's quiet, isn't it? The Junior Rotax Superheat went the way of KMS Racing, Cato Motorsport, a 1-2 for them. We had an X-Kart 3-4, Marcel Popperkuhl, Kasper Tomalewski for Cato, James Kell and Andrew Dixon. And you will see an interview with Andrew Dixon, who is with X-Kart. Andrew Dixon on the 225. We have a chat to him in the lunch break in the Paddock Show. But then Emily Cooper, who came fifth in the Junior Rotax, we have
I think an interview.
Perhaps
an interview.
One of the interviews
do not miss
of
the
year.
Emily Cooper interview.
Do not miss the Emily Cooper interview. Absolutely not. She is brilliant. And so is our granddad, Nick.
Nick Tinker.
Yeah, Nick Tinker. The grid then is exactly the same for the first of the Superheats for this class. And that is Tomalewski on the pole, his teammate Popperkuhl alongside, Charlie Very from ST, who will be on a recovery drive after that incident in the first of the Superheats. He starts on row 2 with Oliver Fabricius alongside. Brith Murdoch, James Kell are next. Emily Cooper, Callum Gosh are next up on row 4. Row 5 is Andrew Dixon and Lewis Sumner. Then we've got Gregor Reed and Lewis Holt. Harry Hurst Grover and Riley Morgan are on row 7. Row 8 is Max Horlow and Aston Brown. Aidan McDonald and Elliot Foster share row 9. And then on row 10, we've got Joshua Jarvis, Leighton Kelly, Molly Pugh and Archie Doherty round off the 22 kart field. Nice orderly grid there from the two Cato Motorsport drivers at the front of this.
No, so you said they weren't ballistically mad with the tyre warming.
Well, that's got some heat of sorts into those slick tyres. When the slick tyres are cold, they are absolutely useless. They are gripless. They're like bricks. But once you get them up to temperature, they will absolutely snap your neck off through corners. The grip level is phenomenal on a kart like a Rotax Max. Here we go then. Nice pace. Dan Ashton will surely like this one. As they get together, they accelerate as one towards the first chicane.
Awesome.
It's Tomaleski. Charlie Very squeezing into second there around the outside. He tried. Not quite coming off. Didn't get ahead of Poppercool. And it'll be Very in third, but it's Tomaleski and Poppercool. See how cold the tyres are, Nick?
Yeah, they're still
turning in there.
It was interesting. Very was really trying to edge himself into the millimetre he wanted to try and get that second place around the first couple of corners. Didn't work. He got edged out, but he was really sort of almost leaning on the cart next to him. It was very tactically astute, but it didn't work. Didn't Very have a problem in the first heat?
Yeah.
I was obviously running away at the time.
No, he had a problem, so he finished.
We've got a massive break from the first two already. Tomaleski and Poppercool have got away, and they're gapping already third place. Very easy to see because he's the bright coloured one, surrounded by a selection of the red and white machines. And it is Tomaleski leading by half a second from Poppercool. Poppercool got second from Very. Then it's Fabricus, Emily Cooper, Braith Murdoch, and James Kell. As Emily Cooper gets a right nudge up the backside from Braith Murdoch for troubles coming out of the first chicane. She's looking over her shoulder, probably saying, "What do you do that for?" But up the inside, that's the space lost there by Charlie Very. Fabricus comes through, and it's Cooper behind him. So Cooper in the mainly white cart with the white helmet, and she's under intense pressure from Braith Murdoch, but just easing himself into third there was Oliver Fabricus. Very, as we always say, the easy one. I don't know why, for some reason, these junior Rotax and TKC is a very sort of mono-coloured sort of, you're either white or you're black or you're grey. As Cooper now tries to take Braith Murdoch off the track slightly there, but didn't work. But Very always stands out by being the colour that most of the other karts used to be, which is blue and flory green. A lot of X karts, and the X karts are quite white,
black and white.
Yeah. Quite kind of like
X-Kart black and white. The Oliver Fabricus is with Bradley Shepherd Racing, the BSR driver. Orange and white, very similar to the Cato Motorsport livery. But ST Racing, John Stewart's team there with the bright yellow and blue, helping John pick his drivers out, no doubt.
Yeah,
it's an easy one to spot, isn't it?
Yeah, I'd have to. Which one's mine?
Exactly. Yeah, standing out. Tomalevsky standing out, though, pulling 0.3 of a second this time by Poppercool. Looks happy enough to follow in his wheel tracks. The gap's gone down. Braith Murdoch on the number 214 down in fifth. He puts in the fastest lap of the race.
Yeah, Braith's now just behind, as you can see, Very. Cooper in the very heavily liveried, full of sponsors. Normally, most of the sponsors describing what they do in their titles.
She's in with Cato Motorsport, isn't she, Emily? She's on a blue and white cart there at the just behind Charlie Very, the yellow cart, and then the orange cart of Braith Murdoch. That's a Cato Motorsport, and in the Cato Motorsport awning as well, we found Emily Cooper. Are you going to interview me?
Yeah.
What's your name? Emily Cooper. So you're Emily Cooper. Yeah.
I'm Emily Cooper.
Yeah, great interview with Emily, who explains who our sponsors are. Nick, her granddad, pulling
all the work,
pulling it together, pulling all the marketing together.
Yeah, all the cleaning, all the technicals, the whole lot.
Yeah, absolutely.
First two through the chicane.
But I tell you what, Emily's no slouch, is she? Running in the top 10 in this junior Rotax order.
She is the MSA champion at this track, and she's the only female MSA champion.
That is a good point. She's not the only female champion. Amelia Nelson won the Dunkers World Championship.
Is that MSA?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, I
think so.
No, I don't think it was.
I might be wrong.
Dunkers was but no, there's a number of really good female racers. So
she knows Fulbeck.
At the moment,
she said she's from Gainsborough, is Emily. There's Tomilewski. For some reason, there lost a lot of ground there.
No, he lost that last two laps. You've been eulogised about other people. I've been watching.
No. I saw him go wide off the curb there.
He's only 0.14 ahead beforehand.
No. But he went wide. I'm not on about him losing a huge gap. I'm on about him losing time. He lost time to Poppicle.
So time is a gap.
Well, yeah, but he lost a fraction there.
Anyway, back to the story again.
He's getting a bit messy there, wasn't he?
His comfortable lead is no longer comfortable. Should we agree on that one?
It's not comfortable, but he was a little bit over-driving there into the hook. Let's see if he does the same this time. He's aware that Poppicle's there. It's bragging rights in the Cato Motorsport tent, though, isn't it? Here we go. This is where I think he hit the curb. Or it's just not turning in for him.
Is it understeer?
Yeah, he's got turning oversteer. When he turned in, the cart went sideways, and that's perhaps what I saw.
And that drifted him wide from the apex.
Yeah.
So
3 minutes remaining.
That means his tyres at the back are probably slightly too warm. Just giving up a little bit of grip. He can sort out a little bit of a change of driving style, but it's not easy to change driving style when you've got your teammate 0.15 of a second behind you. Then behind them, it's Fabricus, second and a bit back. Then Very, Cooper, Murdoch and Dixon. This is the closest battle in the top of the field at the moment. First and second, Kasia Tomalewski, the person in the class of the field of the TKC Junior Rotax for 2024. But he's been challenged regularly, but not always regularly by the same drivers, Joe.
Seem to have got the grip of that turning oversteer as Tomalewski. Not too much of a problem for him this time. He was ready for it. Poppicle's kept him honest, though, hasn't he? It's been a Cato Motorsport exhibition as the junior Rotax class this season. I mean, Tomalewski, again, the reigning champion. He's about to take consecutive championships if he continues in this vein through into the final. He came into this round at the head of the junior Rotax championship table. And I think at this stage, Nick, he will still be at the head of the table. We're going to have some idea.
I think he's maxed out both of the.
We're going to spend our lunchtime working out the points, aren't we, guys?
I'm spending my lunchtime eating
cake,
Mrs. Stewart's cake.
Yeah. Okay, there is that. That'll help you think. Out of the second chicane, then 90 seconds on the clock. The first two continue round. There's the battle for third, fourth, and fifth. It's Oliver Fabricius, Charlie Very, and Emily Cooper. Emily looking like she's wanting to get by Charlie Very, but likewise Charlie Very's looking like he's wanting to get by Fabricius. So Fabricius in the Bradley Shepherd Racing entry looks solid in that third place. It's not going to be an easy task for Very, and if anything, Charlie Very that time into the chicane looked like he was holding Emily up. Emily having a look down the inside.
Very was very much, he was screwed up there, but luckily the nose of his cart was quite pointing into the apex. Cooper trying to go around the outside of the second chicane. Doesn't happen. To be careful, because you leave yourself open to attack from Andrew Dixon, and anything goes wrong behind her with the X cart.
Dixon and Kell together, coming up behind them. The two X cart drivers beginning to queue up behind Emily Cooper.
And there's 2 more laps after this one, so it's 3, 4, 5, 6 running together through Beavers. Absolutely, Very's been at the centre of most of the action, as Charlie, it has to be said. Right now, Dixon's probably going to look to get an early glances over, worried about the man behind. Oh, and Very's gone wide now. Was he nudged wide or did he go wide? I think he was nudged wide.
Very will have to regain his composure. Emily Dixon just inadvertently nestled up behind his bumper and just.
He wasn't quite in the right. It wasn't quite. I think it was. Yeah, I think he was tapped absolutely, but he wasn't quite in the right attitude to begin with. But yeah, that's. Do you think that will go to the stewards? Do you think?
Oh yes. We'll see how that fares out when we check the results next time by. Out of the arena then, and it's all change in the order as Tomalewski and Popicle already go by underneath the 1 lap to go board. Fabricius and Emily Cooper now in third and fourth. Andrew Dixon and James Kell move up to fifth and sixth. Braith Murdoch seventh. Charlie Very down to eighth after that incident at the hook hairpin. Lewis Sumner and Harry Hurst Grover, they're the drivers that are rounding off your top 10.
So right together the first two now. Popicle goes to the inside. He's moving for the lead on the last lap through Ashton's, and Popicle's waited this long. He's made that move. He's taken the lead. Tomalewski down to second.
Into the arena, Popicle will lead. Out of the arena, Popicle will lead, and it looks like he's leading through Beavers and across the line to take a very fine superheat win right there on the last lap. Popicle, what a move that was into the Ashton's hairpin. There it is, textbook out of the elbow, and Tomalewski caught napping in some way, didn't expect his teammate to go down his inside, I'm pretty sure. But Poppercool did, and he will take the win from Tomilewski, Fabricius, Emily Cooper 4th, James Kell 5th, Andrew Dixon 6th, Braith Murdoch 7th, Charlie Very, Lewis Sumner and Harry Grover round off the top 10. Well, everybody, that takes us to the lunch break. We've concluded our super heats. We've formed the grids for the finals, the all-important round 5 of 5 here at Fulbeck for the 2024 Kart Championship. We'll see you after the break. Be back in about half an hour. See you then. And what's coming next? I didn't think I had to explain it, Nick. It's the Paddock Show.
Well, hello and welcome to Fulbeck and the final round of the Kart Championship for 2024. Well, we've had 4 amazing rounds. Most of the championships are really close. Joe, what are you looking forward to most of all about the action coming today?
I'm quite sad, actually, Nick. It's the 5th and final round of the Kart Championship, and I've absolutely loved every moment of it. Yeah, there comes a point where we have to crown our champions. That's what we're going to do this weekend. You know what? There's 200 points up for grabs in this round. All rounds count, which is a little bit different to what we're normally used to. So it's going to be all the way to the very end, all the way till Sunday afternoon. And I really don't want to pick a winner. Even the championships that look relatively secure, they're not. Nothing's secure. And here at Fulbeck, anything can go wrong. The chicanes here are just treacherous. The track is fast. There are sweeps and there are the places where you can easily find yourself being tripped up and you can easily trip yourself up. So, as ever, the Kart Championship is going to be action-packed as ever, Nick.
And, of course, you've missed out the one thing that is also a massive variable, and that's the weather. We've had all sorts of weather already on Saturday. On race day, we're promised even more all sorts of weather. Who knows? But what we do know is when we walk around the paddock, there's one man every single karter wants to talk to. It's Joe Bradley, the face of Karting Live TV. Joe, go do your talking.
All right, then. A big part of any Kart Championship are the officials, the marshals and everybody who helps the meeting run. If we didn't have these people, we couldn't race. And the man in charge here, the race director for the Kart Championship, for a few years now, isn't it, Dan? It's Dan Ashton. Dan, I've got to say, our first year Karting Live TV with the Kart Championship, and I've got to say, mate, I've been absolutely blown away by the standard of driving I've seen from these youngsters. This is a kids' championship. I've got to tell myself when I'm commentating that these are kids. I know for a fact that you and I have talked about, for instance, the racecraft we've seen in the Bambinos. It's phenomenal.
For sure. I mean, Warden Law always sticks in our mind. The weather was shocking. It was raining all day Sunday, and they still drove probably the best I've seen them, not just this year, but the best I've seen them for a couple of years. Some fantastic racing across all the classes for sure, but the Bambino classes, you've hit the nail on the head. You've sometimes got to think, some of these kids are 6 years old.
I think what I said at Rowra at the last round, the Formula One boys need to watch this Bambino race and maybe they'll learn how you can overtake and how to be patient as well and how to accommodate the other drivers, because that's what we see.
For sure. I mean, like they're drafting each other, they're making some clean, nice, fair moves up the inside, and there's so much respect between the drivers. For sure things happen and accidents happen, etc. But for me, I think there's so much respect between the paddock, and you see them all playing on an evening, like playing football and with the cars and whatever. It's just nice. It's a nice family atmosphere, which is what obviously we aim for as a Kart Championship.
I think you've just summed up the Kart Championship actually in that sentence. All right, here we are, round 5 of 5. It's an early finish to the championship. However, we've got the winter series. That's all to look forward to. So far, so good. I mean, what's been your highlight of the season?
There's been quite a few. As I said, Warden Law was a good one, and again across the board. Sunday, weather was shocking. We had to stop for an hour, half an hour, whatever it was, to clear the track, and the good guys at Warden did that. I'm not going to pass a comment till we finish today, and the weekend, because I think this weekend and tomorrow, when we're going to Super Heats and finals, I think the final round is going to spice things up a bit, I think. Yeah,
you've got a job of responsibility being the race director. I mean, you know, when you watch it back, I talk about, I think I've grown to know exactly what you're looking for in the starts, for instance. But I think overall, it's a big pat on the back so far this year.
It is, and it's a fantastic team effort. Obviously, as race director, I try and steer the ship the best way and the hardest and the fairest way possible. But it's a massive team effort. You know, Darren runs a fantastic championship as the coordinator. Some great guys. I've got some of the top officials with us this weekend as well, and for the year. And it is a great team effort. Working alongside the clubs like Fulbeck, Warden, etc. It's been an honour for sure.
I mentioned there, you know, the officials, the marshals. That is also a good way of being involved in the sport, isn't it? What would you say to everybody out there who maybe can't afford to actually compete, but this is a great way of being involved in the sport?
Do it. Just do it. Go to your local club, wherever you are, wherever you're based. Go to your local club and just say, I want to get involved. And get involved either waving flags, you can get involved in scrutineering, obviously clerking as well, timekeeping. There's so many different roles within the sport. Go onto the Motorsport UK website, see which local club is, and just register as a marshal or whatever, and just get involved. It's a great team atmosphere between us all as well, and it's nice to have a beer on a Saturday night as well.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that bit. Thanks, Dan. William Wainwright was the fastest C50 Bambino at Wilton Mill. He's had a bit of a mixed season so far in the Kart Championship, but William so far at Fulbeck, this is William here, this is his dad Dan. He's having a great time at Fulbeck. Is Fulbeck one of your favourite tracks, William?
Yeah.
Yeah. What is it about Fulbeck that you like? Anything?
About when I won the races at here, Fulbeck.
What do you think of the chicanes here? Are they tough?
Quite a lot of them, yeah.
Why? Is it hard to get through them?
Yes, because they're really tight. Like, probably tightest one's that one.
Right. That's the first one. Yeah, is that after the start? Yeah. You had a great couple of heats this afternoon, haven't you? Which was the best one, the first or the second?
Probably the second, because I came second in that one.
Yeah, that was a good one, wasn't it? Tell us a little bit about that then, because you were in third for a long time, weren't you? And then you went for it.
Because Henry Hales was on the outside, no was inside, just choose to go lower, and we just made it through Henry Hales, and then he just dropped back, and then he dropped back even more when he got to Stinsline, I think, didn't he? Yeah, and yeah.
You drafted like that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then I just got him.
You know when you're drafting, you know when you're right up against, does that make you go quicker when you're behind someone?
Yeah.
How does that work, do you know?
If you're pushing people, you have a faster lap time. It's because you be faster, and then the wind's behind someone, and then you just you get faster, because when the wind's like that, you just go, and then you have a faster, because they have the wind and I don't. Just make it faster.
You sound as though you really enjoy driving this Bambino car, do you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Is it going fast that you like?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what are you hoping for tomorrow then? What will William Wainwright be happy with tomorrow afternoon?
Trying to win the final tomorrow.
Yeah, simple question, wasn't it? And that was an explanation in slipstreaming from William Wainwright here. Good luck, Dan. Good luck, Will. Great stuff. So fifth and final round of the 2024 Kart Championship. We've already had the heats. This afternoon we go into the final round proper tomorrow with Super Heats. Andy Dixon here, 225 in Junior Rotax. Andy, you had one of those character building days, my son, didn't you? Tell us what happened at the chicane on Heat 2.
Tried to hold it around the outside. Didn't end up so well in the tyre wall. I broke myself a little bit. And then, yeah. I mean, I managed to come back to 11th, but then I got dropped down, so. All
right, okay. So that eagerness of getting into that first chicane, mate, we've all done it. We've gone around on ourselves. What can you learn from that, though? What can you take from that?
Just, take it slow, take it easy. You're not going to win it in the first corner. You might bin it. If you try too hard, just take it easy. You have a whole race, use it.
So you've got the Super Heats tomorrow. Fulbeck's one of those tracks, isn't it, though? It's so easy to trip up in those chicanes. Is it one of your favourite tracks, for instance?
It's
okay to say no.
it's an all right track. The surface is just a bit patchy, but not bad. It's fun. I like riding the curbs and stuff. It's good. But no, not my favourite circuit. But I'm good at it, so pretty good, yeah.
Is this your local track, Andy?
No, I live down in Surrey.
Ah, right, so
We're
it's
like
not.
3.5 hours away.
Yeah, right. You're with X-Kart. Now, a lot of drivers are running with X-Kart. How many teammates have you got in Junior Rotax?
I don't know.
Quite a few, isn't it?
Probably over 10, yeah. Probably around 10, over 10.
So how much do you work together as a team then?
Quite a lot, to be fair, yeah. We're good at working together. We just need to get together and then break through the Katos, and hopefully then should be good.
Do you share setup data and the like?
Yeah.
How much in depth do you go to with regards to your teammates?
Quite a lot, but like not tons, but yeah, we share data around, and yeah, we get told setup and stuff.
Yeah. Do you find you've progressed, you've developed quicker because of the amount of teammates you have here at X-Kart?
Yeah, because obviously the more teammates you have, the more like you can try different setups on different carts, and if one works and one doesn't, then you know what to do.
Yeah.
And it's a lot quicker and a lot faster when you have teammates.
So a big lesson learned today. What's tomorrow going to bring for Andy?
Hopefully good things. We'll probably be starting from the mid-pack with a P3 and a P16, I think, with the nose. So hopefully we can claw it back, because we're top 5 pace. We just need to use that pace and get through.
That's great for us, isn't it, guys? Watch out for this guy, 225. I think one of the most sponsored karts in this paddock is Emily Cooper's kart here. Emily races the number 230 in Junior Rotax. Emily, is that your marketing manager, is it?
Correct.
Yes. It's also your granddad, isn't it?
Yep.
So he's done a lot. Is it your granddad who gets all these sponsors?
Yeah.
So how does he do that then? Because I'm intrigued.
He walks into the pub. He's like, well, he's like, will you sponsor me? Yep.
So, shall we go through your sponsors?
Yeah.
Right, take us through them. Who do you want to start with?
Graphics, my biggest sponsor for this year.
Right, do they do all your stickers?
All my stickers.
Do they
yeah.
give you any cash?
Yeah, they do actually.
Yeah.
Yep.
You don't need to disclose just how much.
No.
Right, so Ultimate Graphics, they do all the stickers. So who are these guys?
RS Security in Scunthorpe.
Right, what do they do then? Security. They're a security company,
yeah,
are they?
They do security, CCTV and stuff.
Right.
Dogs.
Who else we got?
We got Fina Welding Fabrication, a big welding company actually.
Right. I mean, this one, Nick, get this one in. The Elite Pest Management. Are they rat catchers?
Yeah, for like, what are they called?
For vermin.
For vermin, yeah.
Yeah, and pest.
Yeah.
So Nationwide Traffic Solutions.
Yeah. They do
What do they do?
traffic.
Solutions.
Yeah, solutions.
Kev Page Couriers.
Oh,
Who's Kev Page?
It's a new sponsor of ours.
All right.
Yep,
Is he a courier?
probably.
Yeah, sounds like it. Who else we got?
We got Raceway Kart Centre.
All right, is that where you get your race parts?
That's where I started racing when I was 9.
Is that an indoor place?
No, it's an outdoor place in Brighton.
All right.
And now here we are.
And as they sweep out of the hook hairpin and head down towards that second chicane, they go through a slight kink to the right there into the braking area. And look at that, Henry Hills leading out of the second chicane with a 5-kart breakaway at the front of the field. Henry Hills, Ralph Martin, Heath Smith. I think that's Jack Swong on the blue kart there in 4th, and I think that might even be Jack Harper in that 5th spot. Into the arena for the first time then. Plenty of time on the clock. The drivers will see that as they come out of the arena and then head through Beavers, the left-hander, onto the start-finish straight here at Fulbeck and head down to the chicane to start lap 2. It is Hills, Martin, Smith, Wong, Harper, Wright, Jensen, James Williams in 7th. Oliver Woodall, Freddie Dye, Freddie Pennell's the driver, rounding off the top 10 into the hook. These youngsters, 6 years of age to 8 years of age for the Bambino class. And this is the brand new for 2024 Might E Bambino Championship. These are electric motored karts. They've been an absolute delight to watch on track. The racing's been frenetic. The racing's been exactly what you would expect from the Bambino class. And it's been a very popular addition to the paddock from all of the owners, and the drivers enjoy driving these karts as well. The owners, i.e. the parents, absolutely love them because they're very, very plug-and-play style of going karting, which is attractive to a lot of people. 2 laps completed, no change. Henry Hills, Ralph Martin, Heath Smith, Jack Swong, Jack Harper, Junior Wright. Anything can happen at the front, but it's a waiting game we play right now with Henry Hills here with his driver coach, Harry Wainwright, who's a champion in his own right with another series, that Karting Live cover, the NKC. And Harry passing on his experience to Henry Hills, but not enough there for Henry Hills to keep Ralph Martin back. And Ralph Martin taking the inside line into the second chicane. He'll hang on to the lead through the elbow and on towards Ashton's. These three now breaking away with Heath Smith joining in. And Heath Smith down the inside of Henry Hills. And it's going to be side-by-side action into the arena. The arena section here at Fulbeck, the left and then the 2 rights. And Henry Hills disposes of Heath Smith, puts him right on the outside line. And Heath Smith, to his disadvantage, drops just off the tail now. He'll have to work hard to get back onto the tail of Henry Hills. Jack Swong dropping back in 4th, a bit of a lonely 4th for him. Jack Harper likewise in 5th. And then from 6th down, Junior Wright, Jensen James Williams, Oliver Woodall, Freddie Purnell, Freddie Dye, Nico Mohan, Arthur Thompson through in 12th, Etienne Gardner into 13th, Ollie Upton down to 14th, Kristen Doshi in 15th. There's the lead battle though, continues. Ralph Martin now on track in the lead of this race to become the first ever Mighty Bambino champion, the first ever electric-powered MSUK champion. Into Ashton's. Still plenty of time. We've had about 4 minutes of this final, so we're still a minute away from half distance. Into the arena then. And Henry Hills, you can see Henry's looking determined, just slightly, lightly tapping the rear bumper of the leading kart there just to keep his momentum up. He's not wanting to stifle it. And then Heath Smith, he's not that far. Jack Swong beginning to get back in on terms, coming back towards them. Great 4-card battle between Jack Harper, Jensen James Williams, Junior Wright and Oliver Woodall there. They're tripping over one another. 5-card battle, in fact. And is that Heath Smith who's somehow found himself... No, Heath Smith's in 3rd. It was Jack Harper there. Jack Harper, the 57, finding himself coming back towards those 4 drivers behind him. So Jack Harper, Jensen James Williams, Junior Wright and Oliver Woodall now in a pack of 5. Into Ashton's. The battle at the front is heating up as they're side by side into the arena. The green kart there is the leader, Ralph Martin. But Henry Hills comes alongside on the blue kart, and it's side by side through Beavers. It's going to be Ralph Martin that slots into the lead as he had the ID line, but Henry Hills isn't finished. And we are just clicked by the half-distance mark. And already Henry Hills showing a little bit of impatience towards wanting this lead. Heath Smith now dropping back. It was Heath Smith that I saw drop back, and I think that was a mistake in the first chicane. So Heath Smith out of contention for 3rd. That's allowed Jack Swong up into 3rd place, but he's a little bit of a distance away from the rear bumper of Henry Hills, who pulls alongside the leader, and he has the line through the elbow and will take the lead. Henry Hills into the lead once again with 4 minutes on the clock. Still plenty of time for Ralph Martin to come back at him. And that was all about momentum out of the second chicane there, just down the inside on the ID line. And he just kept to his line. Ralph Martin, though, accommodated that. No shenanigans. They're very clever, these 6 to 8-year-olds. And they will allow each other to race around one another. And that makes for very exciting racing. There's a reason why my race of the month has been a Bambino race, whether it be petrol engine or electric engined. Here we go then. Out of the first chicane. Was that Harry and me on there, Nick, or something else? There's the battle for 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th and 8th. 5-card battle there from 4th down over. Heath Smith, Jensen, James Williams, Jack Harper, Junior Wright and Oliver Woodall. These 5 been circulating together. There's the lead still in the hands of Henry Hills. We'll try and keep an eye on that as we watch this 5-cart train from 4th place down over. 3 minutes on the clock now. No change at the front as we head towards the arena. There's no doubt Ralph Martin will come back as we continue to watch these 5 duke it out for 4th place down. We'll see if they're gaining ground on Jack Swong in 3rd. The gap was 1.5. Henry Hills leads. 1.2, 1.3 there. So they are coming back to Jack Swong, even though they're beginning to squabble over positions. Jack Swong is about to have the company of 5 drivers: Heath Smith, Jensen James Williams, Jack Harper, Junior Wright, and Oliver Woodhull, if he's not careful. There's the number 11, Junior Wright, ahead of Jack Harper. Is he? No, not quite. As we rejoin the lead battle. Henry Hills leading through Ashton's. 2-minute bell. Time running out for Ralph Martin. He's still there, though. He's not that far away. Into the arena. The arena section now. 2 right-handers, 1 to go. And then out of the arena through Beavers. Look at that 2nd place green cart of Ralph Martin. He pulls on to the rear bumper of Henry Hills. Is he going to challenge into the chicane? The answer is not quite. They resume their positions and continue down towards the hook. Into and out of the hook they go. Henry Hills still leading. Ralph Martin 2nd. Jack Swong in 3rd. Still kicking off behind these as Jack Swong is now got the company of those 5 drivers, and Jack Swong falling down 2 places there just behind these 2. We can't really take our eyes off this lead battle. We are about to see Ralph Martin crowned the first Mighty Bambino champion if he can keep it on the road. There's no reason why not. Touch wood. I said that there. As I came out of my mouth, I thought, do not say another word. Here we go then, Henry Hills. It will be the penultimate lap, this one. It'll be the 1 lap to go board next time by. They fan out and then come back together into the first chicane. The blue and orange cart of Henry Hills leads. He's had a great weekend here at Fulbeck. There's nothing I can do. It's not me in control of that, Nick. Ralph Martin in the green cart, latching on to the back of him. Into the 2nd chicane.
Just want to confirm that we've not got any frogs in the studio.
Into the chicane. Oh, he uses a curb. That might slow him down. And we've got back markers coming into the play again. Arthur Bath. He came into play in the Superheat, didn't he?
And
he's going to try and get out the way. Arthur keeping to the right. The 2 leaders get past him this time without any issue. And this will be a last lap battle then. They are absolutely glued together. Ralph Martin, if he stays where he is, he's going to be champion. He doesn't need the win. I'm pretty sure he's been briefed on that. However, he's got his helmet on, he's in his cart, and he's battling for a win. He wants to take this in style. Around the outside, he does not go. He tried to have a look there, like he did the last time. And Henry Hills slots across to the right-hand side. He's down the middle of the road, defending, not too aggressively, through the hook. And Ralph Martin has massive momentum coming out of there and latches onto the rear bumper again. Towards the 2nd chicane. They're side by side into the 2nd chicane. And he slots back in behind Henry Hills. Henry Hills using the curb and then slots to the left to protect his inside line at the elbow. There's only a few more corners left. Henry Hills is going to hang on to this win, I'm pretty sure. Out of Ashton's. After he will do. I know him. Henry Hills into the arena. Ralph Martin all over the rear bumper. And if Henry Hills can just keep this tuck to the right, he does indeed keep the momentum, and Ralph Martin has to slot in behind as they go through Beavers, and the checkered flag flies. Henry Hills will take round 5 at Fulbeck, but Ralph Martin will be the first ever Mighty Bambino champion, the first ever electric-powered MS-UK champion, is the number 32 of Ralph Martin.
Well done, Ralph. Great result for the young man.
Great drive from Henry Hills all weekend. All weekend he's been absolutely on it.
So that's, of course, unofficial championship results, of course.
Well,
Saying this.
I must add that the championship positions have been worked out by me and Gasbury.
So,
and we are.
Who knows?
We've obviously, all the results that we shout and create excitement for are provisional, because the carts have got to get through tech. There may be penalties applied that we don't see and are unaware of. So these are not official results, obviously. But I don't need to tell everybody that, because they all know that. They all know they're not official results until they're official.
And then do you know what they are? They're official.
Then they become official. So the Henry Hill's taking the Mighty Bambino final. Ralph Martin second. Heath Smith third. Jack Swan hung on to fourth. Junior Wright fifth. Oliver Woodall sixth. Jack Harper seventh. Jensen James Williams eighth. Eddie Purnell ninth. And then in 10th place, Etienne Gardner. From 10th place down, Arthur Thompson, Freddie Dye, Nico Mohan, Maximilian Mikalski. 15th was Alfie Ennell, Frank Pearson, Christian Doshi. Team Upton was 18th and 19th, with Ollie finishing ahead of Summer. And then in 20th, Oliver Yap, Hadley Jarvis and Arthur Bath rounding off the 22 kart field.
What's next?
Next up is the Intermax final. Let me just get the grid up for the Intermax final. There they are, waiting. JJ Plowman. He's Fulbeck, round 5, and Fulbeck's been all about JJ Plowman in Intermax. The championship looks like this. It's very, very tight at the front. Max Gilman, again, these are provisional standings as we have worked out. These are our own workings out, mine and Gasbury's. So Max Gilman has a 24-point lead to Jensen Seal. JJ Plowman has a 45-point deficit to Gilman. An 84-point deficit is Fraser Anderson. And Sandro Kemp is in 5th place, 155 points. So Sandro, the first driver not in contention for an overall championship. But like I've said earlier in the weekend, it's not necessarily about becoming champion. It's about where you finish and finishing ahead of your friends. That's what it's all about here. Finishing ahead of your friends, battling for 15th to 20th can be as exciting as it can be running at the front. It's all about the enjoyment of actually racing. And that's what the Kart Championship is all about.
Yes, it is. Can you pass those points?
Are you going to work them out and
just look at them.
Get a different answer? Because if you're going to be contentious, I'm not going to show you them. Because Gaz and I worked feverishly over the lunch break while you ate cake and flicked switches and plugged and unplugged.
There was quite a lot going on then, by the way.
There was quite a lot of cake.
Well,
I know. I don't know what was that. What was all that about?
We went off air for 10 minutes.
Oh, really? That's great. Right, okay. We've got the grid looking like this then as they are released from captivity for the final time for the Intermax runners in 2024 Kart Championship, in the 2024 Kart Championship. I thought they were about to be released. JJ Plowman's on the pole position. Championship leader, Max Gilman, 24 points. That's all the lead he has to Jensen Seal, who starts behind him on the second row with James Fabricius on that second row alongside. Row 3 is Noah Jepson and Harvey Bacon, with Jensen Walker and Fraser Anderson on row 4. We've got Jackson Hilton and Sandro Kemp on row 5. And then we've got Hugo McCluskey and Eli Rideout. Zach Hunt and Jack Moss round off the 14-kart field.
So with a 24-point lead, he needs to finish 12 positions behind, 11 positions behind Jason Sale.
Before he loses the lead of the championship.
Yes.
Is that what you... That's nice, that, Nick. I like that. Thanks for that.
It's, you know,
2 minutes before... 2 laps. Thank you, Dan.
They're getting 2 warm-up laps.
2 warm-up laps. Yeah. Discretion always been the best... Well, safety always been at the forefront of everybody's mind here in the Kart Championship. And we'd like these drivers to be going into that first chicane with the tyres nice and grippy. No cold tyres, no relatively cold tyres. So we will get the tyres coming on a little bit sooner than we would normally if they only did one warm-up lap.
Right, we've got 2 laps. I know I've been doing this now for 2-3 years. Intermax, Minimax. What's the difference? Ages, sizes?
No. Ages are the same.
Right.
Minimax, Intermax derived from Minimax.
Right.
So that was the gap between the Micromax Cadet class into Junior Max. So Minimax had the larger Junior Max chassis with the wider tyre.
Right.
The engines are the same,
Right.
but they've got the same Minimax engine that became Intermax on a smaller 950mm chassis
Right.
with the narrower tyre.
Right.
So they've loosened the grip.
Intermax is 9 to 12?
Intermax is 10 to 13,
Right.
950mm
So
chassis.
Micromax. Oh, right. So Micromax is the max equivalent of a Cadet. Is
Yes.
that right? Oh, right.
That's
okay.
the Rotax Cadet.
I was trying to work out how they went from A to B to C to D.
In Intermax, same size carts as Micromax, but just with a little bit more power.
Right. And wider tyres.
No, narrower
No.
tyre. You said Minimax, which is an old class.
Right. So Micromax.
You know you did say Minimax.
I know. Sorry.
Which is the old class.
There's well, they have Maximax. I'll be fine at that
Right.
point.
Micromax and Intermax, same chassis, same tyres, different engine power.
Right. Okay. So less of a restriction.
Same engine, exactly the same engine. Yes.
And Junior
Hi,
Max.
Brody.
And then Junior Max. Is
And
the
then
same
Junior
again,
Max.
but it's not
No,
new
different
chassis. New chassis.
wider tyres, engine less restricted.
Okay.
More restricted from a Senior Max,
Yes.
so less power than a Senior
same
Max.
chassis as Senior
more
Max.
power, yes, more power than an
Super.
Intermax.
I'm now maxed
How
out.
many years have you been doing
There's
this?
too many Maxes.
Here we go then.
I understand.
JJ
Cadet
Plowman
Bambino.
on the pole position in the bright yellow cart. They get away as well, and it's Plowman who leads into the chicane first. And who's that behind? Jensen Sale slotting in into second place in the bright orange Kart Championship leader. Max Gilman out of the chicane in third place. It is the number 140 of Jensen Sale in second place.
He's
And
going for the
also
lead.
looking like he's going to pull alongside. And will he take the lead, Nick?
He's looking like he wants it, but he's on the wrong side. He may not actually end up third. He has. He's had to drop back to scratch a bit of her Valor Sale. Really going for it early on. He needs to effectively. He does need Gilman to effectively not finish this to get his chance of winning overall. But obviously, the way that has to happen is he has to win as well. And they sweep round the arena for the first time.
Well, I mean, all you can do in the situation is, you've got to win to maximise your points haul, and that's the third place driver there, Jensen Sale. As they cross the line, you've got to beat JJ Plowman, who's been on fire here at Fulbeck this weekend. Absolutely on fire as they come out of the first chicane, heading down to the hook. Max Gilman there in the blue and white, the Thule Motorsport liveried Carton driver in second place. He only has to sit there, Nick, and he's won the championship.
Yeah, well, that's not really the mentality of these guys.
No, there never has been. Never has been.
So Plowman leading comfortably as he has most of the day into Ashton's in another place. Change behind. Oh, up the inside. There's a battle for the lead now. Third and fourth is also kind of alternating around as well. I think third. I want to say third and fourth change, but it could be changing back actually because there are quite a lot of places where you get ahead for a very short amount of time. And then
that was
it is 140. Sile's gone down to fourth. Yeah.
Sailed down to fourth. Slightly different livery carts there that I picked out as they came out of the arena. So Plowman, Gilman, Fabricius, Jensen Sale, Harvey Baker, Noah Jepson, Jensen Walker, Fraser Anderson, Eli Rideout, Hugo McCluskey, Sandra Kemp, Jack Moss up to 12, Zach Hunt, Jackson Hilton rounding off the field. Still together at the front though, JJ Plowman for ST Racing. His HRS engine has been on fire all day long for him. As they come through Ashton's, he's pulled out a bit of a cushion. Pulling out a bit of a cushion there to Max Gilman, who's falling back to James Fabricus on the number 191. Jensen Sale dropping off the back end of Fabricius and crossing the line to complete 3 laps. Got out to 0.3 of a second, if anything. Fabricius challenging Max Gilman, it seems. Into the hook. Still early days, though. Still 7.5 minutes remaining. So we've still got quite a lot of this final, if anything. JJ Plowman. Oh, and Gilman off there.
Oh, no.
I'm not quite sure what happened. He comes back on and almost takes Fabricius with him. And that's allowed Sale through, but Fabricius says, no, that's
again,
mine.
yeah.
That, you know what, looking at the lap chart, you'd not see that, but Gilman, I think that was coming together.
He got tapped, didn't he?
Yeah, he got tapped by Fabricius in the rear end. He comes back on. Fabricius has to take avoiding action, and that lets Sale through, but Fabricius straight back to third place.
Yeah. So Plowman now has a really big lead of 1.5 seconds almost, 1.25 seconds. Looking over the shoulder goes Gilman in the blue and white machine. And then it's the 191 orange side pods of Fabricius. I've been calling him Fabricus the entire year. Fabricius. You didn't correct me at any point. You're not sure yourself.
Yeah. I tell you what, Max Gilman here in championship contention, leading the championship by 24 points. He's only been on the podium once, and that was on the top step of the podium at Gleneagles for round 2. He had a 4th at round 1, a 5th at round 3, and a 4th at Rowra. But it's that consistent top 5 finishing.
Yeah, it's also
that's brought it home.
This class has had a lot of guest.
It has, yeah.
Guest drivers who've done a round or 2 rounds, and it's had a constant decent entry, but it's not been the same decent enters as such.
That's right.
So being here, being efficient, and scoring consistently has really given Gilman a chance for the championship.
Yeah.
It's not like he's slow or anything, but
No. He's been consistently in the top 5. That's why he's at the top of the championship with a win at Gleneagles. Great effort there. JJ Plowman has checked out, hasn't he? JJ has gone. He's pushing on as well.
Do you know, his problem's been in the finals because he's actually in the first round. Gilman was the fastest in the superheats. In the second round, he was fastest in superheats, and in the 4th round, he was fastest in the superheats. So he's been started from pole on three of the 4 occasions. It's just
that's a good point.
He's had the pace. He's just not perhaps had the his learning, obviously, which he's had to learn. This is the whole point of these classes, is to learn. He's learned consistency. Now he has to. Yeah, he's obviously had some issues in the early laps of finals. He's learning that.
There's a move. The 121 of Noah Jepson ahead of Harvey Bacon.
That was like hi-ho Silver, massive arm there, pointing forward like, yo, westward ho, let's go, because he got ahead, yeah.
Was that Noah Jepson saying, right, let's catch them all.
Let's
catch them all.
Go. I'm wondering now if they've been listening to our commentary, just doing it for us.
Yeah, it'll certainly get you talking about. We're inside the second half of this final then. It's the Intermax final that you're watching right now. The final race of the season, the 24 season. The Kart Championship season's not over though. We've got still 3 rounds of the Winter Series. That kicks off at the end of September, so look out for our coverage of that. Karting Live TV will be bringing you all of those 3 rounds. And the Intermax battle will continue, no doubt, into the dark and dreary winter of discontent.
Oh, blimey, it's got that bad, is it?
I hate winter. I am a summer person, no question.
Why do you go so far north then? If you live further south, the winters aren't quite as bad. Like Spain?
I was going to say, what, like Sicily?
Yeah, I'm not advocating like Milton Keynes or Kent. I'm just saying, no, a different country entirely.
I'll get a taste of that. I'm off to the Balearics after Rowra next week. JJ Plowman continues to lead by now 1.5 seconds, and I think that's down to Max Gilman and James Fabricius just kind of being aware of one another, aren't they? Max Gilman having to focus on defending a little bit too much more than he kind of is looking at catching JJ Plowman. But I tell you what, John Stewart has done a cracking job on that kart today, on that kart all weekend. And there's the move that's been coming. Fabricius down the inside of Gilman, and Gilman still has the championship in hand if he finishes 3rd. And Fabricius sliding wide into the arena, and Gilman going back through, and Fabricius just got carried away by the thought of being in 2nd and went barreling into the arena section there. The car just didn't turn right for him. Here we see it again. Turns in, understeer, and there's the door wide open for Gilman to slot back through.
Weird one, wasn't it?
Yeah. I don't know whether he hit the curb, Nick.
I think he may have hit the curb. And
his car was in the air. You can't change direction if your tyre's not on the ground.
I think I remember we were talking about RC car racing. The RC cars are 4-wheel drive, and I think Hindhaus commentary was doesn't matter how many wheels are driven, they're not on the ground, you're not going anywhere.
That's right, yeah. I think that was the case for James Fabricius. He's got Jensen Sale for company now. Behind Sale, Noah Jepson and Harvey Bacon, they're still on a charge. But with the 2-minute bell about to sound, we are not under any illusion who was the quickest driver on the track with a 47.05 the previous lap to this one. JJ Plowman takes the fastest lap of the race, and there's Max Gilman now beginning to wake up to a charge, 47.04. That's the fastest lap for Gilman in 2nd. Dan's watching our coverage.
All right, we're getting this. He's half a minute behind, so.
All right, okay. Of course, yeah. So, can Gilman catch him?
He's laughing at something said ages ago.
I think so.
I don't think you can hear it, thankfully.
1.75 seconds was the gap the last time by, and with 90 seconds remaining, I think that's just a big ask for Gilman to catch Plowman. Gilman will be aware that second place is enough for a championship. The 2024 Kart Championship for Intermax about to have its final checkered flag in just over a minute's time. And at the minute, JJ Plowman is the driver on target for that one. Here they come then, out of the hook, down towards the second chicane. Great overview of that run out of the hook and down towards the second chicane. Head on towards us through the elbow. Max Gilman in second. James Fabricius in third. Jensen Seal fourth. Then just behind Seal, we've got Noah Jepson, who's broken away from Harvey Bacon. We've got coming up to 30 seconds on the clock as we have JJ Plowman just about to come underneath us there. It's going to be the one lap to go board next time by, so we're on the penultimate lap of the Intermax Championship. Another fastest lap for Gilman, 46.98, the first driver into the 46s by a couple of hundredths. So he is consolidating that second place. I think he lost too much ground to Plowman. He's clawing the gap back, but ever so slightly. 1.66 seconds, the gap at the line last time by. And Plowman can just ease off, if you like. I'm sure he won't. He'll keep the rhythm going. It's all about the rhythm of leading a race, hitting your apexes, hitting your braking points. Gilman in second into the chicane for the first chicane, that is. Into and out of there and towards the hook at the far end of the circuit. So the final few corners of the 2024 Kart Championship Intermax season about to unfold, and it's all about this driver here. JJ Plowman has been the class of the field this weekend and will take a solid win. He won at Rowrah. What a great finish to the season. He won at round 4 at Rowrah, a circuit he's familiar with, and he's clearly familiar with the contours of Fulbeck. He takes that win in fine style, and in second place there, Max Gilman will be our 2024 Intermax champion. Remember, provisional results these, and we are calling the champion. I'm pretty confident, to be honest.
Are you?
Yeah.
I think you're right, that's why.
I think I'm pretty confident. So congratulations to JJ Plowman for taking his second final win of the year here at Fulbeck, and a big congratulations to that driver there in the blue and white kart. Max Gilman ahead of James Fabricius and Jensen Seal. Noah Jepson was 5th. Harvey Bacon, Jensen Walker, Fraser Anderson, Sandro Kemp, Jack Moss finished 10th. Jackson Hilton, Zach Hunt, Eli Rideout, and Hugo McCluskey in his first weekend in the Intermax class.
Well.
A big round of applause
victory.
for everyone.
Mrs. Beaver's waving at Dan Ashton.
Mrs. Beaver's
all sorts of fun.
Mrs. Beaver's attention-seeking, were we saying there? Not like her.
Mrs. Beavers, who has told us this is her last day of timekeeping, but I expect we'll see her for the winter series. Oh, I think we will. Oh, it's gone from definitely not to I hope not. It's already changed. Right, can you pass me the information for the next heat, please? I feel like I need to contribute something after literally just staring at screens the last 5 minutes.
Hang on, mate. Micromax next.
Micromax. That's the top one.
That's the one.
You got the grid?
I will have in a second.
So
you get all organised.
Oh yes, look, I put the glasses on.
I
put my glasses on.
You didn't even know which day it is. You get
Tuesday.
all organised. Can we have the grid for the final?
So we believe that the current order in the championship is Alfie Mayer from Logan Roll, from Benedictus Masiokis, from Lewis Kirkcaldy. Now the interesting thing is Alfie Mayer has a 49-point lead, so outside of a disqualification he can't lose, because there aren't enough people in the heat for him to lose 49 points on. There is an
Yeah,
11.
but Logan Rolfe can score 100 points.
Yes, but the minimum he can score is about 75.
Oh, that's right. A good point. Yes. Yeah.
Unless he gets disqualified.
Yes, that's right.
Because you get 0.
Good point.
Logan Rolfe has an 11-point lead over Benedictus Masiokis for second, so that is 5 places, sorry. That's 5 places on the in the finishing order, and Lewis Kilcuddy is again out of that position. So 1, 2, and 3 are pretty much closely decided. RBJ Stubbs can battle with Lewis Kilcuddy. Buddy Hugo's in 6th. Lewis Herbertson is running in 7th, and it's Jack Mallon in 8th. Faye Backshaw's 9th, and Chloe McGill, who I don't think is here, is in 10th.
No, she's not.
So for the
you
grid,
don't think she's here? We've been here all day yesterday and the day. You don't think she's here?
I don't have.
Sorry, man.
I don't have psychopathic memory of what's going on or what's happening in my life.
Do you want to hear the grid?
Oh, I was going to do the grid. Can I do the grid?
Crack on, mate.
Please, can I do the grid?
Yeah, there it is.
On. You know you love me. So in pole, it is our champion-elect, Alfie Mayer. Next to him on the front row will be Logan Rolfe. Third on the grid is Buddy Hugo, and then we have. He's driving for other Buddy Hugo. He's not a privateer or a factory, he's just other.
I think he's with Synergy, though, because he's got the same...
Yeah.
It all depends on how you input your entry as to what that is, and they just haven't ticked the box.
Carter Jackson starts in 4th. In 5th place, RBJ Stubbs. 6th is Lewis Kilcuddy. 7th is Sebastian Crawford. 8th, Freddie Backshaw. 9th is Benedictus Masiokis. Starting in 10th, it's Ruben Sagoo. Then it's Jack Mellon in 11th. Ronnie Faulkner in 12th, Jane Walsh in 13th, Lewis Herbertson starts in 14th, Zach Andrews starts 15th, Jensen Darlow starts 16th, and in 17th place it is Travis Giddings.
Brilliant.
We've had if you look at I've got all the points in front of me. It's been a situation where it's kind of been a gradual number of people have entered, has solided out about 18, 19, 20. We had about 28 for the first round. Because everyone loves Wilton Mill, that's why. And then it's been pretty solid since then, about 18 to 20. So a good run for the Micromaxes.
Yeah, 17 on the grid this weekend. Where's Tony, by the way? Where's Tony?
Thank you.
Oh, right, okay. I'll not tell the world that.
Where's Tony gone again?
Yeah, has he?
Where's Tony gone, sorry?
Gone for number 2.
He's gone for a sit down.
Yeah, okay. So he's gone into
Are
a meeting.
you trying to get some more piece of paper?
I am, yes, because the next championship workings out I've got in front of me. Where's Gaz Bury? I hope he's listening. As if by magic.
As if by magic, Gaz appears. Gaz, of course, he was
he
was your co-commentator.
He was my co-commentator yesterday. Of course he was. Yeah. Yeah.
No one thought you were married to him, unlike us.
No, mate, because he didn't interrupt me.
When have I ever interrupted
didn't
you?
Talk over me.
I never talk over
Didn't talk over me once.
Again, if I don't say anything, you get
Let me finish my thought before he... Now, we know why you do that, Nick, because if you waited for me to show up, you'd forget what you had to say.
Because sometimes I have to wait over a minute.
And you'd have to... Well, there is that.
Well, the other thing I noticed, when we talked about Gaz yesterday, something I noticed, okay?
Yes, go on.
Right, this is you at the start of the race with Gaz, and they're away, and they ran the first chicane, and that was a great start, wasn't it? Gap. So he gets a gap after like 2 corners. When it's me, it's 2 laps in before I get a bloody gap.
Maybe I've just got into the practice. You're doing it again.
No, I just feel that Gaz got more respect.
Well, it's not that. It's just I talk until you interrupt me. Whereas with Gaz, I can pause.
Oh, so is that what you never pause?
Like professional
So
commentators
what you're actually doing is, so you're making me have to interrupt you.
Well, I think I've gotten into the use of that, into the sort of habit of that now. If you just talking over me.
Who?
I mean, I should have talked over you while you were doing the grid, because that's what you usually do with me. Oh, look, a squirrel.
I hate squirrels. We have got so many squirrels in our back garden.
Gaz, we need some workings out on the Bambino C50s.
Yes. Interestingly, do you remember when you were young that seeing a squirrel was really exciting? It's a squirrel, wow, I haven't seen one. There's so many in my back garden. They are just tree rats. They keep burying their nuts as well, which is very rude.
We're about to release our Micromax finalists.
I've run out of squirrel anecdotes.
Yeah. I wasn't even had my hands off talking to Gaz trying to work out the Bambinos.
Never listen to me.
Here we go. Yeah, you see? That's the Micromax. That's the Junior Primo. Yeah. That's Micromax. Here we go then, and they're going to be given 2 warm-up laps. That's what Dan Ashton just told me there. So all of our rolling laps will get 2 rolling laps indeed. Sorry, all of our rolling
laps will get
I'll
2
come in
rolling
again.
laps.
Let me come in again.
Anyway, that's all I know about squirrels.
Let me come in again. Right. So all of our rolling starts will get 2 rolling laps.
Really?
Yes, and I think that's a great idea.
I'm glad.
And what Dan's got in mind there is safety.
No, it's a great idea.
It's a fabulous idea because the Fulbeck chicanes are kind of legendary. They're legendary
for the damage they cause.
Yeah, absolutely, because they can cause carnage because of the way that they, the way that they're configured, and it's so easy to go in too deep. We've already got the false start flag flying to tell everybody to go around again, and they will indeed get some proper heat into those slick tyres. How big are the chassis?
950 millimetres.
Yes, hey, listen to that. I'll ask you that at Rower and you'll have forgot next week, won't you?
We haven't got these at Rower.
No Intermax, of course not.
No,
We've got
Junior Max is the youngest.
Of course, yeah.
You know, our two major championships are virtually very little overlap, just Junior Max.
There's very little overlap, yeah. Karting Live TV with you next weekend as well for full 2 days of coverage of the NKCO plate.
By the way, I do realize we actually went off air for about 10 minutes, luckily just prior to the finals, but it does mean you missed a lot of the Paddock show.
Oh,
so
we'll have to play that again.
Do not forget to see the Paddock show. I might even play it out at the end of the day, and so it gets onto the stream.
Yeah, do that.
So we'll play it out at the end of the day.
Yeah, it's because it's worth seeing. Here we go, Nick. We're back on it. Micromax final coming up. Alfie Mayer, Logan Rolfe, Buddy Hugo, Carter Jackson, LBJ Stubbs, Lewis Kirkcaldy. It's all about Alfie Mayer and holding on to this championship lead at the end of this one. The Zip driver.
Ooh,
we've got a cart
that?
off on the grass. That's the 77 of Carter Jackson from fourth on the grid.
Right.
He now finds himself at the back of the field.
What happened there? He just ran out of road.
He got nudged.
There were too many carts
carts
across, and eventually you kind of run out of tarmac and start having grass.
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate. It can happen. They're already at the second chicane.
Look at that
and
lead.
Already out. Zip 1-2. Synergy 3-4.
We've seen this though. The synergy's been slow to come on. Now is that Hugo going past Rolfe or Rolfe going past Hugo?
That's Logan Rolfe back up into third ahead of his teammate Buddy Hugo. I can tell by the laid-back driving style of Logan Rolfe. He sits back.
He's too tall. That's
why. He's kind of sits back.
Generally, just for this particular kart.
Lets his body just roll with the kart. Here they go across the line then. Alfie Mayer, LBJ Stubbs is the driver in second. Logan Rolfe third. Buddy Hugo, Benedictus Masiokas. Where's he? He's usually up there. Lewis Kirkcaldy, Jack Mellon, Sebastian Crawford through in eighth. Ruben Sagu and Freddie Blackshaw, the driver that's rounding off the top 10.
Yeah, as they come away. So that second place man is LBJ Stubbs, which is Alfie Mayer. Stubbs has lost a place already, so he's let Rolfe through, but it's a good lead for Mayer. We aren't even on to a normal length of the race yet. Still 8.5 to go. And now it looks like, not a great run for Alfie Stubbs. He dropped back 2, he dropped back 3, I think.
3, his teammate.
No, didn't quite get him. So Stubbs stays in fourth, but unfortunately both for him, both Rolfe and Hugo gone past.
So the 2 Synergy drivers have gone through. We also had his teammate from Zip, Benedictus Masiokas, having a look. Lewis Kirkcaldy on the number 18. He's looking very, very quick as well. And Lewis is down as a privateer on that orange and white car just off the train there. We've got a massive train there. And there, the number 16 on the red and black and yellow. That's the Carlos Sainz chassis of Sebastian Crawford up to 8th place. About to go for 7th by the looks of things.
William Mayer on the YouTube says, go Team Mayer, Alfie Mayer Racing. So I assume a relative, obviously.
Yeah, absolutely. He is indeed. He's got a gap of 1.3 seconds. Logan Rolfe, those chasing after him. And fastest lap of the race from Logan Rolfe for 50.84. We're going to see that gap reduce as they come across the line next time by, no doubt. As they come through the left-hander at Beavers, Alfie Mayer's already out of the corner and underneath us across the line. It's a 50.85 and a 50.91, so the gap has actually extended to the lead. 1.34 seconds is the gap.
Glance over the shoulder.
We're going to see the laws of physics come into play, I think, Nick, because that train of carts in second place down over, they're going to start going quicker through the air. and
Yeah.
they're going to start drawing in Alfie Mare. It's quite
I don't
bizarre
know.
how that rule.
It does happen. We have seen it already today, but he's got a 1.5 second lead, and he knows what he's doing. So I kind of feel that that's less likely. But let's see, because let's see. Rolf himself has broken away slightly from the third and fourth of Hugo and Masiokas, which in many ways is going to ruin his chance of getting cut through the air by the race starts under investigation. Ooh.
I'm not sure what that brought. Remember, in the
there was the accident with 77. Yeah.
Ah, yeah, of course. Yeah. We'll let that pan out. At the moment, though, we've got Alfie Mare. Fastest lap of the race from Alfie Mare last time, 50.52. Into the hook for the 5th time. Heading down towards the second chicane. Logan Rolfe and Buddy Hugo, the two Synergy drivers there, have got Benedictus Masiokas and LBJ Stubbs not that far behind. LBJ Stubbs got Lewis Cocotti in 6th. Sebastian Crawford's hung on to that 7th ahead of Jack Mellon.
Benedictus goes up the inside of Buddy Hugo down at Ashton, so that's a change for 3rd. But those sort of changes we see don't tend to stay for the whole race, do they? It's kind of like I'll be ahead for a lap or two, and then it's my go, and then it's my go.
It can be. I think what happened with Alfie Mare pulling that gap
Mare's
pretty much immediately.
He's
still
a couple of tenths. He's getting a couple of tenths.
50.44. It's another fastest lap. 1.87 seconds. He's absolutely on fire here is Alfie Mare, our champion-elect. Incredible effort.
Through the second chicane, Logan Rolfe desperately trying to bridge that gap to Mare. I mean, it's going to give him second place. He's pretty confident in second place. He's ahead of Benedictus Masiokas on the row, which will keep him second place. But I'm sure he'd like to finish the season with a win. He'd like to just show Alfie Mare he can win one. They did with the first round, in fairness. But since then, it's been a win and a second. 2 wins and a second for Alfie.
Alfie's never been off the top 2 steps of the podium. A second, a first, a second, a first. That's the pattern of the previous 4 rounds.
So he should come second, really, but he's first.
Well, he should have to, keep the pattern going. But he's on target for a top step. He's still got a lot of time left. We've just clicked by the half distance, so plenty of race time left. With no changes in the order, Alfie Mare, Logan Rolfe, Benedictus Masiokas, Buddy Hugo, LBJ Stubbs, Lewis Cocotti, Seb Crawford pulling out just over a second on Jack Mellon, and Crawford he's on the tail end of this field of karts, and he is pulling that gap back to Lewis Cocotti into the arena.
Very dark.
It is. It's gone dark there on Frank's camera for some reason.
I think there's a lot of darkness out there.
Well, the cloud cover's a bit odd, isn't it? Yeah. Now remember, my weather forecast said towards 3 o'clock, after 2 o'clock, we could see some rain. Now that's not massively accurate. It's 1:45 in the afternoon here.
Yeah.
So you never know, and it's going to be relatively heavy rain.
Oh, don't say that.
It's not going to be light rain. It's going to be a proper shower.
Oh, the 77's got a penalty, and the 32, which is Logan Rolfe's got a penalty. Logan Rolfe in second has a penalty. So
3 seconds.
3 second penalty.
They've
for
all
Logan
been given
Rolfe.
3 seconds. So Logan Rolfe currently in
13
second
as well.
Yeah. So you know where that puts him? That puts him down in 10th place.
Wow.
Because there's literally
no,
nothing
puts him
in
into
it.
7th place, I think. Doesn't matter. We'll count it at the end.
Fastest lap of the race from that man there, that boy there, I should say.
That chap.
Benedictus Masiokas on the number 12, the Zipcart driver, 50.27. He's got the bit between his teeth. He's with that 3 second penalty for Logan Rolfe. We are going to see Masiokas finish ahead of him. He doesn't have to overtake him, actually.
Yeah, but he has to be 5 places ahead to get the enough points to get into.
Ah, right, I see, to change his championship place. Yeah, I'm not sure that. Well,
no, I think he's going to. He might drop 3, but they are stretching a little bit now. So at the moment, he would drop into 6th.
We've got a penalty for Freddie Blackshaw as well. That's a 3 second penalty for Freddie.
There was
so Freddie's
quite a large kerfuffle, wasn't there, on that first on the start? And they've obviously decided, well, you need to just say Injured at the 77, who
Well,
seemed the main loser out of that, got a penalty as well.
The penalties have been adjudged with the camera system, and the playback system on the judicial camera system have been looked at, and that's why we've got these decisions being made.
No, it's not someone going, I think I'll give them a penalty. It's been properly assessed.
Yeah, somebody's who's been able to scrutinise the footage from that first chicane incident at the start. Masiokas looks like he can't get by Rolf at the moment.
Doesn't need to.
I know he doesn't need to finish in that second spot, with Logan Rolf having that 3 seconds to add to his time. We're inside the last 90 seconds. Rolf down the inside. Oh, and
just didn't get it.
Masiokas down the inside is what I should have said there. Logan Rolf stayed with it, stayed in the line, on the line. Into the second chicane. Alfie Mayer has gone ahead and just continues to lap in his own little world of winning form here. He really has been the top driver of 2024.
Yeah.
With those results from the previous 4 rounds. So a worthy champion-elect at the moment. And looking on target with 45 seconds on the clock as he crosses the line. It will be the 1 lap to go board next time by. So he's on his penultimate lap of the season. As this battle for second place continues to rage on, Masiokas looking very tricky indeed, but just not having quite enough. I mean, Logan Rolf's he's not exactly easy to pass. He's not exactly easy to keep up with, to be honest.
But Masiokas is shouting. I don't know if Masiokas is going to try the last lap pass for glory, not realising he doesn't need it.
I've just noticed there we've lost Sebastian Crawford from 7th. He's dropped to 10th. There's another challenge at Ashton's. Masiokas. I was saying, what was I saying? Logan Rolf not easy to overtake.
And he overtook him.
Well, then Masiokas proving me wrong. I wouldn't say that was an easy overtake, but he's made it happen.
What Masiokas needs to do is something you can't possibly do in karting, which is back someone up.
He
needs to back him up the pack and try and back everyone up in the remaining
I see.
lap he's got.
But
mainly he doesn't know about the penalty.
That's true. And you just know that Logan Rolf's going to come back here on the last lap, which was what we are into now. And he looks over his shoulder there, does Benedictus. He sees Logan Rolf pulling alongside him into the second chicane, but Benedictus Masiokas has the line and comes out of the second chicane in that second place. It's going to be a zip 1-2 if it stays like this. Synergy factory team in third place with Logan Rolf as they come towards the arena. Into and out, Alfie Mayer. Let's have a look at Alfie crossing the line. And Alfie Mayer crossing the line there to not just take round 5, but also to take the 2024 Kart Championship Micromax class. So we crown a winner and a champion all in one checkered flag there, Nick.
Yeah, fantastic result for Alfie. Well done to Logan and Benedictus. That's the 1, 2, 3. Raced well all through the season. And the end result was that it was Rolf in 3rd. Buggy Hugo came 4th. Albie Joe Stobbs was 5th. Lewis Kilcuddy was 6th. Jack Mellon was 7th. Ruben Sago was 8th. And there was Freddie Blackshaw, Sebastian Crawford, Carter Jackson, Lewis Herberts, and Jamie Wolfe, Ronnie Faulkner, Travis Giddings, Zach Andrew, and Denson Darley. But don't forget, Logan Rolf will drop down to, I think he's going to drop down to 6th. So he'll drop from 3rd to 6th because of the 3-second penalty he has. But there are some others who may have had one in between that, but we've got a kind of a selection of penalties to be played out. But looks like that is the sum total. So next up will be the... What is next? Next is the Junior Primo. So Daniel Hartley in Junior Primo as they wait to get rolling for this one. Hartley has effectively already won this one. Is it Junior Primo next? I hope so. Yes. No, it's not. Well, I haven't got Coma. They're still working on... It's Coma now, but they're still working on the who's, where, and when, and why. Because that's quite close, because the problems with obviously which were experienced by Noah Wicklow. Where's Wicklow starting for this one? He's down in 9th. It's 9th. So that's a lot of points he's lost there. Well, I think he was 10 points ahead going into the superheats. I think he's lost 16 points there. So I think he's either 6 or 8 behind. So he has to finish a couple of places, a place ahead. He has to finish a place ahead of, if he's first, I think he might be able to do it. But we're currently getting it all calculated for us now. The grid will be this way. It'll be Ollie West on pole. Henry Hales will be beside him. And it is obviously a standing start. Will Wainwright and Logan Hodgetts will be row 2. Hendrik Fallat and Benjamin Silva will be row 3. Calman Simon and Jesse Bailey row 4. And then Noah Wicklow will be on row 5 with Nico Wyszlowski. And he will have to come through from that position. Arthur Bowers and John Stevens are row 6. Jax Wong and Freddie Purnell are row 7. Brady Atkin and Maxine Hilaire are row 8. And row 9 is Riley, Aston Wilkins and Santo Amico. And they're having a bit of a chat with them. Apparently there was a little bit of, that kerfuffle on the last lap of the final heat, which saw Wainwright going from 1st to 6th. Apparently a couple of people weren't terribly happy about that. So there was a bit of a conversation about some people being a little bit throwing it in without awareness of the consequences. I was thinking they're 7 years old; they've got no awareness of consequences.
But didn't that occur when Noah's engine packed in?
No, in the first heat when Will Wainwright was leading on the last lap and then ended up in 6th.
Oh yes, yeah.
Because of a huge amount of, and there was some consternation about some of the moves some of these drivers made.
Okay, so they're getting
a little chat,
giving a bit of a lecture,
little bit of a chat about perhaps not doing that again.
Right, and you know what? This happens. All right, these are the size of them.
The helmet is 75% of the child.
6 to 8 years old. Those drivers, and it's just phenomenal. I can't talk enough about how impressed I've been with this championship of the Kart Championship and how competitive the racing is that we've seen. It's just been phenomenal.
That's why you keep voting your driver the rest of the day.
I do. I mean, the Bambino C50s have been, the Bambino electric Bambinos as well, the Mighty Bambinos have been our race of the month. But sometimes, you even in adult car racing, which we cover quite a bit, Nick, you sometimes get the clerk of the course or the race steward calling the drivers onto the grid like that and giving them a bit of a lecture during the race meeting. Just to get a point across.
Here we go.
Oh, look at that.
Seriously, -1?
No. 1 point in it. It's not -1. There's 1 point in it.
All right, because only 11 different. That would be -1.
So Ollie West has a 1 point lead on Noah Wicklow.
So he has to be ahead of him.
Noah, and in third place, 25 points behind, is Logan Hodgetts. Will Wainwright is 60 points behind, 76 points. Next up is Calman Simon. Then Henry Hales, 87 points back. 88 points back is Benjamin Shivar. And then Jesse Bailey, that was hiccup, is 95 points behind. The Ollie West basically has to finish ahead of Noah Wicklow and he wins the championship.
Yes, or Noah Wicklow has to finish ahead of Ollie West.
Yes, whoever finishes.
It is advantage Ollie West because he is starting 8 places ahead of him on the grid.
And that carburettor issue that Noah Wicklow ground to a halt in that first superheat, I think you called it, Nick. You said that's cost him a championship.
It might still not if he can pull this off.
It's a big ask. But yes, I agree. It's, you can't stop trying. And I know Noah will not stop trying. Here we go.
There's going to be plenty of nerves for these kids, that's for sure.
It's a standing start, remember. We've got...
They're revving the cars up because what they're trying to do is warm the clutches.
These are on the all-weather LeConte tyres, meaning they're treaded. One set of treaded tyres for the whole season.
We saw Will Wainwright's tyres yesterday. They didn't look particularly worn, did they?
No, incredible.
Well, there's no weight on them, is there?
That's it. I suppose that is true, yes.
I think that's probably an issue, lack of weight on them.
Yeah, so you do get we were told that brand new tyres are not the quickest tyre to have. Slightly well-worn tyres are the tyre to have. That's understandable. The rubber softens up, doesn't it, with use. We're about to release the Bambinos towards the grid. The parents and helpers will make their way round to the start-finish straight where they will see their kids again on the grid. Let's see how this is going to pan out, the Nick.
Wow,
I'm pretty sure that's more than a...
Oh,
that's more,
victory. Victory
yeah,
is
that's
his.
a massive victory, yes. Yeah, that's just a little bit of a personal contest there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, bragging rights at the pub.
Pub-based bragging rights are always fun. You're pointing at something, I have no idea what it is.
The timing bar.
Yeah?
In the middle of the track. Maybe.
That's just a fixed held shot.
Is it?
That wasn't even on the shot. That was just that's resting. That was a resting shot.
Oh, okay.
You are. I love it when you start trying to direct.
I'll stay in my lane. That is incredible championship standings going into this final round. Into this final race, actually, not the final round. The actual final race. Incredible. Incredible to think that after four rounds going into the last race of the season, it's down to just 1 point between these two drivers.
One solitary point.
Incredible.
Just the rest of the order, by the way, it's Will Wainwright is in 4th in the championship. Calvin Simon is in 5th. Henry Howes is in 6th. Benjamin Silva is in 7th. And Jesse Bowers is in 8th.
So we've got the Bambinos. We've got the Bambinos. And remember that they are just Gazburi's workings out. They are provisional workings out. I've got to stress that.
Things cannot get more provisional than Gazburi's workings out.
Provisional. But we're in the entertainment business, so we like to build tension. That was Dan Ashton's clear grid horn.
Dan's horn.
Clearing the grid there. Easy to see how that process takes place.
So on the inside of row 5 is Noah Wicklow. On the inside of row 1, therefore in pole, is Ollie West.
You can see how much Wicklow is wanting to get on with this. The 5-second board is there. We stay with the lights. The lights will go out and we will be racing. Heading towards us now. And look at that, Ollie West chopping across Henry Hills.
Terrible start.
He has. He's down the order. He's down to 4th.
5th. He's had an awful start.
And who's that just behind him? It's Wicklow. Noah Wicklow onto the rear bumper almost of Ollie West. He's got to get past the number 19, is it?
To roll. He's one back, I think, Wicklow. So they come down the straight, and we need to get. It'll be hard to get. No, I think Henry Heltz actually did start in first. He was that good.
That's Wicklow and Ollie West there. So the third green helmet you can see there, that's Ollie West, and then that's Noah Wicklow in the red and white cart. That is your championship battle, everybody.
So Ollie West, that difficult start, and then you kind of think it may have been slightly mechanical, has thrown away the entirety of his lead just to make it better for us.
Yes, it seems that. Now then, whoever finishes ahead of one another will take the championship. What's the gap between first and second points?
5.
5 points. Let's just confirm that, Gaz. 1 lap completed. There's a floppy. It's Benjamin Shivar's bumper I can see. So that number 78 there is Benjamin Shivar, who is going for the lead.
Shivar in the lead.
Shivar in the lead. Now, he is the Warden Law Kart Club spring champion, is young Benjamin, and he really has been nowhere this weekend in this field, but here we are, and he leads out of the second chicane and heading down towards the elbow. He looks over his right shoulder, but no, Ben, they're over your left shoulder and into the lead, and there is Wicklow. Wicklow into third place, and he's ahead of Ollie West. Shivar being moved across to the left, and Shivar now down to fourth place, as into the lead has gone, I think that's Logan Hodgetts, is it? Let's find out as they cross the line. I think it's Hodgetts that's gone into the lead, and that's Will Wainwright. Hodgetts, Wainwright, Wicklow, Hills, West, Shivar down to 6 by the time they come through. Hendrik Fallat, Jess Bailey, Nico Veselovsky, Arthur Bowers 10th, John Stevens, Jack Swong, Freddie Pennell, Brady Atkin, Riley Atkins, Aston Wilkins, Wraith Owen, Max Centelane, Santo Amico rounds off the 18-cart field, but this is a battle for the lead with 3 carts now. Logan Hodgetts, Will Wainwright, and Noah Wicklow. Into second has gone Wicklow, ahead of Hodgetts. He gets his head down. Incredible. Incredible that Noah Wicklow started down the grid, and he goes for the lead on the inside of Wainwright, and he takes the lead. and he becomes the champion-elect from that race position with 7 minutes of this championship to go. If it was tennis, it would be championship point to play for with 7 minutes remaining. Noah Wicklow. I bet his dad's heart is in his mouth. They had a carburettor issue that came to bear and manifested itself in the first of the superheats. That put him down the grid for the final. But look at this, Nick. He's worked his way to the front in very ever-efficient style. And the driver going with him is Will Wainwright.
Yes. Didn't take himself. No, it's amazing stuff in Wicklow, really. I mean, he was in this position championship-wise because it's no fault of his own with that carburettor issue. So in many ways, it's kind of like a bit of a, I don't know what you say. It's motor racing's like that, really.
Motor racing's like that, isn't it?
But you say that you get motor racing fairy tales. We had one at Silverstone last weekend. You know, you have those sort of things can happen occasionally.
This is incredible. I bet I've just said there, Nick. I bet Noah's dad, his heart is in his mouth. He's the bloke that keeps pulling you up for calling him Wilco, by the way.
Wicklow. I'd like to point out that a certain G. Bury called him Wilco the whole time.
He did. He got tired yesterday afternoon, did Gaz. Battle for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
Got
6.
himself into third.
Yes, there in sixth place is Benjamin Shivar, the rear end of that number 78.
Yeah.
And then...
So Ollie's in third. It's not... we're not even halfway yet.
Not over yet, is it? 5.5 minutes remaining.
And it's Will Wainwright really pushing hard behind him. What can he do in this Coma C50 final?
He's sat there in his wheel tracks, isn't he? Will Wainwright is quite happy to sit there, follow Noah Wicklow around into the second chicane. Wicklow not pulling away, though.
No, it's interesting. He gets the front, but I think the slipstream is just too strong. But there is now a big gap between Wainwright and third place West. So it's all the W's, 1, 2 and 3, Wicklow, Wainwright and West. But West is in third and he needs to find a way of bridging that gap to the top two or his championship chance will have gone and Noah will have taken it.
Here we go then, out of Beavers. We're at half distance. Wicklow leads across the line, 5 laps completed. Wainwright second, Ollie West third. Fourth is Hodgetts, Henry Hales fifth, Benjamin Shivar sixth. Hendrix Fallat next up, Nico Vezlovsky, Arthur Bowers, John Stevens rounds off that top 10. And outside the top 10, Freddie Pennell, Jack Swong, Jesse Bailey, Brady Atkin, Raith Owen, Riley Aston Wilkins, Max St-Hilaire, Santo Amico and Calman Simon dropping out on lap 2 for Calman.
Now I think the 1, 2, 3 is slightly closer. In fact, what's happening is Ollie West is dragging Logan Hodgetts with him. It's the fastest part of the circuit, almost that left-hand corner through the elbow.
It's very fast, yeah.
But yeah, definitely closer now. So definitely West has closed that gap slightly on Will Wainwright. Wainwright easy to see in that bright yellow car. Bright yellow car.
If anything, Ollie West's just edging away from Logan Hodgetts and just latching onto the back of Will
Wainwright. Yeah, he can pick up the slipstream from Wainwright.
Fastest lap of the race, 60.88 seconds. First of the drivers into the 60-second mark has gone Ollie West.
Yeah, it's all
forgot to mention who on
I
earth was talking about there.
I knew it was. It's all or nothing now, really. But is Wainwright going to think about putting him with on Wilco is a question.
Well, he's 6 years old, Will Wainwright. The lad on that bright yellow cart is 6 years old. Noah Wicklow getting to the end of his Bambino journey.
Old. He's just an ancient ancient. He's 9 in January. He's like past it.
Yeah, absolutely. And Wainwright will only have one speed, really, and he wants to take the win.
Yeah.
Will won round 1, remember. What a way of bookending your championship.
And that was the very wet round,
your season.
It was wet, very wet at Wilson Mill. Well, wet then dry, wasn't it? Then wet again. And then dry.
It's not over, Nick. You said that earlier. Wicklow, Wainwright. And then Ollie West right there. Bumper to bumper. First, second and third. Hodgetts, Hales, Shivar still behind. But these three are breaking away now from the carts behind them. That's a pair of 3 cart trains we've got. And Ollie West takes a different line and just comes out of the hook hairpin there with massive momentum.
You can see he's got 2 minutes 24 now. He would have seen about 2.5 minutes under the banner. That means because it's a minute a lap, it's going to take them. They've got about 3 laps really to do something, anything.
The 2-minute bell is what I call it.
The toll. Oh,
2 minute bell.
Definitely the top two have pulled away slightly from West that lap. By slightly, I mean like a yard or a metre. Sorry, but Wainwright.
2 minutes is when we usually see sort of people begin to think, right, I've been sat here now. I know where the weak points are. I know where my advantages are, so I'm going to have a go. And Wainwright, if anything, he's been sat in the wheel tracks, literally in the wheel tracks of Noah Wicklow, as they head towards the first chicane. Still no attempt from Wainwright to make a move there.
He's got a problem because West has now got up behind him, and he's going to get the benefit of the pure slipstream. And West knows he has to make a move really quickly.
That's the battle for 4, 5 and 6 there. This is the battle for the lead, though. This is the one we will focus on for the next just over a minute, because this is where the championship's happening. Noah Wicklow leads the race and leads the championship. There was 1 point in it, we estimate. Our estimations, Gasbury and I worked it through. We estimate 1 point between Ollie West, that green cart in third place, and that red and black cart in first. So at
West
the moment,
dropped off. West
he
has
has.
dropped off, and they're going to get. They've got two laps to go. West has dropped off. Will Wainwright looking like the man who might be able to make the move on Wicklow.
Oh, my heart would be in my mouth if that was my kid at the front of this field. Will Wainwright, he's got nothing to lose. He just wants the win. He just wants the round win. Wicklow's got a championship to lose. And look at how close Wainwright is, almost together, bumper to bumper. And here comes Ollie West. He's back in the throw, isn't he? All it takes is for these two to trip one another over, and we will have a change. They are about to go into their final lap next time by. They will get the 1 lap to go board. Is that going to be a lap too far for the result of not just this race but this championship? Wicklow jumps up in the seat. He wants that engine to pick up a little bit better out of Ashton's. Wainwright absolutely all over the back end of Wicklow now.
West a bit closer.
And West is catching them through Beavers. 1 lap to go. Final lap is what the digiboard says. Oh, here we go. And Wicklow's defending, and West coming at Wainwright. They all sort themselves out in a fashion. And Wainwright pulling alongside Wicklow. This is going to allow Ollie West in the green cart as well. They all turn into the hook. Out of the hook. It's a drag race down to the second chicane. Wicklow leading, Wainwright, West. They are absolute. So close you could pitch a tent over those 3 carts. And Wicklow defends into the second chicane. Wainwright slots in behind. West likewise. They're out of that one. They've only got 4 or 5 more corners left, depending how you play it. Into and out of the elbow. Down towards Ashton's. Ollie West coming back at Wainwright. They're still first, second and third. Wicklow, Wainwright and West. Into the arena. The 3 W's. Wainwright pulls alongside Wicklow, but it's going to be Wicklow who hangs on to this lead through Beavers and will take the checkered flag. He will take the win in round 5, and from our provisional estimations, he will be the C50 Bambino champion for 2024 with the merest of gaps there in the points table. Behind this 3-way championship battle, Wicklow, Wainwright and West, was Benjamin Shivar, who came through from 6th and will finish just off the podium for Benjamin. He finished 4th. Henry Hills, we've seen out this afternoon, taking honours in the mighty Bambinos. This one was all about the petrol engines, and he came 5th. Logan Hodgetts dropped to 6th there. Then we had Hendrix Fallat, Arthur Bowers, Jesse Bailey, Nico Veslovsky, Jack Swong, John Stevens, Brady Atkin, Ray Thorne, Riley Aston Wilkins, Max Centelaire, Santo Amico, Calman Simon was when Calman Simon dropped back but then resumed. He's down 2 laps there. I'm not quite sure what happened there. Freddie Pennell classified in 19th. Junior Primo is our next final, Nick, and
you just move on quickly, don't you? Didn't take
well,
any time to.
Well, let's have a reflect.
Let's
reflect on. I think one of the most competitive race series we've seen.
No, fantastic.
Those C50s.
And you keep giving it the race the other day, so
Race of the month.
Month, year, ever. No, great result. No, Winkler coming back. Winkler coming. No, I got it right first time. No, Winkler coming back from disappointment earlier today, winning the final. We believe in the Optraturf with enough points to take the overall C50 Bambino final from Ollie West. Will Wainwright, who won the first round, came back with the second round. Very young lad, but good future ahead of him. And I think he may. I think there's a toss up whether he'll stay in Bambinos or move up to. Is it Minimax? He goes up to. Yep. And then you have Benjamin Shivart, Henry Hales. Great racing by all the guys and the girls involved, and privileged to see it this season. Constantly showing top quality racecraft.
Phenomenal. I tell you what, we should send our. I was going to say tapes. We haven't got any tapes of our coverage, have we? We should send our footage from the C50 Bambinos and even the Mighty Bambinos as well, and send them to Formula One and say, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, this is how you race.
Mm-hmm.
This is how you race properly. This is how you accommodate people coming alongside. Right, Junior Primo. We are going to move on. We've got a change in the grid because I've been told Daniel Hartley, who is our champion-elect, is about to become our champion because he can't be caught now. He's got a 95-point lead, and he will gain more than that 5 points
by just not being there.
So he's not going to chance
a DQ.
He's not going to chance a DQ. So he's not going to come out. He had qualified second on the grid. So we are going to have Bella Fairclough and Maya Simpson. It's an all-girl front row for the Rotax Junior Primo final. Behind Bella Fairclough and Maya Simpson, we've got Alex Lynn and Ellis Daly. Then Jake Anders and Ethan Bath, Tyler Davis, Thomas Butcher, Oscar Pitt and Ronnie Legg, Laurie McVeigh and Eddie Stewart, Joseph Mills and Jack Johnson, Alfie Forrester, Lewis Gilbert, Zach Kane, Ewan Stevenson, Sophie Caldwell and Jensen Cook, Oscar Zervich and Alex Forsyth, and then it'll be Riley Mason-Lewis rounding off 23 karts. That will take the start. The championship is not necessarily about who is going to be champion, because that's Daniel Hartley, the number 63. It's going to be the battle for second.
Yeah, Maya Simpson currently holds that with a 13-point lead over Ellis Dealey and a 20-point lead over Alfie Forrest, who's having a bit of a rotten weekend. 60 points back and therefore out of obvious contention is Eddie Stewart, as is Ethan Bath and Laurie McVeigh. Bella Fairclough, due to a combination of issues with breakdowns and a disqualification from, I think it was some of body, not her, the cart, body irregularity in the final of round 3 at Warden Law. That's what's really cost her, because without that, she'd be absolutely up there fighting for second overall.
So with the Junior Primo runners all lined up and ready to be released, they will get 2 rolling laps, remember, to allow them to get themselves to get heat into their tyres. That's a good shout, I think, from our race director. So an all-girl front row with Bella Fairclough, who's been absolutely on it today. She's been right on the tail of Daniel Hartley and followed him home.
I mean, she's been quick everywhere. She was quick.
She was
quick in the dry at Wilton Mill. I remember she had some problems on Saturday in the wet, which meant that she had to constantly come through the field.
I think she finished first at Wilton Mill, but she took a nose cone penalty, I believe.
Yeah, I mean she's been quicker than she nose cone penalty. She had a problem at Warden Law with DSQ. She was, I think, third. Was she
third at Rowra?
Rowra, yeah. I mean, pace is all there. I mean,
third, fourth.
I think you describe it as far as the actual driving's being concerned, and it's been great. There's just been some other extenuating circumstances of just sometimes you have a season like that where you have things just don't, outside of your control, just don't go quite right, and you have bad luck, and that's where it is. It doesn't mean you're not fast, doesn't mean you don't know what you're doing, just means it's just not worked that particular set of weeks. Because with any motorsport, you need a bit of luck. Remember Adam Inish saying he didn't believe in luck, and I was thinking, do you still not believe in luck when the wheel falls off your car when you're leading Le Mans? That's bad luck.
Well, was there an element of luck that huge shunt he had?
With the
in the Audi with the Ferrari.
With the Ferrari, yeah. Well, you know, it was
the
an element,
Forestesses.
I'm not wishing to be too dark about it. It was an element of massive bad luck in that day at Donington, wasn't there?
Yeah, there was massively bad luck.
And so there is luck. There is chance, there is random circumstance and everything else which can count against you. And I think random circumstance has counted against Bella, but she's certainly super quick, as is Maya, and it's good to see an all-female front row, even with Daniel not taking part.
I would have said Noel Wicklow's carburettor, which had been working
that's bad
fabulously.
Yeah. Last corner.
And then for no reason, I mean, yes, there was a reason, there was a scientific reason why that carb chose to pack in at the final turn. It couldn't pack into the first chicane after the checkered flag, could it?
Come back in 10 laps early, would it?
Yeah, exactly.
So
yeah, exactly. Yeah, you know, so that was an element of bad luck for sure. So we are about to go green and release the karts onto their 2 warm-up laps.
Still. Go to 2. Go to 1.
So Bella Fairclough who qualified on the pole position, who now has Maya Simpson. Maya Simpson starting alongside Daniel Hartley.
Why is he frozen?
They chose not to take part in the final. They've won the championship. They didn't want to risk anything, so we have to respect that decision. Bella, though, she has been the only driver really to have been able to stay with Daniel Hartley today, so we expect Bella to maybe go off and disappear to a fashion. However, you can never discount the likes of Maya Simpson and Alex Lynn, Ellis Daly, Jake Anders, Ethan Bath, Tyler Davis is going to be up there, and they're going to try and keep on terms with Bella. Just coming through to start their second warm-up lap, keeping the pace nice and fast to keep the heat into the tyres. Bella there just flicking the cart left and right to get the heat into these slick tyres. And as we get down the back straight towards the second chicane, we'll have Bella and Maya just beginning to slow the pace down, getting the grid to bunch up nicely, to be in grid formation as they get back down towards the arena. They'll go through the left-hander at the elbow there and then come back into view at the arena. So we wait for those karts. Bella Fairclough in that bright yellow liveried cart with the Tony kart of Maya Simpson alongside. We're going to have them come out the arena and through Beavers. They're almost with us. Nice pace. We'll see if these Junior Primo drivers can keep the pace down. I knew that Dan Ashton was going to throw the false start flag there because the pace, they accelerated too early. It's all very tense, isn't it, on the front row of the grid? You just do not want to be jumped, that's for sure. And that's at the forefront of these two girls' minds. Bella Fairclough controlling the pace as pole driver. Maya Simpson has to stay with the pace of Bella as they head down to the elbow. As they pass out of Ashton's, come by the grandstand, which is filled to capacity today. I saw a Mexican wave going off there earlier today in the grandstand. Did happen.
Mexican wave, how many?
That's full. I mean, there's so many people in the grandstand that are having to spill out onto the onto the pavement.
Right.
Yeah. Here we go then, out of Beavers and towards the start line. Will Dan like this one? He does indeed, and he gets things underway with Bella Fairclough into the lead of this race, and Maya Simpson follows it through. It was very crowded in there. Just looking there, Nick, the rest of the field, I think, made it out without any major incident.
Yep.
And it will be Bella Fairclough leading down that back straight, out of hook, and down towards the second chicane.
Yep, it's the bright orange helmet of Maya Simpson in second, behind the bright yellow cart of Bella Fairclough. Third place, looks like Alex Lynn. Alex has been trying to work his way through the field from a bad Saturday morning qualifying throughout both the heats and the super heats, and now he's finally got himself near the front. So I wouldn't actually necessarily count Alex out of this battle with the ladies.
Here we go then, across the line to complete one lap. It's Fairclough, Maya Simpson, Alex Lynn, Ethan Bath, Jake Anders, Ellis Daly, Tyler Davis, Thomas Butcher, Oscar Pitt and Laurie McVeigh. There's your top 10. We've got a train of karts there piling in behind Bella. The blue overalls there, easy to see. He's got a white trim now on that yellow kart. Looks really well, and still easy for us to spot with the yellow nose cone. Into the second chicane, Maya Simpson on the Tony kart. The Tony kart colours easy to spot as well. Green and white. First, second, third, fourth, fifth and sixth.
Yeah,
six kart train, Nick.
6 kart
Tremendous.
breakaway. Well, not breakaway, 6 kart leading karts. Now just starting to move to 2-3s. We said that. So Fairclough leading them through. And at the moment, it doesn't seem like anyone's really particularly interested in pushing it. Little back gap now between Lynn in third and Bath in fourth. That little gap being half a second. And they continue on round the hook for the third time.
Yes.
And they're actually leaving Lynn. So Bella and Maya leaving Alex Lynn as they come round the second chicane, and now they'll be shooting round through the elbow and then into Ashton's. No real chance of a move there. I think Simpson was thinking about it. Alex Lynn now more in a kind of a watching brief.
I'm laughing at Maya Simpson tapping her helmet to Alex Lynn behind, saying,
let's go after it. No, it's all right. I know what I'm doing. So Maya Simpson's got 1 third place, which she got in round 2 at Granny Gores. Alfie Forrester, 2 podium finishes, but he's been mired down to just not got on with this circuit this weekend. He's down in 15th, so just one of those days where you turn up, you don't really like the circuit, you don't really, you're not enjoying the track. It's one of those things, isn't it?
It absolutely is, and it's been a bit of a puzzle. Gaz Bury and I were talking about it yesterday, and he just hasn't been able to get on terms with Alfie Forrester. He's right there in a second and a third at rounds 2 and 3, a fourth at round 4, 7th at round 1, and Alfie's just been nowhere here at Fulbeck.
Yeah.
It's that Fulbeck thing.
It's that Fulbeck thing, yes. It's that Fulbeck thing.
Yeah, it is a thing.
How crazy the Fulbeck thing is.
It is an absolute thing.
So we're now a third of the way through the race, and we've had this kind of quite static top 3, which is Fairclough, Simpson and Lynn. They have put a proper break now on Anderson in 4th, but that's the running at the moment. So all those you think there should be more ladies in racing, well, there's 2 ladies in racing leading this Rotax Junior Primo final. Primo means under 14. So it's the class for the 12 to 14-year-olds. Junior Rotax, same karts as Junior Rotax, but that's more. Whilst that's a class of 12 to 16-year-olds, obviously the 15-year-olds and 16-year-olds much more experienced, and perhaps a little more elbows outy at that age.
Elbows outy, that's a thing. Beginning to space out now at the front. We've had 4 minutes of racing. There's plenty of time, and look at that. Bella Fairclough still on the very edge of adhesion there. 45.50, 45.48, 45.55. They're your first 3 laps across the line. Fairclough, fastest lap of the race. Maya Simpson, Alex Lynn. Behind these 3, we've got the Jake Anders, Ellis Daly, Ethan Bath, Laurie McVeigh, Tyler Davis, Thomas Butcher, Eddie Stewart into the top 10.
4th and 5th. As we see, having a bit of a scrapette on the screen, Anders and Dealey. Dealey, of course, one of the drivers looking to move into second place, but being so far behind Simpson as it is, it's not looking particularly good for him. 1, 2, 3, they've kind of edged out a bit, haven't they, really? There's kind of there's a staticness about the top 3. I'm not saying it's not going to explode into life, but there's a staticness about the top 3 at the moment. Yeah,
and fastest lap of the race for Bella Fairclough there, a 45.45 actually.
600ths of a second faster than Maya Simpson.
Keep pushing. They keep pushing. They don't go any slower towards the later stages of this race, and we're inside the second half of this Junior Primo final.
Top 3 equidistant, a few tenths apart. Lynn actually now to second off the lead.
We'll keep an eye on that lead battle while we watch this, and there's still nothing in it. Coming out of Beavers there, absolutely flat chat, great view of the karts coming on the start-finish line. And Maya Simpson goes fastest. Personal best for her, but it's Alex Lynn who's gone faster, a 45.29. So the gap down to 3/10 between the first two. And now Maya Simpson right on the tail of Bella Fairclough, Nick. We might need to pick this up.
Yeah, we're back with
And
our
we do.
leaders.
Yeah, Frank read my mind there, didn't he?
Well, that's Frank for you. And they have, of course, now actually properly gapped Alex Lynn. Lynn now is in a lonely third place. Simpson looking to see what she can do about Fairclough. In this, all the kids in this one are under 14.
Here they come across the line, and it was 0.3 of a second. It's 0.4. So Fairclough responds with a personal best of a 45.43.
Everything all squirrely under braking. They're right on the limits of adhesion here. There's Maya.
And Maya Simpson was almost onto the rear bumper of Bella Fairclough there.
But it's kind of ebbing and flowing based on where we are on the track as well.
True.
Certainly Alex Lynn, who's been doing nothing but moving forward throughout the day, can't move forward at the moment. He's a good half second and a solid half second behind these two. And they sweep through the arena section.
Into the arena then, or out of the arena I should say, and through Beavers, the left-hander that's flat out an acceleration zone for all of our karts here this weekend. And there you can just see how Bella Fairclough just gets that rear end unsettled and gets the kart rotating into the first chicane, using the brake effectively. Turns in, just lifting the front wheel on the exit there, well on the power, well on the gas. Getting the rear end to work very, very well out of the hook, into and out the chicane. And these three coming back together, it seems, Nick. 2.5 minutes remaining.
I think what's happened actually is that Maya's just dropped slightly off the back. Maya's dropped off the back of Bella, now sitting in the middle of that 1 second gap. So there's a 1 second gap, but Maya's now like half a second behind, or 0.4 behind. In fact, Fairclough's put a little bit of a sprint on and just gapped Maya at this point. The lead's gone out to just shy of half a second. So they are literally three in a line with a half second between each of them.
Incredible as well that the first 7 drivers put in personal best lap times that time by. So here we are towards the final 2 minutes of the season for these junior primo drivers. And they are not holding back. They are pushing on to the very last. Because if you try backing out and managing it, then you get out of sequence with the rhythm of your race, really, the rhythm of your drive. And if anything, Maya Simpson falling back from Bella Fairclough and falling towards the attentions of Alex Lynn. Out of the first chicane, heading down towards the hook. Maya looking over her shoulder there and seeing Alex right there over her shoulder. And Alex looking like he's about to mount a challenge. The first time we've seen this happen all race. She taps her helmet. Yeah, of course you're right. You might say that with a minute to go.
No, you're not going to catch. But Bella's just broken the gap. So Alex now, and I'd say it's more Maya's kart perhaps has eased off the pace slightly.
Well, Alex Lynn's just going to put a fastest lap in the cat, and he's got the bit between his teeth. He can see that the rear end of that Tony kart of Maya Simpson, and he's after her.
Yeah,
it's going to be 2 more laps after this one, Nick. So plenty of time.
They are. What lap time are they doing? They're going to get more. 2 more and 3 laps to go, or 2.75 laps to go. And Simpson now under severe pressure from Lynn, whose kart's come alive at the same point as Simpson's has dropped off, only by a tenth. But a tenth is enough to completely change the balance of power in these Rotax karts. Now the question is, where can Lynn get past? And one of the best passing places is just coming up now. Get right behind, trying to up the inside, but actually didn't kind of get the drive out of the elbow. Just come up the inside there into Ashton's. It's one of the places more powerful karts can get past. I'm reading here from the notes that Gaz made. They got 23 horsepower.
Yeah, 23 horsepower. That's,
from 125 cc. So
gives
it was
them a power to weight ratio of quite phenomenal, really.
Yeah, it's about just under 200 horsepower per litre. But it's a 2-stroke engine. That's quite easy to achieve. They're not super stressed. Well, as you said, they're running through restrictors anyway.
Oh, and look at that. Simpson using all of the track and more, and Alex Lynn looking like he's about to pull alongside into the second chicane. He has to drop back in, though. It's a one-line sequence of corners, that second chicane. And Lynn just losing that touch, really. He needs to be right on a bumper.
Yeah.
And he is that going into the arena here. It'll be the one lap to go board as they come through.
No point being that close to the arena.
Well,
Because he can't get past.
No, but he has to be close now.
But where he's not close is where he's got a chance, which is coming out of the second chicane. As Meyer tries to break the slipstream with a kind of exaggerated womble across from the left to the right. Or right to left as she was driving.
She defends, and that was a little nudge, wasn't it?
And up the inside, and he eased her out.
Alex Lynn used his tin opener, made the gap. Maya Simpson not happy with the move for some reason. I'm not quite sure what went on there and what happened, but this has left Bella Fairclough with a huge lead.
Oh,
and she comes back.
No,
Maya Simpson hands him his tin opener, and they're all over the curb, and Alex Lynn ran out of track, didn't he? Into and out of the arena. This is the battle for second.
About to cross the line for the finish.
As
Fairclough over the line.
Bella Fairclough takes the win. And by quite a margin, 2.7 seconds there at the flag. Maya Simpson second, Alex Lynn third, Jake Anders fourth, Ellis Daly fifth, Tyler Davis sixth, Laurie McVeigh seventh, Ethan Bath eighth, ninth is Oscar Pitt, and rounding off the top 10 is Oscar Siervich. The rest of the finishers coming through there to take their checkered flag. There is the finishing order on the timing bar. Our champion, though, is Daniel Hartley, the Rotax Junior Primo. He will show winning 4 rounds out of 5. And the winner of this round will be Bella Fairclough.
Well, it's kind of a reward for Bella for her season's action to get that win at the end. Maya Simpson fought very gamely with Alex Lee on the last lap, and it just fell in her favour. Both of them led for bits of that last lap. And interesting, exciting race. Slow burn, that wasn't it? Just it was looking like nothing happened.
It was
when it went bang
a
in the last
high-speed
couple.
game of chess.
Was it really?
Yeah.
I didn't see anyone playing pawn to Knight King 3.
It was a high-speed game of chess.
2 more to go, the championship this year.
Do we have any workings out, Gaz, on the Cadet Championship?
What's happened?
No. Right.
Too much what, sorry?
Too much is going on.
Oh, okay. Is there now a selection of problems? Where's the 23 car? Why has that stopped there? Who is 23?
Yeah.
Zach Kane. Okay, Zach Kane must have broken down at some point.
What are you saying, Nick?
The 23 car was just sitting stranded somewhere.
Yeah, 23, Zach Kane.
So have you got the points for the thing before?
For the what before?
That, when you had that.
Oh, that.
If the calculation is causing an issue.
The Honda Cadet Championship looks like that.
Right. So where's Ed Spain qualified? Ryan White's qualified
5th.
3 behind Ed Spain.
Yeah.
And he's got a 34-point lead, so he's lost about 6 of those.
Yeah, that's all.
So he's probably leading by about 25.
Yeah, that's a quick sort of mental calculation now. The grid for our next race, our penultimate final of the season.
Yeah.
Incredible to think that. Archie Cannon on the pole position with Ed Spain alongside. We've got the oak plate and pink helmet of Ralphie Branscombe, sharing row 2 with Archie Loveridge. Ryan White, the current champion, about to and potentially become a consecutive champion in 2024, as he was in 2023. We've got Gaz working it out now as we go towards the green flag. Ryan White sharing the third row of the grid with Ricky Junior McIntosh. Row 4 is Riley Blakemore and Jaden Patel-Scott. Row 5 is Jane Prakash and Kevin Ivanov. Jacob Letherby and Daniel Barton are next on row 6. Row 7 is Ella Dixon and Ronnie Smart. Ollie Knox and Jack Wykes are on row 8. Row 9, Noah Clark and Noah Clare. It's 2 Noahs. It's a nice bit of synergy. Jerry Duversey and Finley Thursfield are on row 10. Row 11, Dino Rowlands and Harvey Bradbury Stretton. Stanley Gill and James Pearson are next. And then rounding off 26 carts is Sophie Morrison and Reggie Duversey. This is going to be a ding-dong.
A ding-a-dong, a ding-a-dong.
Absolute ding-dong. There's 28 points between Ryan White and Ed Spain.
I said about 25,
from Gaz's calculation.
My calculation.
Yeah, you did. That was
my
cool.
mental brain said about 25.
So 25, 28, and then 60 to Archie Cannon.
And Archie Cannon and Archie Loveridge are within 3 points of each other.
Well, Archie Cannon and Ed Spain are in front.
Be in front?
Of
be in
Ryan
front?
White.
Where are you going?
I'll take my jacket off.
Oh, okay. It means business
it's gone
now.
warm.
So looking quite good for Ryan White. But if he comes absolutely dead last, and if he gets DQ'd, he can still go wrong.
Yeah, so there is a lot of tension.
Oh,
I sit. Oh, hang on.
Captain Calculation's done both of them.
Yeah. Penultimate race of the season, Nick.
Yes.
Our first season of covering the Kart Championship on Karting Live TV. It's been intriguing. It's been phenomenal. The racecraft I've seen in all of our classes. I know I'm going to mention the Bambinos again, but the racing we've seen in this championship and the intensity, the drama that we see both on and off track is, well, quite typical actually of this sport. Some of it unfortunate, some of it leaves a sour taste in the mouth. But fundamentally and overall, it's been an ultra-competitive season for everybody. It doesn't matter where you finish in the championship. It's all about finishing as high up as you can. And that's where the joy comes from. It's a Wimbledon final.
I'm changing the password.
It's not your Wi-Fi. Have you enjoyed it? I know there's still 2 races to go.
Yeah, it's been fantastic. Marvel, obviously I wasn't both of us missed around. No, I missed around. You didn't miss around. I missed around.
No,
I missed around in...
I've got commitment.
Yeah, that's why I decided to go to my stepdaughter's wedding.
There was a good reason for that.
Yeah, I wasn't just out with the boys on the lash.
Yeah, or it wasn't like you had an exotic car race to attend, was it?
No, but it's been fantastic. It's been great fun working with the team. Dan and Darren and the rest of the team, been good fun. And the racing's been of a very, very high quality.
It's after we finish today, that rounds off the 2024 Kart Championship season. However, we have got a winter series. That kicks off at the end of September, 28th and 29th of September. And we kick it off at Wilton Mill, which is always a popular track geographically. And it will be the first time the Kart Championship will have raced on the new configuration of Wilton Mill. Because we now have a chicane at the last corner.
We do.
We didn't have that.
We were the last race on the old version.
Yeah, we were. From there, we go to Warden Law, which is great because I can sleep in my own bed.
On the 16th of November, so bring some jumpers.
16th and 17th of November, you'll need your bobble hats. And the 3-round winter series will
conclude.
That's the word I was looking for. On the 7th and 8th of December, just in time for Christmas. And we're going to Three Sisters, which is the track. Three Sisters is the track where I very first tried a kart, 100 national.
Where are we going next week? Where are we going next week?
We're going to Rowra.
And has that anything to do with
that?
you?
That is the track where I first raced a kart. Yeah.
Where did you first crash a kart?
Oh, mate. Probably Rowra. In that first race.
Have you ever hospitalised yourself from a kart crash?
I remember Alan McNish. I've told you the story before.
Answer my question.
I'm going to tell you about the first crash.
Okay, go on.
So Alan McNish, junior champion, first race in seniors, in this race where I'm making a debut, right? So I get behind him.
Two big names in motorsport.
Get behind him in one of the practice sessions, and I try following him through the chicane at Rowra because it's a different route to what it is now. And I follow him into the right-hand bit, turn left, follow him, got on the throttle, came out the right-hand bit. He stayed on the curb, and I wanged into the tyre barrier. I learned all about race setup and the differences in grip.
Setup or talent?
Well, obviously talent came into it. Yeah, Alan went on to drive Formula 1 for Toyota and win Le Mans twice, didn't he?
I told you my Alan story, haven't I?
I asked McNish one time, did he remember his debut in seniors? And he said no. He's done a lot of racing, in fairness.
Yeah, my Alan McNish career story is when I started doing Formula 1 at 1997. He was at the nadir of his career and everything was going wrong for him. He had nothing. And so he was doing spotting and I was doing pit lane work. So and we shared a room. which is interesting. I knew him as, I genuinely thought he was some bloke who used to be good and his career was over. But strangely for me, given how attack this,
Is this before his career in the American Le Mans Series and now works Audi driver?
No, because it was
before.
It was during that year he hooked up with, he got a Porsche driver, and then it just went vroom from there. And suddenly he was this is the bit where he'd lost all the test driving. He'd had the accident at Donington. Yeah. It was just nothing. So that was 97.
Yeah.
2002, I'm still working in the pit lane at F1, and he's driving in F1. So I go up to him and I said, 5 years ago you were doing this, nothing. He said, where's it all gone wrong for you?
And didn't you have a story where you had him ironing his underpants?
He irons underpants. Yeah, he said Jackie Stewart told him to do it.
Irons his underpants.
We shared this room with another guy called Ian, who unfortunately isn't with us anymore, who was another pit lane guy. And so we kind of, it was like a twin, and we gave him the individual room because he was a racing driver. And we wandered in a bit, and Alan was going out, and he was in there going, ironing his underpants, and we're just going, why? Yeah, we were in Australia for 5 days. Why are you ironing? Why didn't you just bring 5 pairs of iron underpants? It's like a. But so we obviously tried to take the mickey out of him, but he was like, I don't know, he's a fellow Scottish genius, Jackie Stewart, told him that's what to do. So what can you do, really? But yeah, so after that, so Alan and I crossed paths again. Me always asking the questions, him always answering them.
Incredible. I might try ironing my underpants.
Do you think that'd be the difference between success and failure?
It's a bit late now for success, isn't it?
Because you're such a massive success as it is.
Well, I'm just a bit.
Who else is commentating on the Kart Championship?
Absolutely.
What's this delay for, by the way? It's about to end, but there's quite a long delay for some reason.
1 minute, is it, Tony? 1 minute? 1 minute before we release the.
Well, we got to tell some
grid.
stories. That's all right.
Remember, it's a standing start as well.
I've not even scratched the surface of my weird world of working for Bernie for 7 years is a weird experience. That's it. When Bernie, I was on the grid, and I was doing the interviews. And Bernie comes up to me. I thought, oh, okay, this is quite good. Here, do you work for me? Because I was there.
Yeah.
I went, yes. Good. Well, get off the grid then. And by the way, between get off and the grid, there was another word.
All right. Why did he want you off the grid?
He wanted everyone off the grid. I don't know.
Was it your job to interview people on the grid?
Yeah, I mean, it was towards the end. It was the last couple of minutes. I was hanging out.
So were you like Martin Brundle of F1 TV?
We could. Yeah, I used to do grid interviews. We couldn't do grid walks. That wouldn't work because everything was in translation. You see, because the stuff we did was translated into French, German, Spanish, Italian. So we were told we had to do very short interviews, and secondly, obviously, we couldn't do bang, 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 bang. We had to do bang. Wait.
Nick,
bang,
I would love to continue
bang,
this conversation,
wait,
but
bang,
we have people at home falling asleep.
I literally go bang wait
on Sunday afternoon.
Well, why shouldn't they?
We've got our Honda Cadets making their way around. The Honda Cadet 200 are making their way around, and it's Archie Cannon and Ned Spain who are leading the field round there. What a beautiful sight that is. That's a typical airfield circuit there. Been racing here since 1959. Around the hangars to start with.
You were a 10-year-old?
That is so offensive and rude. They will line up on the grid in front of us for a standing start, which is one of my favourites.
The only thing I've got against cadet cars, because I think they're fantastic, they do sound like lawnmowers, though.
Well, yeah, I mean...
Whenever I hear him going past, I think,
Honda.
Whenever I hear him going past, I'm thinking... Oh, I'll be in trouble when I get home. I haven't done the lawn.
Honda engine started life as a generator, didn't it? Yeah. I tell you what.
It's a very highly tuned generator.
It's been honed and tuned in its current state.
Yes, if you stuck that in your lawnmower, you'd be going down the stripe to 90 miles an hour.
Whoa! Yeah, you'd be, just having them coming onto the grid now, their parents and helpers making their way down to their slots. Archie Cannon on the pole, Ed Spain lining up alongside, then behind them, Ralphie Branscombe on the O-plate, just getting a last-minute hug of good luck from Dad. Archie Loveridge alongside, Ryan White with his dad Paul, just making his way off the grid now. And the clear grid horn has sounded. So, it's all about a championship with a 28-point lead. Ryan White goes into this final with Ed Spain second in the championship, ahead of him on the grid. And then Archie Cannon, 60 points behind him, also ahead on the pole position. With the lights about to go red We've got the 5-second board. The revs rise. The lights go
They're holding them.
out. That was a long hold from Dan Ashton.
Oh, he was
And slewing across to
he
the
was
right-hand side
cheeky on
has
that
gone
one.
Ed Spain. But it's Archie Cannon who will lead into the first chicane.
Yeah, not a great start from Spain. But, the long hold, you kind of desperately try not to jump the start, and then you just don't get the launch you want. But second place, not too bad. And you can see that Ralph Branscombe in that bright pink helmet is in third. They sweep up towards the chicane for the first time.
Into the second chicane then. Archie Cannon from the pole position. Ed Spain in second, Ralphie Branscombe in third.
It's Ryan White
and then
in
that's
fourth.
Ryan White
Yep.
in fourth. He's already made a move on Archie Loveridge. They stay in that position through Ashton's hairpin, and then on down towards the arena section in the left, then the right, and then it's accelerating through the next right-hander. And then Ryan White had Archie Loveridge alongside him there, but they've sorted themselves out through Beavers and heading down across the line to complete one lap.
Yeah, a bit of a kerfuffle at the back, but actually most people staying in position. They've kind of settled down after a lap. They're in a long train. A little bit of gap between 5th and 6th, but the top 5 certainly together at the moment. 5th place is Archie Loveridge. Don't forget the Archies are both battling very closely for 3rd overall in the championship. Ryan White, who is the champion-elect, currently in 4th. They're just falling off. I don't think White's had the ultimate pace this weekend. I think it's just one of those days set up not quite right, wherever it may be.
Well, there was one of the heats where we saw him just making his way gradually through the field.
First superheat.
Yeah, was it? And he just ended up sort of, second.
And he had led for 3 corners as well.
Yeah, I thought so.
But another point, then the next heat, he just fell off the back of everyone. Well, both fell off. I mean, like a tenth of a second.
I know what you mean. Yeah, fell away from them.
But he's been the class of the field over the season, so it goes to show that you've got this. He's got the backup, he's got the speed, he's got the kart. But sometimes you just aren't at home with a particular combination of circumstances, track design. As they change the lead there, Spain comes through
Spain into the lead, into the hook, and the top 3 or the leading 3 become the leading 5 once again, as Ed Spain leads into and out of the second chicane. Archie Cannon slots in behind. Doesn't panic too much. Still a lot of race to go. We're inside of 8 minutes now remaining as they come out of Ashton's, head towards the arena. Branscombe in that pink helmet. Easy to see him in 3rd place. And then in 4th, that's Ryan White, Archie Loveridge latching onto them. A 5-kart train now beginning to pull away from the rest of the field.
Yeah, coming into the first chicane again. No one really looking to do anything particular at the moment. It's interesting how they really do just do this kind of settling down sometimes, don't they? When they know they've got several minutes, it's a bit of a case really where they think, well, yeah, you can lead and I'll be second. But if you're not breaking away, I don't need to do anything at the moment, because the advantage they are doing is putting a gap between this first section of karts and the next block, which is currently out now to 1.7 seconds. That's 4. And you say they're already moving into clumps, aren't they?
Yeah,
as long as you're in the leading clump, that's great. Apart from the fact that now, contrary to what I said, Ed Spain's breaking away and Ryan White has seen it, he's not having it. So Ryan White now has worked out that Spain's getting away, and therefore he needs to start trying to get nearer and trying to push forward with this group. Yeah,
Ryan White ahead of Ralphie Branscombe. The group behind this group of 5 is being led by Ricky Jr. McIntosh, and we'll keep an eye and see if McIntosh is closing the gap. The gap is just under 2 seconds, and Kevin Ivanov is actually, it's Ivanov who's got ahead of Ricky Jr. McIntosh. Ivanov and Riley Blakemore only just under 2 seconds. Ricky Jr. McIntosh falling to 8th as Branscombe loses another position, it looked like. Or was that a back mark? I just looked up there, Nick, and saw Branscombe's down to 5th.
Yeah, it's
is that Branscombe?
Yeah, but pink helmet's Branscombe in 5th, yeah.
That's Ivanov.
What's Ivanov doing there?
Yeah, Ivanov.
We've moved back.
We've moved back.
Group.
Yeah.
Oh, you're talking about. Apparently, you're in trouble for talking
about
it.
Okay.
Nah,
well
you see.
Paul.
Yeah, Paul's done what has been listening to you, and then confused you.
Yes, he did completely. The 2 pink helmets. That is Branscombe though. Branscombe dropping down the order. Yeah.
No, he's not. He's in.
So he's in 9th.
Oh, so he dropped down to extra confuse you.
Yeah, it did. That did confuse me.
Anyway, back with the leaders.
Yeah, that's easy to confuse. I was looking down the timing screen. I looked up and saw Branscombe, and like he was surrounded by people he hadn't been surrounded by.
We have to learn you can never look at the timing screen at karting events. You can go to an endurance race and nothing changes for half an hour. This thing, you've got like 3 corners at most.
Unbelievable.
So Spain leading. Let's hope we don't say that again, eh?
Let's make that the last time we say that today.
Yeah.
Spain in the lead by just under 7/10. Okay, we'll not say that again. From Ryan White, Archie Cannon, Archie Loveridge, Kevin Ivanov, Riley Blakemore, Ricky Junior, McIntosh and Jaden Patel Scott in amongst that lot as well.
So second and third is where the action is, which is White and Cannon. Gap's about 0.2 of a second. So White is moving forward. He will very easily, with this positioning, win the championship. He has the number 1 plate, so I assume he retain the championship.
Ryan White slid a little bit wide there, just missed his apex at the hook, and that allowed Archie Cannon to just poke his nose there, not kind of inadvertently there. It wasn't certainly not deliberate, just had momentum that he kept going. Ed Spain continues through and into Ashton's, through the right-hand hairpin now, and out, and they're beginning to string out. First, second, third and fourth. Ed Spain, Ryan White, Archie Cannon, Archie Loveridge beginning to fan out a little bit with 4 minutes remaining. Still plenty of time for them to concertina back.
Yeah, that's all kind of now. Suddenly they've got very split apart in the top 4. Ivanov coming back from that DNF in the first of the Superheats when he was leading up to 5th. Saying that, second and third back together again.
Yeah, this is
Cannon hassling Ryan White.
So championship-wise, Ed Spain is 60 points behind Ryan White. So with Ryan White currently second.
He's 28 points behind.
No, Ed Spain. Archie Cannon is 60 points behind Ryan White. So that's not quite enough. If Ryan White finishes behind Ed Spain, Ryan White will be the champion again. He won the championship last year. That's why he's carrying the number 1. He will continue carrying the number 1 if it finishes like this. But with 3 minutes to go, Nick, the way it's gone today, we can't preempt anything, can we?
No, he's looking good. I mean, effectively, really, this breakaway of 4 now since we lost Ralph Branscombe. Effectively, he is now very much anywhere in that top 4 is more than enough to claim the championship for Spain. Just depends where he wants to be, where he wants to be on an individual podium for this particular race meeting. Spain really showing a bit of turn speed. Ed Spain's did win the last round, so he's in Raura, so he's obviously got a chance to win the last 2 rounds, lay down a marker for wherever he goes next season.
Oh, look at this. This is a grid battle. Archie Cannon not letting Ryan White settle in, is he?
No.
He's right there with him. This is obviously playing massively into the hands of Ed Spain, who will leave the 2 behind him. The gap was 0.75. The gap this time by is 0.8, so it's eked out a smidgen, hasn't it? Not massive. And you know what? Ed Spain only has to start missing apexes and breaking points, and Ryan White, Archie Cannon, and Archie Loveridge will be right there with him.
Yeah, it's very, very close. He's actually so close. He's actually wobbling his rear bumper at one point there. So they kind of almost push each other along. So Ed Spain in the blue, leading from Ryan White, and that will be your 1-2, but in the order 2-1 for the overall championship. Archie Cannon in third, and that should be enough to keep him in third overall, because his main challenger, which is Archie Loveridge, is behind him. But I'm just wondering whether the Loveridge and Cannon change around. It wouldn't quite be enough, actually. Loveridge needs to get a place ahead of that. He needs to get 2 places ahead of Cannon to get the third place overall. So 1, 2 and 3 in the championship. They're currently positions 2, 1 and 3, which in a way kind of shows you've got the right people at the front this year.
Gap comes down to half a second, so they are pulling Ed Spain back, and that's because, look at that, Ryan White pointing out Ed Spain to Archie Cannon, and because Archie Cannon is working with Ryan White, look at the gap they've pulled back. There was almost a second, Nick, just a couple of laps ago. Now it's almost nothing. With Ed Spain coming out of Ashton's, he's got Ryan White almost on his bumper. Archie Cannon's definitely on Ryan White's bumper.
That down massively.
Yeah, massive closing.
Oh, it's gone Battenberg. It's gone Battenberg. That'll finish the race.
It's gone Battenberg, and it's 34 seconds remaining. That will be. We've got a cart off at the second chicane.
upside down, but it's a Branscombe in the pink helmet, I think.
So I think, Nick, that's going to finish with a checkered flag.
Yeah. You check a flag next time round. Branscombe's out of the cart. I think he's slightly hurt his arm, so that's unfortunate. Hopefully it's nothing serious.
Ed Spain slows the pack down out of the hook. They will slow the field down. They'll all gather up line astern. They've got one more racing lap after this in Battenberg formation. So that will mean that the race will finish like that. And that will mean that Ryan White is a consecutive champion.
Yeah, theoretically, they should do another one after this.
Yes, that's right.
But are they going to checker it one early? Because
I don't know.
The lad is sitting on the barrier.
It's his last lap.
Okay, the lad's sitting on the barrier. I think he's all right.
He's on his feet.
Yeah.
Is that Ralphie, is it?
I think, well, he's got a bright pink helmet, so I think it is.
It is. Yeah.
It's really bad luck for him. They're rescuing the cart. They might get going for another lap. Don't know. They might go green for the last lap, which is probably the last thing that they want to do. But I don't think it's because they're coming under now, and I don't think they're going to get a chance to go green in time. And they're not being silly and trying to make it a grandstand finish. They're not.
Well,
right.
they're into the last lap under Battenberg, so that is
order.
how it's going to finish, Nick.
Looks like Ralphie's okay. He's a bit shaken up. I'm not thinking, it's not the greatest day of his life. But I think he's okay, which is the good news.
Yeah.
Not a way to finish a season upside down. Not a way to finish a season out of the cart. But he's driven well, Ralphie. And I know we've talked about him a few times. And of course, he is the O-plate holder.
So they are going to finish in this formation with Ed Spain will take the final win. Ed Spain, the winner at Rowrah, and now the winner at round 5 here at Fulbeck. He was second at round 1, fourth at round 2, fifth at Wardenlaw at round 3. Took the win at Rowrah, and he will take the win here at Fulbeck. He will finish second in the championship, though, to Ryan White, the number 1 there, who will come home in second place. Now, Ryan took the win at Wilton Mill at round 1, took the win at round 2 at Glanigors. He was fourth at Wardenlaw. He came second behind Ed Spain at Rowrah, and once again, it's exactly the same finishing formation as we had at Rowrah. Ed Spain, Ryan White, Archie Cannon. With a checkered flag flying under Battenberg conditions, we congratulate Ed Spain for his second win of the season, and we congratulate even more so Ryan White, who will keep that accolade of the Kart Championship champion.
Subject to final scrutiny.
Subject to making that official. These results are always
These are
provisional.
Karting Live TV results, not the official results. They've been calculated by Gaz Bury.
And me.
And you.
To an extent.
Yes.
And a little bit of help from you.
But
I think Paul stuck his nose in once or twice.
I sincerely hope not. Actually, no, Paul, you're good at maths. No, he's saying no. He's saying no. Do you know when Paul was the most angry he's ever been with me?
Can't imagine Paul being angry.
He was livid with me. Absolutely livid. We were doing an RC event, and he was producing, and he had the microphone, because he just because that's the way we do it, even though he doesn't normally say anything. And I had to go and do something, so I told him to ask him to commentate on a race. And he literally lost his rag that I'd asked him to. I had to go. I wasn't just doing it for a laugh. I had to go and something. How did you ask me? I didn't know what to say. So
was that Paul's debut?
Oh God,
he
debut for years.
Oh, really?
Paul is the original Mr. RC Racing with me.
Is he really?
We did our first ever event in 2006.
Why didn't you let him have a go karting then?
What, commentary?
Yeah.
No, he doesn't commentate. He just.
Oh no, I meant commentate.
No, he's never commentated.
All right.
He has filled in 12 to 15 words on occasions. Like he's gone. Remember to like and subscribe. And in less than an hour, it's lunchtime. We've all found our strengths over the years, and some of us ignored that and carried on doing it.
We've got a lovely echelon formation there in the collecting area for our junior Rotax.
They've gone for...
Yeah, they've gone for echelon.
Sarah doing it?
Yes. I don't know. We've got the grid, though. It's the two Cato Motorsport drivers on the front row of the grid.
Is it Castle Tomalewski in pole?
No.
Is it the other one, Popperquill?
It is. Marcel Popperquill on the pole position, as expected. Marcel Popperquill, Kasper Tomalewski share row 1.
Shares there as well? Like a turn back time.
Shares row... God. It's nearly the end of the season.
I'd like to point out that Gaz thought that was funny.
Yeah, really. Second row of the grid, James Kell and Emily Cooper.
I've just had a thought about something, right?
Oh, please, I'm doing the grid.
No, but do you think at the end of the whole day we should have Gaz saying it's a wrap?
There's only you and Gaz and me get that. Not even Paul
Can I
gets
make a point about this? Who is this for?
It's for our fan base out there.
Exactly. Who is it
TV
for? The
land.
three of us. That's our fan base.
Right, do you want me to do this grid?
No, I want to do it.
This is... No, you're not doing it.
All right, you do it then.
Right, this is the most important part of the whole championship, right? This is the most important part of the championship, and you're messing it up, quite frankly. This is the junior Rotax.
Hang on a second, but when you said that, you're messing up. We sound like every bad end of the Pier double act. Oh, you're messing it up. You're the straight man, and I'm the annoying comic like Bobby
That's
Ball.
right. Look, Nick, just don't speak. You'll only spoil it, right?
That's it, okay.
Right.
I'm turning off my microphone.
Right, turn it off.
Do what you want to do.
Right. Junior Rotax final have been released from the collecting area. It's Marcel Popakul and Kasper Tomilewski on the front row of the grid. Second row of the grid is James Kell and Emily Cooper. Emily, who you will hopefully see after this when we have a rerun of our Paddock show. Third row of the grid is Andrew Dixon, who you'll also see in the Paddock show with Oliver Fabricius on the sixth place beside him. Riley Morgan and Lewis Sumner are on row 4. Lewis Holton Litt Kelly are on row 5. Harry Hurst Grover and Gregor Reed are on row 6. Aidan McDonald and Callum Gauche are on row 7. Row 8 is Charlie Vary and Braith Murdoch. Max Hollor and Joshua Jarvis are on row 9. Row 10 is Molly Pugh and Elliot Foster. And then we've got Aston Brown and Archie Doherty rounding off the 22 kart field. Nick, you've got the championship positions going into this final race of the season. How's it looking?
The only people who can win are Kasper Tomilewski and James Kell. Where is James Kell in the?
James Kell is third.
Third. James Kell is 35 points behind, which would require Kasper not to finish.
Okay.
To lose that many points. Charlie Vary, currently in third, is a long way behind Kasper Vale. More points than that. There's a big gap, 1, 2, 3. There's no real close battles in the top 5.
Charlie's down the order after that horrible result he had in the super final this morning. He's starting this race 15th. So we are about to go ahead with our last race of the season, last race of the 2024 Kart Championship. We will get this thing underway when they come back around. Dan Ashton at the helm there, ready to press the button and let them race. It will have to be to his liking, though. No early acceleration and no deviating from the tram lines. Stay in your position. Yeah.
Stay in your lane, literally.
Here we go then. We're out of the final turn. It's a nice pace. I think Dan's going to like that, you know.
He doesn't.
No, he doesn't. He does not.
I do not like that.
I think there was a bit of deviating
I do
from
not
the
like
tram
green
lines.
eggs and ham.
Yeah. A little bit of deviation is not what he liked. I think the pace was a bit quick as well.
Okay.
Do you think so?
I don't think it's that bad, but they've gone out with it. Marcel Papaco has really set a massive pace up to the first couple of corners.
I just want to keep heat into his tyres. Get some massive heat by cornering hard. And then, nearly caught out our Marshall there.
Yeah, you've got to just slow down a bit. Now, somebody needs to really slow them down. He's got
to wait for everyone.
He's got way too far ahead.
Now he's got to wait for everyone. That can be very tricky, keeping
yeah,
the
it's
road
also causing a massive concertina next to them.
Yeah, so the two Cato Motorsport teammates will
like
come towards us.
You going to take this one?
Oh, it's fast.
And they've taken it.
And we are racing indeed. The two orange and white Cato karts go into the chicane.
Not coming out in first.
It's an orange and white and a black and white X kart that comes out. And look at that. Everybody comes out at once there.
Yeah.
What on earth was going on there? Cracking action down the midfield. That split the pack in two, Nick.
Yeah, I mean, it was a really aggy move in there. And I think it's their last chance to try and get through. But the second place, is it Kell in second? Yeah, so Kell's ahead of Tomilewski. So that's the man who could win the championship. He has to be 17 places ahead of him.
Yeah, but Tomilewski just has to sit on James Kell's tail.
He needs to be...
And He will take consecutive
14
champions.
places,
Remember,
yeah.
the 2023 Junior Rotax champion is Kasper Tomilewski.
Okay.
So just like Ryan White has done in Honda
Oh,
Cadet.
there we go.
Oh, not
Thinking
quite
about it.
enough. So just like Ryan White has done in Honda Cadet, we're about to see Kasper Tomilewski do the same in Junior Rotax, choosing
Coming
not
back
to
up
carry the
inside.
number one.
Got second back.
Tomilewski down the inside. And what caused that then? Was that James Kell just not being able to get the car to the apex?
Kell made a move on to Popper Kell coming through the chicane. Didn't quite work out. I don't think he got the exit he wanted. And you can tell he's lost a bit of momentum because he's now got everyone else behind him as well. His teammate Andrew Dixon's behind him, and then behind him is Emily Cooper. So Emily Cooper now in 5th with all her sponsors. So it's a couple of X-Karts 3rd and 4th, and a couple of Cadet Motorsport cars leading.
Yeah, Emily Cooper with Cato Motorsport as well, remember.
But not with the sticker kit.
But not with the sticker kit because she's got too many sponsors on it. Here we go then. They stay together, don't they? The first 5 carts, is it all together? 6 carts. First 6, Poppercool, Tomilewski, James Kell, Andrew Dixon, Emily Cooper and Oliver Fabricius. Into and out of the second chicane, heading down towards the elbow. Poppercool controlling the pace at the front, but you just know that Tomilewski has got his sights on finishing this championship in style with a win. Poppercool wants to do the same though.
Fabricius just got past Cooper for 5th, going into Ashton's.
Poppercool actually hasn't won a final this year. Tomilewski has had a 2nd, a 1st, a 7th and a 2nd across the year. James Kell, the winner at Warden Law, remember, came 9th at Rowrah, had a 2nd place podium finish at Glenigor. So these are all front-running junior Rotax drivers.
Yeah. Junior Rotax, probably the most popular, but it sounds about the most popular category in the country, I would say.
Oh yeah,
you seem
very
to get
much.
a really
Massive.
big grid everywhere you go with these.
Yeah, massive. It's a high-speed game of chess, Nick. It absolutely is. Look at this. Everybody playing a waiting game, seeing that clock tick. Seeing the clock tick down every time you go underneath that gantry there. Nobody making a move. Everybody just letting the race come to them. Because you don't want to go too early. I think you mentioned this earlier, didn't you? If you make the move too early, then you're going to have the drivers behind you with a chance of coming back at you.
Just snapping
So
at heels,
you need to time it. You need to time it almost to perfection.
I say that's a definition of a train of 6. They are as close as they can be. Every now and again, dip into the track, a couple of kart lengths open up, but no more. And they're just having oof. Now that wasn't great because Dixon had to think about going past Kell, then didn't make it and dropped back a huge amount, which is why he's now gapped in 3rd and 4th. Kell's right on the tail now of Tomilewski to the point where I think that he might begin to think, hang on a second, I think Tomilewski's slowing me down. But KMS karts.
Oh, that would be a bit teamwork, wouldn't it? Slow the karts down, allow Poppercool to get away, but that's not happening at all because Tomilewski wants
and
this
there's a
win.
bit of a shovel in there, and it was not quite sure whether Fabricius and Dixon came together or kind of might have come together. Oh, Cooper, sorry, it might have come together or not, but there was kind of a look over from Fabricius saying, "What are you doing there?" It doesn't necessarily mean she shouldn't have been there, but it's like, why are you there?
First 4 beginning to break away, and that's because Emily Cooper down the inside of Fabricius again, and they're side by side behind these 4 going into the arena, but Emily Cooper's made it stick for 5th place there. She will then rejoin the front 4. We are 20 seconds away from the half distance mark. The last 5 minutes of the 2024 Kart Championship season gets underway in a moment. Pointing at helmets. Help me catch them is what James Kell's saying. The 2 Cato Motorsport teammates have pulled a gap though. Biggest gap we've seen all race.
Yeah, Cooper and Fabricius are just dropping off the back of the top 4. It's 2 pairs of teammates. Just sort of starting to gap Cooper, but she might be able to get back at them. But in fact, she has. Almost as I was saying that, she's just crawling onto the back of those other 4 cars. There's no real impetus from either teammate to overtake the other teammate, is there?
No.
They're not really looking to
high-speed
do
game
that.
of chess, Nick.
Okay.
Still 4.5 minutes remaining though. Just wait till the 2-minute board. Just wait till the 2-minute bell.
Is there actually a bell fixed
No,
on the
there's
helmet?
not a bell.
Bong, 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 bong.
No. Just in my head. It's like you just see the attitude change. And you'll see the attitude from the 2 X-Kart drivers as well in third and fourth.
I think it's because they all know they can't make it. Even they got ahead, they couldn't make a break.
That's right. They can't make a break, so you're leaving yourself vulnerable. I mean, it's been a great team battle in this junior Rotax class all season. We've had the Cato Motorsport team battling at the front of the field with the X-Kart team, and it's been they've shared the spoils.
Watch them really. Is Tomaszewski faster than Poppercool, or is he just not?
Not today, isn't?
Well, I'm just talking about this particular race because he's having no issue being that close. But being that close, of course, is aided by slipstream on every straight. You know, you gain a couple of mile an hour every single straight. Oh, think about it, didn't happen. Kel went in.
I think that's just a variation on line into the hook.
Well,
you
say that, but that's caused a consternation, and Cooper's got herself up into fourth.
It has, yeah.
So she's managed to get past Dixon. However, she is also. She's KMS, isn't she? So there's now 3 KMS in the top 4.
Yeah. Andrew Dixon is who she was chatting to yesterday afternoon when we met up with them.
Yeah.
So.
Because Emily's had a kind of a growing season. She hasn't really featured at the front of it. She's done all the rounds. And she's kind of like she got 70. So she finished about 15th in the first final, about 17th in the second final, about 17th in the third final. And then a couple of weeks ago, she was about...
Remember where we are, though.
Yeah, it's a home track, but she got up to about 6th or 7th, so it's kind of a progression through. And this is obviously a track she knows well, being a Lincolnshire lass.
Remember, former Fulbeck Kart Club junior champion, reigning champion, yeah, MS UK champion. Only female MS UK champion.
But... yeah, so having a bit of track knowledge.
Oh, there's the move down inside of Tomaszewski has gone James Kell. And Tomaszewski gets it all wrong.
Oh dear.
He ran out of road there as James Kell went down his inside. I'm not sure if there was any contact whatsoever there, but Tomaszewski found himself running out of curb, ending up on the grass where there is just no grip whatsoever. That has completely changed the order now. Into and out of the first chicane. Poppercull, James Kell, Cooper now up to third. Tomaszewski in fourth, Oliver Fabricius fifth, Andrew Dixon, Harry Hurstgrover, Braith Murdoch, Lewis Holton, Riley Morgan. Into the second chicane then. The X-Kart driver James Kell wants the victory. We're inside the 2 minutes. The action began as Emily Cooper down the inside of the X-Kart driver James Kell, and Emily Cooper, the Fulbeck Kart Club champion, gets into second place and charges off after the leader, Marcel Poppercull, who's pulled a bit of a gap because they've been squabbling behind. They're still squabbling behind. Into the first chicane then. Out of there, Poppercull looks over his shoulder. The colour of the kart behind him has completely changed. It's blue and white now, mate.
And you have to get even closer before you can read all the sponsors. So Cooper coming through, losing her local knowledge. But she's got to try and catch up to Poppercull. The error by Tomaszewski, or being eased out by Tomaszewski, causing a problem.
We are almost a minute away from the final checkered flag of the season. And it's Marcel Poppercull who will race into that final minute. We have got 2 more laps after this one, Nick. So plenty of time for action to ensue.
Yeah, he's got half a second. How long that will last, I don't know. I'm pretty sure James Kell's not finished it either.
No, I don't think he is. Tomaszewski will be livid, finishing in that order, though, in fourth place. Will still net him the championship. Yeah. James Kell may finish ahead of him, but it's not going to be a big enough points haul to pull back that 35-point deficit going into this final.
Yeah.
Into Ashton's then. It will be another lap before we see the last lap board, so plenty of time for James Kell to come back at her, but Emily Cooper looks really strong in that second place. Now the gap was 0.57, it's 6.6, so Poppercull, solid. Guess who's fastest on the track?
Is it Kasper Tomaszewski?
It absolutely is. He's got the red mist after finding himself running out a curb and being on the grass. He wasn't happy at all, was he? And he's coming back at James Kell.
And Kell's not letting Cooper get away. This is all good news for Marcel Poppercull, who may well end the season with a victory. He hasn't had even a podium finish so far, so he's going to finish on a win. Oh, up the inside goes Kell now. Cooper looks over his shoulder. Yes, it's not happening, she says. No, that's not happening.
She had momentum by taking the wider line. But we are
The
Heading
lead, the
towards-
lead has disappeared, but I think with only a lap to go, we're starting the last
Yeah.
lap of the Kart Championship. Joe, talk us round.
Thanks, Nick. Last lap then. Last lap of the season, actually.
That's what I meant.
And Poppicle now has Emily Cooper right on his bumper, coming out of the hook for the last time. James Kell right on Cooper's bumper. Time is running out, though, for any kind of challenge. If it's going to come, it's going to be messy. Tomaszewski trying to get back on terms. He doesn't need to change where he is to win the championship. I'm sure that's going to be at the forefront of his mind. We race out of Ashton's towards the arena for the last time. Into the right-hander now, into the next right-hander, out of there and through Beavers. It'll be a checkered flag that awaits these drivers. And the checkered flag flies for the last time this year. And Marcel Poppicle takes the victory with Emily Cooper a delighted second. We'll see her on the podium. And James Kell, the ex-kart driver, in third place. An eventful race. Kasper Tomaszewski finishes fourth and becomes the 2024 Kart Championship Junior Rotax champion.
Subject to scrutineering.
Subject to making that official provisionally, let's say. In fifth place was Andrew Dixon. Oliver Fabricius was sixth. Braith Murdoch was seventh. Harry Hurstgrover was eighth. Ninth was Lewis Holt. And Riley Morgan rounded off the top 10. Well, everybody, that is our coverage of the 2024 Kart Championship concluded there with action all the way to the very end. And we look forward to bringing you some more action when we reconvene with the Kart Championship for their 3-round winter series at the end of September.
But if you want some more karting action, we are here back next Saturday and Sunday with the O-Plate for the NKC. And I'd like to say thank you to everyone who's worked on this championship for Karting Live TV this year. So I'd like to thank the people, especially who are here today, which, of course, is... Oh, he's got a microphone. It's Paul Bateman, Lester Forbes, Frank McKinney, and, of course, my wife for most weekends of the year, Joe Bradley. What we're going to do is we're going to play the Paddock Walk again, because we know there was a slight break in transmission, so you may not have seen some of the classics that provided us with. So we'll have that back up for you for the next 20 minutes or so. But that is it for the Kart Championship. Enjoy the Paddock Walk. Enjoy actually talking to some of the people you've just seen racing particularly well. And we will see you all in September at Wilton Mill for the Winter Championship, or if you prefer just general stuff with us, next week at Rowra. Ciao, everybody. Well, hello and welcome to Fulbeck and the final round of the Kart Championship for 2024. Well, we've had 4 amazing rounds. Most of the championships are really close. Joe, what are you looking forward to most of all about the action coming today?
I'm quite sad, actually, Nick. It's the 5th and final round of the Kart Championship, and I've absolutely loved every moment of it. Yeah, there comes a point where we have to crown our champions. That's what we're going to do this weekend. You know what? There's 200 points up for grabs in this round. All rounds count, which is a little bit different to what we're normally used to. So it's going to be all the way to the very end, all the way till Sunday afternoon. And I really don't want to pick a winner. Even the championships that look relatively secure, they're not. Nothing's secure. And here at Fulbeck, anything can go wrong. The chicanes here are just treacherous. The track is fast. There are sweeps, and there are the places where you can easily find yourself being tripped up, and you can easily trip yourself up. So, as ever, the Kart Championship is going to be action-packed as ever, Nick.
And, of course, you've missed out the one thing that is also a massive variable, and that's the weather. We've had all sorts of weather already on Saturday. On race day, we're promised even more all sorts of weather. Who knows? But what we do know is when we walk around the paddock, there's one man every single karter wants to talk to. It's Joe Bradley, the face of Karting Live TV. Joe, go do your talking.
All right, then. A big part of any Kart Championship are the officials, the marshals and everybody who helps the meeting run. If we didn't have these people, we couldn't race. And the man in charge here, the race director for the Kart Championship, for a few years now, isn't it, Dan? It's Dan Ashton. Dan, I've got to say, our first year Karting Live TV with the Kart Championship, and I've got to say, mate, I've been absolutely blown away by the standard of driving I've seen from these youngsters. This is a kids' championship. I've got to tell myself when I'm commentating that these are kids. I know for a fact that you and I have talked about, for instance, the racecraft we've seen of the Bambinos. It's phenomenal.
For sure. I mean, Warden Law always sticks in our mind. The weather was shocking. It was raining all day Sunday, and they still drove probably the best I've seen them, not just this year, but the best I've seen them for a couple of years. Some fantastic racing across all the classes for sure, but the Bambino classes, you've hit the nail on the head. You've sometimes got to think, some of these kids are 6 years old.
I think what I said at Rowra at the last round, the Formula One boys need to watch this Bambino race, and maybe they'll learn how you can overtake and how to overtake and how to be patient as well and how to accommodate the other drivers, because that's what we see.
For sure. I mean, like they're drafting each other, they're making some clean, nice, fair moves up the inside, and there's so much respect between the drivers. For sure things happen and accidents happen, etc. But for me, I think there's so much respect between the paddock, and you see them all playing on an evening, like playing football and with the cars and whatever. It's just nice. It's a nice family atmosphere, which is what obviously we aim for as a Kart Championship.
I think you've just summed up the Kart Championship actually in that sentence. All right, here we are, round 5 of 5. It's an early finish to the championship. However, we've got the winter series. That's all to look forward to. So far, so good. I mean, what's been your highlight of the season?
There's been quite a few. As I said, Warden Law was a good one, and again across the board. Sunday, weather was shocking. We had to stop for an hour, half an hour, whatever it was, to clear the track, and the good guys at Warden did that. I'm not going to pass a comment till we finish today, and the weekend, because I think this weekend and tomorrow, and we're going to Super Heats and finals. I think the final round is going to spice things up a bit, I think.
Yeah, you've got a job of responsibility being the race director. I mean, you know, when you watch it back, I talk about, I think I've grown to know exactly what you're looking for in the starts, for instance. But I think overall, it's a big pat on the back so far this year.
It is, and it's a fantastic team effort. Obviously, as race director, I try and steer the ship at the best way and the hardest and the fairest way possible. But it's a massive team effort. You know, Darren runs a fantastic championship as the coordinator. Some great guys. I've got some of the top officials with us this weekend as well, and for the year. And it is a great team effort. Working alongside clubs like Fulbeck, Warden, etc. It's been an honour for sure.
I mentioned there, you know, the officials, the marshals. That is also a good way of being involved in the sport, isn't it? What would you say to everybody out there who maybe can't afford to actually compete, but this is a great way of being involved in the sport?
Do it. Just do it. Go to your local club, wherever you are, wherever you're based. Go to your local club and just say, I want to get involved. And get involved either waving flags, you can get involved in scrutineering, obviously clerking as well, timekeeping. There's so many different roles within the sport. Go onto the Motorsport UK website, see which local club is, and just register as a marshal or whatever, and just get involved. It's a great team atmosphere between us all as well, and it's nice to have a beer on a Saturday night as well.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that bit. Thanks, Dan. William Wainwright was the fastest C50 Bambino at Wilton Mill. He's had a bit of a mixed season so far in the Kart Championship, but William so far at Fulbeck, this is William here, this is his dad Dan. He's having a great time at Fulbeck. Is Fulbeck one of your favourite tracks, William?
Yeah.
Yeah. What is it about Fulbeck that you like? Anything?
About when I won the races at here,
Yeah.
Fulbeck.
What do you think of the chicanes here? Are they tough?
Quite a lot of them, yeah.
Why? Is it hard to get through them?
Yes, because they're really tight. Like, probably tightest one's that one.
Right. That's the first one. Yeah, is that after the start? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You had a great couple of heats this afternoon, haven't you? Which was the best one, the first or the second?
Probably the second, because I came second in that one.
Yeah, that was a good one, wasn't it? Tell us a little bit about that then, because you were in third for a long time, weren't you? And then you went for it.
Because Henry Hales was on the outside, and I was inside, just choose to go lower, and we just made it through Henry Hales, and then he just dropped back, and then he dropped back even more when we got to Stinsline, I think, didn't he? Yeah, and yeah.
You drafted like that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then I just got him.
You know when you're drafting, when you're right up against, does that make you go quicker when you're behind someone?
Yeah.
How does that work? Do you know?
If you're pushing people, you have a faster lap time. It's because you be faster when the wind's behind someone, and then you just you get faster, because when the wind's like that, you just go, and then you have a faster, because they have the wind and I don't. Just make it faster.
You sound as though you really enjoy driving this Bambino car, do you?
Yeah,
Yeah. Is it going fast that you like?
yeah.
Yeah. So what are you hoping for tomorrow then? What will William Wainwright be happy with tomorrow afternoon?
Trying to win the final tomorrow.
Yeah, simple question, wasn't it? And that was an explanation in slipstreaming from William Wainwright here. Good luck, Dan. Good luck, Will. Great stuff. So 5th and final round of the 2024 Kart Championship. We've already had the heats. This afternoon we go into the final round proper tomorrow with Super Heats. Andy Dixon here, 225 in Junior Rotax. Andy, you had one of those character building days, my son, didn't you? Tell us what happened at the chicane on Heat 2.
Tried to hold it around the outside. Didn't end up so well in the tyre wall. I broke myself a little bit. And then, yeah. I mean, I managed to come back to 11th, but then I got dropped down, so.
All right, okay. So that eagerness of getting into that first chicane, mate, we've all done it. We've all done it. We've gone around on ourselves. What can you learn from that, though? What can you take from that?
Just, like, take it slow, take it easy. Like, you're not going to win it in the first corner. You might bin it. If you try too hard, just take it easy. You have a whole race, use it.
So you've got the Super Heats tomorrow. Fulbeck's one of those tracks, isn't it, though? It's so easy to trip up in those chicanes. Is it one of your favourite tracks, for instance?
It's
okay to say no.
it's an all right track. The surface is a bit patchy, but not bad. It's fun. I like riding the curbs and stuff. It's good. But no, not my favourite circuit, but I'm good at it. So pretty good, yeah.
Is this your local track, Andy?
No, I live down in Surrey.
Ah, right. So it's not
3.5 hours away.
Yeah, right. You're with X-Kart. Now, a lot of drivers are running with X-Kart. How many teammates have you got in Junior Rotax?
I don't know.
Quite a few, isn't it?
Probably over 10, yeah. Probably around 10, over 10.
So how much do you work together as a team then?
Quite a lot, to be fair, yeah. We're good at working together. We just need to get together and then break through the Katos, and hopefully then should be good.
Do you share setup data and the like?
Yeah.
How much in depth do you go to with regards to your teammates?
Quite a lot, but like not tons, but yeah, we share data around, and yeah, we get told setup and stuff.
Yeah. Do you find you've progressed, you've developed quicker because of the amount of teammates you have here at X-Kart?
Yeah, because obviously the more teammates you have, the more like you can try different setups on different karts, and if one works and one doesn't, then you know what to do.
Yeah. And
it's a lot quicker and a lot faster when you have teammates.
So a big lesson learned today. What's tomorrow going to bring for Andy?
Hopefully good things. We'll probably be starting from the mid-pack with a P3 and a P16, I think, with the nose. So hopefully we can claw it back, because we're top 5 pace. We just need to use that pace and get through.
That's great for us, isn't it, guys? Watch out for this guy, 225. I think one of the most sponsored karts in this paddock is Emily Cooper's kart here. Emily races the number 230 in Junior Rotax. Emily, is that your marketing manager, is it?
Correct.
Yes. It's also your granddad, isn't it?
Yep.
So he's done a lot. Is it your granddad who gets all these sponsors?
Yeah.
So how does he do that then? Because I'm intrigued.
He walks into the pub. He's like, well, he's like, will you sponsor me? Yep.
So, shall we go through your sponsors?
Yeah.
Right, take us through them. Who do you want to start with?
Rotax, my biggest sponsor for this year.
Right, do they do all your stickers?
All my stickers.
Do they give you any cash?
Yeah, they do actually.
Yeah.
Yep.
You don't need to disclose just how much.
No.
Right, so Ultimate Graphics, they do all the stickers. So who are these guys?
RS Security in Scunthorpe.
Right, what do they do then? Security. They're a security company, are they?
They do security, CCTV and stuff.
Right.
Dogs.
Who else we got?
We got Fina Welding Fabrications, a big welding company actually.
Right. I mean, this one, Nick, get this one in. The Elite Pest Management. Are they rat catchers?
Yeah, for like, what are they called?
For vermin.
For vermins, yeah.
Yeah, and pest.
Yeah.
So Nationwide Traffic Solutions?
Yeah, they do.
What do they do?
Traffic.
Solutions.
Yeah, solutions.
Kev Page Couriers.
Oh,
Who's Kev Page?
It's a new sponsor of ours.
All right.
Yep,
Is he a courier?
probably.
Yeah, sounds like it. Who else we got?
We got Raceway Kart Centre.
All right, is that where you get your race parts?
That's where I started racing when I was 9.
Is that an indoor place?
No, it's an outdoor place in Brighton.
All right.
And now here we are in Credit Depth.
Yes.
Yes.
Who's this?
That's an electric place in Gainsborough, I think.
Who else? Have we missed anybody out?
The Skip Hire.
Who's Red Graphics then?
That's the company that make the stickers.
Yeah, I know Adam. That's why I asked. Who else we got? Hang on, come round here. Come on, Emily. So,
Gainsborough Skip Hire.
what do they do?
When you're emptying your house or whatever, you throw all your stuff in the skip and they come and get it, yeah.
Ah, right. No, so not Skippy Rope Hire,
Yep.
Skip Hire. Who else
got-
we got?
We've got some... Got Kart Smart.
What do they do?
Kart Smart, Ollie Varney.
Ollie Varney, Kart Smart.
Do you know who he is?
Yeah,
Yeah.
he risen.
NKC.
Yeah.
Yep.
Anybody else you missed? Who's that on the back?
Keto. Can't forget about him.
Oh, that's your KMS Motorsport, isn't it? That's your
Yeah.
team.
Can't forget about him.
Are they good?
Really good.
Yeah. Has he got you going well?
Yep.
Yeah. And you are from Gainsborough, so that means this is your local track.
Yeah, been racing it for the past 5 years nearly, so...
Right. Why does
circuit.
everybody not like Fulbeck?
It's tight and it's just not a good track to drive on, but I'm quick, so...
It's a hard track, though, isn't it?
Yeah, it's hard. You have to be able to go in the corners fast and come out fast, yeah.
Yeah. But you like it?
Yeah.
Yeah. How did your heats go? How did your heats go?
Heat score. So we qualified P9, obviously.
Right.
It wasn't very good. We had no tow or anything. And then heats, first one was P7. We was running on our own, obviously, no tow. And then I got caught up in a little incident in the first corner in the second heat. That put us P8. So I think it'll be a good starting position for tomorrow.
Right, brilliant. And what will you be happy with on Sunday tea time after this event is finished?
Oh,
What will Emily Cooper be happy with tomorrow afternoon?
a win.
Absolute correct
a win
answer.
for Emily Cooper and a win for Cato as well.
And a win for all of these sponsors, Em.
And a win for...
And your granddad.
And a win for England.
Well, that comes later. What's
Yeah.
your granddad's name?
Nick
Cooper?
Nick Tinker.
Nick Tinker, there he goes. The best marketing man in karting. Have a look at these sponsors. Phenomenal.
Nick Tinker.
Have you been drinking?
Not yet. Not yet. Not yet.
Probably the best interview of the year, that. So the Kart Championship has a very interesting approach to junior Rotax. They split off. The 12 to 14-year-olds are in a class called Junior Primo. And Daniel here, he's 13 years old. I think it's a great idea because the younger girls and boys get a chance to have their own championship. And this young man here has, well, Daniel, I've got to say, mate, you've impressed me since I've been watching you all season long. You won round 1, you won round 2, you won round 3, you won round 4. Is it getting a bit boring for you?
No, actually, it isn't.
No, I didn't expect it to be. Also, I've got to mention, everybody, that here we are after 2 heats today, and you won those heats. But it wasn't easy, was it, today?
No, it definitely wasn't.
Tell me, how hard was it?
Really hard. I just wanted to get my head down.
Yeah, you started 4th. What happened in time qualifying?
Just probably got some things wrong, probably.
Right, and then you had to really work at it. Tell us a little bit about your heats and how you see you got your head down. What do you mean by that?
Like, I just tried working hard. I'm just trying to get my apexes right.
So you had to really focus. Is that what you mean? Concentrate.
Yeah, pretty much.
Right. Is Fulbeck a track you like?
Yeah, it's my home circuit.
All right. So you've been around here a few times.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. What's the key? What's the secret about a quick lap time here at Fulbeck? Is there a secret?
I think there is. Like, just try really hard on the apexes, like get it really right.
Yeah. Just getting that braking point right into those chicanes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're working with a driver coach. today. Ben, I don't know Ben's second name. What's your second name, Ben?
Hingley.
Oh, Ben Hingley. You're Ben Hingley. I know who you are. Ben, Daniel here. I've been watching Daniel all season. I think we found a bit of a superstar. What's your thoughts on him?
Yeah, definitely.
I know he's standing there and it's hard to talk about him.
Well, you know, it's harder when he stood there, but no, for sure, we've been working, me and Daniel have been working together now for about 18 months, I would have said, on and off, you know. Obviously, you mentioned his age, about 13, so when we looked at what he could do this year, we thought this was a great category that was opened up. Basically, it's a bit different to usual. There's nothing else really on the market or in the racing that does it this way, so we thought with his age and also a bit of his experience at the level he was at, this was the perfect fit for him. So he's come and done this championship. We've helped him a couple of the rounds, and he's done a few just dad and lad as well, which is great. And yeah, he's done exceptionally well.
Daniel, I tell you what has impressed me about you is when it doesn't matter what has gone on in qualifying, it doesn't matter where you start, you just basically do what you've just said there and get your head down and get on with it, don't you?
Yeah, I really do.
Yeah. Where do you get that from then? Has anyone taught you to do that, or is that just something you do instinctively?
I just want to do it.
You just want to win?
Yeah, basically that's all I want to do. Try and win and try hard.
I want to ask Ben this question. Is it as easy as Daniel's making out?
No, definitely not. Definitely not. I mean, you know, look, he's obviously very talented. You know, there's no denying it with what he's doing. Because even though, you know, you can look at it and let's say, you know, you got the other grid of juniors as well. There's some really quick junior drivers in the primo class. You know, I've been here. Obviously, I've been here this weekend. My younger brother, who looks after the team with me, has been doing some of the other events, and he said the same thing, that, you know, there's actually a lot of talent in the primo class as well as the main class. I think there's a handful of drivers that would run round at the front of the main class that's in the primo with the times and whatever else. So, you know, yeah, it's not as easy as it looks, and he sometimes makes it look quite easy. And yeah, I think with the way Daniel's season's gone, you can see the difference. You know, sometimes he has kind of managed to get to the front and edge that gap, and sometimes it's been really, really competitive. And today was one of the competitive days. You know, we qualified fourth, didn't quite go to plan, and then he's managed to come through in the racing, and yeah, looks quite easy. But when you think, I think the top five are separated by a tenth and a half in quali. So yeah, that shows how competitive it is. Yeah,
it's not easy at all, is it, Daniel? You've come into this final round with a very strong position. However, mathematically, you haven't won the championship yet. But when you're racing, certainly today, have you been thinking championship, or do you just not think about that at all?
I just don't think about it until I get off the track.
So you're really just thinking about getting past the cart in front?
Yeah.
And that's yeah. I mean that's yeah. Daniel's saying that's exactly what it's about, isn't it? Just that's called being in the moment.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you know, we've had multiple chats about it, but he literally has just jumped in and said, I'm going for the win, and that's that. And to be honest, I don't think that's the wrong mindset to have. You know, like if you're pushing, if you're going forwards, you kind of stay out of trouble. And you know, when you're a bit hesitant in motorsport, it only takes a fraction, and you get drawn into the pack, and that's that. You know, so I think the mindset he's adopted is yeah, you know, he's won both heats today and done his job today. So we got tomorrow to go, but yeah, so far so good.
I know what Ben will be happy with tomorrow. What will Daniel Hartley be happy with tomorrow?
A win.
Stupid question, wasn't it? Well done, mate. Congratulations. And
before you turn it off, I want to say really hi to Grandma. So if you're watching, it's hi.
What's your grand's name?
Violet.
Hello, Violet. And I know you. Violet watches all the time, doesn't she?
Yes, she does.
Because she's one of our biggest fans. Yeah. One of my biggest fans, actually. So hi, Violet. And we look forward to watching on Sunday as well. This will be going out at lunchtime, so we want to know what you're having for lunch when you're watching this, don't we? So anyone who knows me knows that this helmet represents the greatest racing driver that ever lived. This is an Ayrton Senna replica. And I've been talking about this helmet since round one, I think. This is a helmet that belongs to this young man, Calman Simon, whose kart is bedecked in a Senna tribute livery, harking back to the 1985 Portuguese Grand Prix at Estoril, where Senna won his first race. I can see his dad nodding because I've got my facts right. Calman, come round here, my son. Right, so you were born a long time after Ayrton Senna was killed, weren't you? But do you know all about Ayrton Senna?
Yeah, he's the famous driver in the world, and his helmet's the same as me.
Yeah. And what do you feel like when you're wearing his helmet? Does it feel good?
Yeah.
Yeah, because it looks good for me. Because I always talk about you. You certainly got your name noticed, didn't it, wearing that helmet? Yeah. Who's the big Senna fan? Is that your dad?
Yeah.
Where is your dad? Your dad's over there, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah. What's it feel like when you're driving your kart?
Like happy and like concentrating, so I can get top 1, top 5.
Now then, I saw you. I'm going to go down on one knee here because my back's going to give out. I saw you today in the second heat, and I think you came 4th, but you were 5th. But you were absolutely loving it, weren't you? You're punching the air across the line.
Yeah.
Yeah. Was that you? Was that you doing that? Show us what you were doing. You were punching the air. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that because you just love driving this car?
Yeah.
Yeah. Now then, your dad tells me that you're going to change the colour of this kart for next year. Do you know what that's going to be?
McLaren.
It's going to be what?
McLaren.
A McLaren. It's going to be red and white.
Yeah.
Right. So it's
I
going to be
think so.
it's going to be another cigarette manufacturer. That's for a kids' championship. That's always good. Have you enjoyed your heats today, Calman?
Yeah.
Yeah. What was the best bit?
Last heat, because KMP5 and towing, then I overtook them on the last lap, all 4 of them.
Ah, so that's why you were so delighted. That's why you were punching the air, because you overtook them on the last lap.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was good then.
Yeah.
Are you keeping that helmet for next year?
No.
Are you changing your helmet? Your dad says that you are keeping that helmet.
No.
Maybe for Christmas you get a new helmet
Yeah. No.
and then a new paint job. You've got to keep the Ayrton Senna helmet, mate.
No.
No. Yeah, Dad says.
I've been going PS3 one.
PS3 one. Calman, it's been a pleasure to meet you, and I'm amazed that a young man like you is keeping the spirit of Ayrton Senna alive by punching the air when you cross the line. That was brilliant. Are you going to do that again tomorrow?
Yeah.
Yeah, great stuff. Thank you. Thanks, Calman. Calman Simon, everybody.